we've had no clouds for like 2 days straight in the sky. There's a few clouds out there now, but nothing that would cause something like that to happen.
But this is a sunset or at morning or at evening when you took these photos?
Just now, just like 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
So, 7 p.m. here.
Sunset, but mine it was at morning after 7 a.m. So sunrise.
I have an interesting speculation. Well, it's not really a speculation, but an observation. Like we go out here in Poland and just stargaze, and in Australia you don't see this ever, but here you see like little lights, like it looks like a star just moving across the sky. Quite often you'll see, like nearly every time we go out there, we'll see at least 20 or 30 within like an hour. Quite often you'll see two or three in the sky at the same time, and they're all going different directions, and they kind of look like they're like buzzing across the sky or something like that. Anyway, went out last night for over an hour, both of us staring up at the sky, and not one. Not one at all. We're going to go see if there's any tonight, but it's just weird that every time we go out there, we see at least 20 or 30, like every minute you're like, oh, there's one, like, but now there's none. Like, people say they're satellites, right? So are they on strike or what?
Yeah, well, you know what is interesting? From that spot I'm working, let's say at night, from 1 a.m., I see some lights going on. And, I with my binoculars, I zoom in, but, I cannot. It's night, most at night, and, I cannot. I just see, a light is moving. But sometimes there are two lights, and it seems they are moving, to Spain. They just appear, and I see the light with, my eyes. Then I, use my binoculars, but at the night I don't see. So it's something going on, but very interesting. A hot spot going on.
Yeah, we just see it looks like just little stars just cruising all the way across the sky.
Exactly.
Always different directions, and but then all of a sudden they're all gone. It's just weird. I don't know how to explain that. But every single time we go out there, we see 20 or 30 at least. But now all of a sudden there's zero, literally. And we had the clearest night last night. Like you could see all the stars. There was not a cloud in the sky, but zero of these little thingies cruising across the sky.
Bro, you ever looked at the sky from a night vision camera?
No, I'd love to do that.
Have you ever seen a video of somebody doing it?
Nope.
You should, dude. So when you look at the sky through a night vision camera, it looks like traffic up there. It looks like all kinds of little dudes going here, going there, going over there, dropping off the groceries, doing an Uber Eats. Crazy.
Looking it up.
To buy one.
Yeah, I've got a few clipped out, but you could probably find some really quickly.
Well, I did find the hotspot.
Oh, sorry.
Let's see. I did find the hotspot. Maybe later when I will buy that camera, see night vision.
Yeah, but keep in mind what I said there. I didn't say you see quote unquote satellite trajectories going over your head and then circling back around. No, these things are going here, they're going there, they're coming back around. They're doing all kinds of different things.
Exactly.
Was that sort of like the U.S. military when they said they're in their fighter jets and they turn on the same thing and they saw demons and stuff like that?
Maybe. There's all kinds of eyewitness testimony and even some video evidence of entities either on the ground that come from the sky and return to the sky, or in the sky that travel in a very distinct manner that at the frames of the speeds they're going would basically kill any living thing inside them if they were a living thing operated vehicle. Like the sudden change in inertia would just like turn you into a pile of mush. It's like most vehicles, they have to take a curve, right? But these vehicles, they just zing along, stop abruptly, and change direction in a 90-degree angle.
Yep, I've seen things stop and change direction as well. My wife's seen.
Interestingly enough, that's how a certain group of angels are described to move in some of the ancient scriptures. That they move not turning, but going straight and then straight this way and straight that way.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the footage you were talking about. It looks freaking amazing.
Yeah, and you can get a set of night vision for a few $100 and experience it for yourself. And like they'll tell you, people will tell you, hey, this is what's going on up in the cosmos, in the sky. You pop on your night vision, you sit there and you look, you'd be like, wait a minute, how come you didn't tell me about all this? And they're like, oh, well, you're a conspiratard.
What?
But I've personally been on a live on a stream watching stars with my son on the back of my truck, and we were looking at the star. It's above the mountain, and it started to move. The more we looked at it, because we're like, hey, look at that one star right there. It's like twinkling a little bit, and we looked at it, looked at it, looked at it, and it started to move. So at first, my first instinct was, oh, maybe we were mistakenly looking at someone hiking down the mountain at night with a flashlight. But then, I honed in on the mountain and I saw the edge of the mountain, and no, this thing was way, way in the sky. And it clearly had been just a static object the entire time we were there until we really started focusing on it. And it was like, my impression was that it was reacting to us looking at it. And it started moving from our left to our right. And then, so it moved straight. And then it did like a little loop around back on itself, and then moved straight, then did a loop around back on itself. It's very interesting. And I've heard other people have personal testimony that they were looking at what was apparently a star, and as soon as they started focusing on it, it moved. Like it relocated itself. Right, so it's like a lot of people claim they know what's up in the sky, but there's evidences and testimonies that contradict the claims about what's absolutely in the sky. And it could be done by people over the weekend, really. And their entire impressions about reality will change because they'll realize, wait a minute, how come nobody's talking about this stuff? How come this isn't in any of the narratives when it's clearly visible with my own two eyeballs?
They're also said that hundreds of stars have disappeared since the beginning of the 20th century. Hundreds. Yeah, that's mainstream. It's not cuckoo bird. That's mainstream.
Yeah, there's some ancient texts that claim that the stars are actually sentient entities, that they're actually beings. They're not just innate, happenstances of collisions that just cause some reaction and then emit light. No, they're actually something greater than that. And there's plenty of scriptures that corroborate that.
Yeah, the
Even
pyramid lined up with the stars.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's people that claim that these stars came to Earth and taught those nations everything about the stuff in the sky. So it makes sense that they created things lined up. Yeah, there's all kind of, let's just call them speculative theories and conspiracies, for lack of a better term. But there's all kinds of those attached to the stars not being balls of gas, and the things in the sky not behaving in the manner in which the mainstream, allegedly scientific consensus would have you believe.
You're bringing me back. My good old days of research. We got to do these once a week.
You also got to consider, some people went down the cymatic stars in a jar. The stars are actually just sonoluminescence. There's waters above, waters below, the lunar wave with Crow 777, all these things. And they were thinking, hey, maybe these are maybe what we see as a star is actually an effect from something inside something else, and we're just seeing a shell of an effect rather than the actual thing itself. So the thing itself, whatever's inside there, we have no idea what it is because we only have the effect that's caused after the fact. And so, when they do their little spectroscopy and stuff and they say, oh, it's made of this, it's made of that, it's made of this, it's like, well, you're only getting the form lines of the effect, and you're claiming, well, it must be uniformitarian because if I get these these lines, spectral lines, in a closed laboratory setting, then I can then say anytime I get these spectral lines, it means I know exactly what this thing is made out of, how it was created, how old it is. It's like, no, that's not necessarily true. Now, maybe if you go to a star and validate your claims, then maybe you have a good point. But up until then, it's like all you have is, a similarity. You got to think about it this way. The mainstream has no idea how sentience is created, how it instantiates, how a innate non-sentient entity becomes sentient at some point in the future. So in other words, famously, that stupid troll hair girl, she's like, oh, rocks are our cousins. We evolved from rocks. So at what point does a rock become sentient? Right? So since these people have no idea what sentience is, where it comes from, where it goes, it's not unreasonable to imagine that other things that we think are not like similar to us, like a biological organism or something, they may possess sentience as well. And in fact, I'm actually backed up by evolutionary psychology and scientists. They believe, based on evidences and experiments that they've done in psychology and all these things, that sentience is actually eternal, and it's actually present in the base construct of reality. And so the idea that a star is sentient is not really that crazy. Globers will laugh at me and be like, oh, you're just some religitard. I'll be like, oh, so is, these evolutionary psychologists and scientists, are they religiotards? Because they're coming to that same conclusion, and they're basing their conclusions on a heliocentric Big Bang model to get to their result. So if they are a scientist wearing a lab coat and you believe in science, why don't you believe what they say?
Well, have you heard basically, I have a ironclad logical argument that the universe must be sentient, as in self-aware, because if human beings are part of the universe and think about the universe, then the universe is self-aware.
Yeah.
At least a part of it is. But, just like us, right? My finger isn't self-aware. Ostensibly my brain is, right? So I have parts. Parts of me are self-aware, but other parts aren't. So as long as a part of the universe is self-aware, you can say that the whole is self-aware.
Yes. Especially if you consider the universe as some type of organism in itself, which many of them do,
Well,
they'll tell you.
self-awareness
They'll actually,
requirement. It is an organism. Is a self-awareness a requirement of being an organism? To put it differently, is like, not all organisms are self-aware, but everything that's self-aware is an organism.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Was the Big Bang an organism?
Yeah.
And God said, I'm coming, and the universe came into being.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Nothing.
This is India on Speculation Sunday. Yeah, we'll have to have this event more often. Very spicy for Sunday afternoon.
Let you vent, man. It's always intended to, discourage this type of speculation on the regular thing and isolate it to one day, so it could be not interfering with the regular scheduled programming, but have a chance to shine on its own.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's what we talked about before. Yeah, and then when people are speculating through the week, just tell them, wait for Speculation Sunday. We'll put it on the agenda.
Sure.
Qui-Gon Jinn is here. Welcome.
Hey guys, how's it going?
So, What brings you?
I just thought that I'm going to take a look.
Yeah, I don't mind the previous coverage. This is Speculation Sunday. This is like people have all these pet theories, so this is where
Sounds
we
great
get to
to
air
me.
them out. Yeah, this is where we just get to air out. But now we're not saying any of this is proven. We're just speculating. So
Hey, for me, it's just fine. I mean, go for it.
you think the universe
Me,
must be self-aware because people that are part of the universe are aware of it?
I would say so. And yeah, however deep under the surface, I would say it would be aware. There's going to be fuck ups like with everything, but since we are in a speculation Sunday, it doesn't matter. But yeah, there's going to be some fuck ups for sure. But I would say yeah, the 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 people would be aware. Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the Big Bang created all the matter. All the matter eventually created humans, and then the humans said, "Hey, there's this universe thing. I'm aware of it." Well, since the human beings were part of the universe or are part of the universe, then it has to be the universe has to be self-aware because part of it is aware of its own existence.
Yeah, I would say the individual parts of it would be aware, and I would also say that the story, yeah, that we argue about is like 8-bit computer prison, because we just meet other person and they want what is it? They want proof. So whatever I said, that's why it's comfortable to get here on this Sunday, huh? Because they're going to want some proof. So we're never going to get anywhere, yeah, with the second person. Yeah, so me as one person getting to the second person, we all argue, yeah, across the countries about one or second or third or fifth story, and we always get to like. Third layer, done. Show me the proof, done. Yeah, so it's a prison on its own, right? Isn't it? Yeah. It doesn't seem like we're progressing, yeah, as a public.
Well, I mean, I think you made a good point about the second person thing. I think we assume too much thinking the reality is intrinsically a shared experience.
Yeah,
And
so the thinking is in that shared experience. So the thinking is, yeah, how we might explore beyond the borders of the shared thought construct, and how is it imprisoning us? We all know, oh yeah, it's shit, or in this way or that way. So we're just going to chat about that shared construct that we all understand. Yeah, we all have been raised in. Yeah, it's part of how what they tell you in school. Yeah, sort of. Is it flat? Is it global warming? Is it this or that? And within the constraints of that, we just play ping pong.
Have you been here in the Flat Earth server before, Qui-Gon Jinn?
Yes.
And what are your thoughts about the globe?
Hey, my own reasons. I would more inclined to be flat. Mhm.
You're more inclined toward flat? Yeah. What makes you more inclined that way?
What makes me more inclined to, aside of the feeling, which
What?
the feeling, what the difference in feeling? What feeling would give me this? What feeling would give me that? Aside of that, the reasons would be. I'm not going to bring this here. I'm not going to. I would make my own checks and I would see how it is. Yeah, I would check with the map. Yeah, all those flight paths and this and that I would consider to be arguments, but a little bit weaker. And in my own way, I've been done with that thing the last time in 3 minutes. So it seems to be more like flat. Yeah.
The map and the flight paths? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the flight paths were fine. The only problem with the flight paths would be then when I checked, it seemed like some of those flight paths didn't exist or something, and there might be a problem with Google, or just one just wants to be sure. So some of the flight paths looked like it wouldn't exist or something. So I was like, okay, fine. But I still would be inclined towards the flat. Yeah. And I also kind of know, but I'm not going to bring this here because it's all kind of stupid. I don't trust anything or pretty much anyone at this point. It's all kind of fucked up. So, yeah.
How about the long distance observations? Have you seen those?
Oh, not sure.
Because if you could do one of those yourself, then you wouldn't have to trust
Yeah, if I
anyone
could do it
else.
myself, exactly. If I could do it myself, right? I didn't buy the Nikon camera, the P900. I didn't buy it. I might.
Yeah, you
as
don't
well.
have to. You don't have to. I don't think you have to buy that to
Well-
do a long distance observation.
No, not for the long distance observation, just for the stars, right? The stars are the stars the way they say it, or are the stars something else, right? So I didn't buy the Nikon. I was planning to. I didn't. I didn't have the money. And
Yeah, well, that makes up your mind then. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the,
but,
the Nikon's
yeah.
not a good camera for star viewing.
yeah, of course. Well, it has to have that objective, yeah? The special add-on for the camera, the P900. As far as I understood it, it gives you at least enough zoom to observe the stars. That's what I understood, right?
The small sensor in the Nikon camera makes it useless for star viewing.
Okay. Yeah. Anything that would be in that price range, because it's not something that's going to make you money, and costs quite a lot, right? If you want to get to that zoom. So far as I understand, anything that would be in some decent price range would cost like an arm. Yeah, so
Yeah, you're better off just buying a low-cost telescope, something in
you say
like
so.
$150, $200 range, and then just getting a little holder for a smartphone camera. That would be far superior than the Nikon.
All right, that's a good tip. Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, it gets you to the point where you don't trust anything, so it gets quite difficult to even freaking talk, right? But what can you do, huh?
Yeah, are you anywhere near a large body of water that you could make an observation without a camera?
Hey, it's not about the body of water. It's not about those rays of sunlight. It's not about this. I would say I understand this. You're talking to a builder. Yeah, I'm in a construction for years already. It's like 15 years already. So I understand how the sun rays go. I understand what is level. I understand all of these things. I wouldn't have anything to calculate this thing in that way. I did get to it in my own way. I do not share it because I do not trust anything or anybody. Yeah, it gets difficult to talk even. It's stupid. Yeah, you guys in America, I don't know you. Yeah. Or
Oh,
somewhere.
yeah. Well, I guess, yeah. If it was stupid
Yeah,
to talk at all, then yeah, none of us should be here. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, the way
no. I'm just addressing the stupidity of the whole thing. Yeah, like okay, yeah. We me and the second person meet. We talk. We're going to do something about it. I mean, you guys in America. I mean, the amount of checks, right? The background checks on anybody I would like to do, it's like out of the table. Yeah, it's a joke. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
how
well,
can you trust this,
I don't know what to
that
tell
person, this
you.
person? How can you trust this or that? No, you can't. Yeah, that's the end of it. Yeah, you can't. It's like so. It's not defeatism. It's just me raising my little hand. Hey, how about this? It doesn't get answered, does it? Yeah, yeah. So I'm just saying this. Yeah, a little bit drunk also. Yeah,
Okay, I got it.
yeah,
Full disclosure.
yeah.
Yeah, it's only 1:30 p.m. here. Yeah, so I mean what I'm
Different time
hearing you
zone.
saying, I'm in the United States of America. What I hear you say is that you just it makes sense to you that it's flat, building, you understand what level is, it's the practical. We always use the earth practically as flat. Yeah,
No,
I think
I
that's good.
used I used
At least
I
that's
used
how I was interpreting you.
I used of course I used my own method. Yeah, what I figured out, it was way easier than all those ones. Yeah, I understand the buoyancy. Yeah, so it's not gravity. It's density. Yeah, that's great. I can see that. I could see that. Yeah, all of those. Then I go one day. I go think about it, check, and I say, "Oh, it's way easier." Yeah, you just check this, and yeah, and that's it. But I don't say it. Why should I? Once I see how easy would it be to check the layers of fucking propaganda, then I'm like, "Yeah, man, this is a joke. It is a joke. It's a fucking joke." Yeah, like I say, I would be more inclined to flat, but it's a fucking joke. Yeah, to be honest. Really honest. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you don't have to, go around talking to everyone about it, but sometimes it is good to
Just
have.
explaining myself. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to have other people to talk to, even if they're people
Oh, it's
here
great.
on
Yeah, it's great.
Discord.
Other people. Where are the other people? Yeah, where are the other people? Somewhere in America. Yeah. So that's great. That's just that just means that if I want to meet the other people, I might as well just disassemble all the infrastructure I made on my own for the place where I live currently, and just go for the wild hunt again. Yeah, just to meet the second person, just to for something. Yeah, just just to meet them in America for what?
Man, you're trying to do too much. It's not that deep, man. You don't need to go personally meet them. Why? I think you need to do all that.
Why not? I mean, did they lie to you?
No, I'm
It's
asking. Why are you
they
relying on
lie
other
to you?
people?
Oh, because I do believe in 10 other things. that I would prove in the same way. Like you guys go on this hunt. Oh, it's flat. There's 10,000 other things going on. So, I mean, since somebody lies to you since you've been a kid, right? That's a problem. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. Yeah, you didn't get the right information. So what is the other? Yeah, so there's another fucking 10,000 things. Great. Yeah, let's solve it and let's live accordingly. Yeah, that's the thing, right? With the person that understands that it's not brainwashed. Great. Yeah, just this practical, you know. Understand the reality, live accordingly. Yeah.
So you don't have any duty to, like, some people don't realize. You realize that not everybody is as capable as you are, right? And they need a little help.
That's another thing. Yeah, that's crazy, right? There's a whole. Yeah, I'm missing the words. I'm sorry. There's a whole, not establishment, but yeah, sort of, kind of a lot of logistics. Logistics, not escapable. Exactly as you said. Yeah, a lot of logistics involved in such a thing.
Well, what we do is try to teach people how to figure it out themselves.
Yeah, in
A lot of
1,000 years.
people- well, no, it's simple. It's a simple thing to do. It's not complicated. You said you do it. You said you did it and figured it out yourself. Right?
Yeah.
Not everybody's as capable as you, and they need guidance on how to figure it out themselves because they've been taught not to think in the government school system. Right?
Newsflash: they don't talk to me. Yeah, they don't talk the same language as me. The same language meaning if they don't wish, I'm not going to meet them.
I don't know. You sound awfully pessimistic.
Yeah. After experience, after experience, after another one. Yeah. So.
Well, I'm not pessimistic about it. I'm actually optimistic about it.
Yeah,
so there's a guy, Dr. Shiva. He's doing a science summit. He's MIT. He's got 3 degrees. He ran for president of the United States. So he's doing a summit for to come up with some experiment to figure out whether the Earth is flat or globe. So.
Okay. Hey, to be honest,
maybe give me your secret method.
There's no fucking secret method. How stupid it is. How easy it was. How I figured this one out. No, easy, stupid, banal. It's just as easy as it gets. If somebody.
Why don't you tell everybody your secret? Because you're not telling us. That's what makes it a secret, right?
Yeah. That's what makes it a secret. The secret ingredient of the chef. So stupid. Usually it is the chef fucking just spits in the soup as a secret ingredient.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. That's actually what I think. I think you're full of shit. I think you've never done anything.
And maybe you just want to.
I'm calling you out, bro. You're full of shit. You've never done anything.
So I'll just shut up, right? And just listen to you guys because that's why I came.
No, you don't even have to.
I'm not going to say shit.
Go out the door.
Why should I? I was happy to come here, right?
Yeah,
you guys asked me.
You're not constructive. You're not constructive.
What am I?
You're counterproductive.
Yeah, or 10,000 other reasons. Hey, sometimes I even say stuff like this, like that. The people on Discord just find the reason. Huh? I told you where my stance is, and I told you
your stance is I have a secret method that's so easy a freaking caveman can do it, but I'm not telling everybody.
Yeah, and not to sound smart.
Shit.
Yeah,
No, you never
Okay.
done anything. Okay, what exactly did you test?
Yeah,
You don't even have to
it's
tell
not
me what
enough.
you did. Just tell me what you tested for. What property, right? A
It's not even
distinguishing
fucking
property.
testing. It's not even testing. It's so stupid. Yeah, but
Yeah,
yeah,
your troll
it'd be
mask is
good.
falling off, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
yeah, it is.
Hey,
It's completely gone.
Sorry, I couldn't put up with that anymore.
Yeah, so is somebody that we know participating in this this Dr. Shiva thing?
With
Is that what's
we don't have to sign NDAs to figure out their method of measuring the Earth to be a globe. Yeah, the Dr. Shiva thing. Another globe-tard that thinks he's gonna do it. It's crazy, dude. But I'll give him credit. Quigley's trying. Hopefully this isn't Antarctica. I got it. I'll figure it out. We'll go to Antarctica. You think that's
It
what Shiva
sounds
will
like
come up with?
he's. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, Dr. Shiva. I like him. I mean, but I think like this topic clouds people's judgment, and they go into cognitus, and they just I don't know, they just go crazy. I think it clouds people's judgment.
From the screenshots which Yoda posted in the chat box, Shiva sounded like siding with the globe.
Oh yeah, I see that. I went back and looked at it. Yeah, what Yoda posted because I didn't see the response, his comment specifically before. But yeah, he's saying Dr. Shiva is saying Science Summit to resolve Earth's geometry. 5 engineers confirmed for round Earth. 5 plus flat earthers invited, only 2 confirmed. Rest are hiding, who profit from keeping this question unresolved, disgraceful. Oh my gosh, Yoder, I didn't realize that's what you were saying. Because then Yoder says, expand your net, 24/7 Flat Earth will give you 5 flat earthers today. This is my second invitation to you to check out 24/7 Flat Earth. We are the largest community on Discord with over 30,000 members, live streamed for 10 years, 24/7. Yeah, because it just makes him sound like that he's the one hiding if he's ignoring your comment there.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's pretty
Exactly.
bad. Yeah.
5 engineers that never engineered anything to do with the Earth. I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm a civil engineer. I'm a laboratory engineer. Like it's going to be a bunch of professions that have never done anything, and they're going to talk in the same abstract ideas. And I'm going to say, "Hey, what's your evidence?" And they're going to go, "Hold on, let me Google it."
Are they stationary engineers?
I hate that when they say, let me Google it. Oh, God.
And after they Google it, they become an instant expert.
Yep, instant expert. Just add Google.
Are these engineers? Are these 5 engineers like Professor Dave, who is not a professor?
Did you guys know that 2000? I found this out yesterday. 2001: A Space Odyssey was filmed at a studio in the Vatican.
Fuck off.
No way.
What,
No
really?
way.
I saw
I
it
didn't know
yesterday. I
that.
haven't confirmed it yet, but it was like an X channel that does like that's what they do. They feature like movies, like facts about movies. So like they said, filmed at the Vatican. I gotta double check that shit.
The Vatican have been pushing this alien agenda for years. Don't remember if anybody remembers the last Pope. But when questioned about extraterrestrial visitors, he said he would welcome them with open arms and blah, blah, blah. Is part of that what the Vatican have been speaking about over the last 10, 15, maybe even 20 years or so? When questions about other life and stuff, they're welcoming it. Also, they're, outstretched arms to things like Islam and other religions around the world because, whatever reason that is. But they've always been talking about aliens. I want to be surprised, and I was initially when Indio said that. Look, there's a film studio at the Vatican City, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they had some finger in all of this. They have everywhere else.
Apparently, that's disinfo. It wasn't filmed at the Vatican. It was filmed in Scotland and England. But I found out why. Because there's a Vatican list of films, approved films from Pope John Paul II that you're allowed to watch. And 2001: A Space Odyssey is one of them.
I mean, thanks for clearing that up, dude, but that doesn't make it any better.
Yeah. You sure? Come on. Just because they didn't film it there, though, so.
It's fine. They just said it's okay. Maybe they even helped with some money. Hey, look, I'm not blaming religions for looking up at the sky and stuff. There are lots of telescopes that are owned by the Catholic Church, right, that look up at the sky. I'm not blaming them for looking at that. It's just what they fucking say that's really going to, piss me off. They've been talking about aliens for ages, this religion that gave us the heliocentric model.
Maybe, when the Catholic Church starts pimping aliens, you know what I think? I think they're like trying to get off the hook. They're like, oh, we're caught. Okay, it's all over. Closing up shop. Aliens. There's no Jesus. Goodbye. Have a nice day. Like they're just like done. They're like they don't want to do it anymore. They're trying to pass off aliens as Jesus. Oh, believe in the aliens now. Like we're good. Think they take over that too?
Sorry, what was the question?
Think they take over that too? They would just like, oh shit, Jesus was an alien. The aliens told me. Now the Pope talks to aliens. You got a direct line. They communicate with you through my fish hat.
I think there's enough blurring of the lines recently by what the Pope or last Pope or even the Pope before has said. So, yeah, they've blurred the lines, dude.
I want to meet Space Jesus. If there's aliens, they have like their version of Jesus. Is there like an alien, like some fish freaking aliens? There's like some fish Jesus.
It's just going to be the melding of ancient aliens, dude. That's all it is. Ancient aliens did it, but they were the gods that came first. We just didn't understand them properly because they were so advanced. But those are the gods that the Bible and stuff are talking about. It was all aliens, guys. Here they come. Which apparently they are, according to NASA.
It wasn't manna from heaven. It was food from space. They were shooting a bunch of freeze-dried tang at the fucking Hebrews.
Yeah, the Star of Bethlehem wasn't a star. It was a UFO.
Yep, it was guiding it. It was like, hurry up, keep up with them freaking camels. How do you humans travel on shit so slow?
Yeah. I just found it amazing when you told us what you told us earlier about the executive order with regards to Trump and NASA and NOAA and all of that stuff, dude. especially with what NASA have been telling everybody recently. It's just weird.
Yeah, and they can do. Oh, I didn't tell you. Maybe that was in the other channel. When the United States government, when it comes to national security, can do anything. Anything. Lie, make up stories, whatever they want. They can just do whatever.
Isn't that the same
It's
with...
open season, dude. It's literally open season.
It's the same with MSN, isn't it? Like all the mainstream media and stuff, they can lie to you. It's fine.
Yeah, in the United States, they have a constitutional right to lie.
Yeah, that's what I'm speaking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So because some reporters did a thing on Monsanto, and they did the story, got fired, then sued saying that firing was unjust because they had to lie in order to justify firing them, and the court held that it's okay for them to lie. They have a constitutional right to lie. But as far as the national security thing goes, I forgot to. One of the agencies that I didn't list is the United States Patent Office.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the United States Patent Office now has a primary function of intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security matters.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty scary shit, man.
Yeah. Did you hear about the strengthening of security, AI security ties with the United Kingdom from America? You're going to be supplying us with all of our AI and security needs. Thanks.
Yeah, and you're probably going to supply us with ours, right? Because that's how like Five Eyes works, right?
Yeah.
Your government spies on our government because our government can't spy on our people, and your government can't spy on your people, so we spy on your people, and then we just give the information to the government, because they're not doing the spying. How do we put up with this? How do we put up with, yes, the government can't spy on its own people, so we'll just outsource it to somebody else. And then we can say, well, we didn't spy. It was the other guy.
Wait a minute. Is that all that about the 4 eyes of Five Eyes? I spy.
Yes. Five Eyes is
I spy on you people because you cannot spy on your people, and you spy on my people. Really?
Yes, that's how it works.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
So what they do is they all spy on each other, right? So the United States spies on the other 4. And then they have a big data center somewhere where all the information goes, but they all can access the information. You understand? So if New Zealand, they can't spy on their people, and they're like, shit, man, we'll just go to the data center. We know the United States scraped that shit up, or the UK did, or the Canada did, or Australia did. We know it's in there somewhere. But they can also specifically task. In the United States, you're considered they can't spy on you. The CIA can't spy on you unless they can connect it to a foreign person, a non-U.S. person. Now, anytime you use the internet and that line goes overseas and leaves the United States, whatever way it's routed, or some third person phone call or anything. Even if the other person on the other end is a U.S. person, they're considered a non-U.S. person. Yeah, it's these laws are just made to be, they're for us and not for them.
Yep. Rules for thee, not for me.
You all heard that the UK's online security laws changed recently, right? Where using the internet is no longer private; you need permission to do so. When I was with
UK?
Yeah. So when I was with Alpha the other day doing this show, I sent him a load of YouTube links from the UK, which I've done, thousands of times before. But specifically this time, which is the first time that I'd actually sent them over and he was speaking about them, like since the new laws had come in, he started getting messages from Google and emails and stuff asking about where they'd come from and this, that, and the other. You'd have to ask him about it, but yeah, he started getting emails from Google. Me being in the UK and sending across the internet information from the UK media to the USA, to Alpha. All of a sudden, the government was sending warnings. Brilliant.
Yeah, I was there. I heard it. Yeah, they asked him something about confirming with European laws or something like that. Yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
They asked him directly.
Yeah. So, forgetting all other interactions I've had with anybody on the internet, that one most definitely means that I'm on a watch list, and so's Alpha. You all probably are. We all are, right? Let's just be very clear. We're all on some kind of watch list.
Yeah. You remember that, Jedi? I told AV this is their way of telling him we saw that you streamed or showed the clip video from the woman from the parliament. You remember that?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, because they will give lip service to the idea of more unity in the world, or that, supposedly, that they're moving toward a one world government, or already are there, and everything's just an illusion. But yeah, that's just for them. Like for us, it's like these boundaries get enforced more and more all the time. I mean, and younger people probably don't even realize it. Like when I was young, really all the way up until after 9/11, 2001, like going to Canada was very casual, like very easy to do. It was just kind of especially here in Michigan, where we're a border state, it was just kind of a extension of, our state. Like lots of people lived in Detroit, took the Windsor Bridge over to Canada, worked over there, or vice versa. You could just, drive your boat to Canada and nobody cared or even paid any attention. It's just very casual. Yeah, now it's just so locked down. It's just sad. There's no good reason for it.
Yeah, I stopped going over the States when the U.S. Border Patrol used to put their hands on their guns and ask me to open my trunk.
That's bad. I actually haven't been. When was the last time I went? I think it was before they started asking for the passport, because you didn't used to have need a passport. You just drive over, and then I think they would say they would stop like every, they'd say that we're stopping people randomly. Back in those days, I don't remember like if we ever got stopped. Occasionally, I feel like
I never got stopped.
Yeah, because everybody was just doing their business. Like, I just remember driving over there. Yeah, and now, it's a big deal. I don't think I've gone over since it's been a big deal. I think the last time I went over there was like 2009, 2008, sometime in there. That's right before they did the passport thing. We said, oh, we're going to go over one more time. We went to the air. There's a really good air museum in Sault Ste. Marie, Canada. So we were in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. We went over there to show the children, because we didn't know if we are going to be able to bring them over there after that. I guess you can, but it's hard. Is it even worth the hassle? In most cases, no. Yeah, there's a library. Did you hear about that, Rayleigh, that's on the border of Canada and U.S., and one door, I got to find it for you. One door, the front door's in the U.S. and the back door's in Canada, something like that.
Yeah, that's a city in Vermont or something where the library is half in the United States, half in Canada.
Yeah, now that used to be not a problem, and now I got to look it up because I don't know what the current status is, but they were like having major problems Yeah, U.S. blocks Canadian access to cross-border library, sparking outcry.
Yeah, there's also a guy who had a business that was half right on the border, so he could pick up packages from the U.S. side, and then the Canadians would come to the Canadian side, and he would hand them off to them. He had a great business plan there.
Yeah, feds curb Canadian access to library on the border. Yeah, we used to have a lot of, it was very common to have Canadian, the coins in particular, because we just exchanged the coins equally in Michigan, even though they wouldn't work in the vending machines. But you used to see them all the time. Yeah, now I hardly ever see them.
No, you don't want our broke money.
Well, you'd be surprised, but the American dollar coin is pretty much the exact same size as the Canadian dollar coin.
Which dollar coin, like the Sacagawea one or the president's ones, or
Yeah, that's the Jacagawea.
Because they also made a bunch of dollar coins with different ones of the first presidents. Those were out for a while.
Yeah, the bronze looking one that pretty much is just a copy of the loonie.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to go over there though, because my son has a Lighthouse of Lake Superior's poster. I actually didn't realize he was crossing them off when we went to them, because we've gone to a bunch of them on the Michigan side, but a bunch of them are on the Canadian side. So I should take him up there someday so he can cross out his lighthouses. I don't know what they have to have if you're a child. Do you have to have a passport to go to Canada? I'm not sure. Or just, it used to be just a birth certificate, but they might have changed that too. I'll look it up. Oh, it kind of sounds like they need a passport now.
Yeah, if you're 14 or under, you need your ID, but I haven't been to the States since I was 14. I gotta get my passport still.
Are you going to get one, Neil?
That's my plan. And that's been
Okay.
my plan for the last 4 or 5 years, but I'm just procrastinator right here. So
Oh, just do it.
I don't know. I'm turning 30 next year, and I want to go and travel because I've never been to hot climate places. So I want to see nice beaches and
Oh, yeah.
Awesome,
beaches.
man. Do it.
For sure.
Southeast
agree.
Asia is freaking amazing. You fall in love with the place. Well, we're moving there in like 3 months, 4 months. So awesome it is there.
Yeah, just don't make sure it's not Vietnam.
Let me know how the drinking water is.
It's good.
I hope so. That's my only worry about, like, you travel places and you're like, oh, they're like, oh, don't drink the water, you'll get sick. I'm like, oh, what do you mean?
I like a bottled water in Southeast Asia.
Just don't drink the tap water. But you shouldn't drink any tap water anyway.
You've ingested every illicit chemical on the street known to man, but you're worried about the drinking water. Come on.
Yeah, in other countries, bro, that shit get you fucked. Like, I drink tap water here in Canada because I live on the West Coast and we have the cleanest tap water in the world. But
yeah, some countries have better tap water.
Got the top quality pipe cleaner in it.
Have you seen the pipes in the ground that have been there for 50 plus years? They're all
I know they're all rusted, but I mean the water is good, so that's all that counts.
I've got a particulate and carbon filter on my city water line. Just takes about 3 months or so for the particulate filter to turn brown.
I mean, I did stop drinking tap water.
Well, if I put it through a filter, it's fine.
It changed my healthiness. Yeah, anywhere with good drinking water, I'm down to go.
But I've been to the States and I didn't drink their tap water because I don't know what they put in it. Been to Florida several times, California once. My hotel in Florida in Orlando was 1 minute drive from the 24-hour Walmart.
Well, the West Coast is safe. I don't know. The East Coast is like, I don't know. It's really old. The East Coast is like broke.
One thing I learned about California is that if your hotel isn't anywhere near a convenience store, buy the bottled water at the airport. It's cheaper than the hotels. Hotels wanted like $7 a bottle for bottled water. The airport only wanted $4.
Damn, just a tourist trap.
And the one thing I hated about the Miami hotel I stayed in, their safes were too shallow to put my camera in it. I think they're only like maybe 2.5 inches or something deep, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, they should give you a bigger one.
Well, they built them into one of the shelves for in the furniture there, and that was the problem.
Well, half the time the maids don't even come and clean anyway, so just put a do not disturb on there. If you're staying more than one day, they're trying to save the environment, right?
Yeah, I
Just like
was there for like 3 days, but I only needed basically all I needed was fresh towels, nothing else.
Yeah, you can just go out there, find one of them, and say, "Can I have some towels?" They're protecting the environment just like the Antarctic Treaty, right? Not trying to get out of work or save money on
Well,
hiring
thankfully they have
maids.
those
Make
little.
sure. Well, hold on, dude. Make sure when you go out in the towel to ask for a towel that you're not wearing a towel.
I don't know. Yeah, it depends on what his intentions are. I don't know. Maybe he's found a maid
Depends on
he
the
likes.
hotel.
Maybe the maid's cute.
That's right. Yeah, but probably you should be dressed when you introduce yourself.
What's so fun in that?
We need to get some globe believers in here speculating about their globe. Where are they? Got to be some YouTube hecklers that could come in. We're in the home server. YouTube hecklers. Come tell us about your globe.
Yep. Tell us about your fantasies.
I particularly would like to find someone who thinks we're going to go to Mars and live there one day. I really want to talk to that person. If you're that person, please enter. I really want to hear more about it.
You want to hear space stories?
I just want to examine them. I want to know.
Can they use Discord in the Insect Asylum?
I don't know. That's why I want to check them out. See, I mean, I really want to know why people want to escape from the Earth. That's really what I want to know. Like, they want to escape to the moon, want to escape to Mars. I don't know. I guess maybe they changed it from escaping and making colonies on the moon to Mars just to make it like less attainable, so that they have more excuses why it's not happening, right? Because that's what. Like last night, I shared that article, Moon Colonies by 1978. I'll put it back up there. The 1969 newspaper, NASA sees colonies on Moon by 78. I mean,
Yep.
That's such an embarrassment to them.
Yeah, that's the weirdest part. They think they're going to colonize Mars. They couldn't even colonize the moon.
Well, I don't know. If you didn't like someone, be like, hey, I'm gonna send you to Mars, bitch. Toodaloo, motherfucker. Send you to Mars. See you in the moon.
Yeah, Yeah, like a prison colony. You're gonna buy them a one-way ticket to Mars.
Exactly what I was thinking. We need the Trump administration to send the Air Force, no, the Space Force, to the moon and to Mars to colonate the prison.
We can send the terrorists there. Call it Guantanamo Mars.
Dude, you took the words right out of my mouth. Trademark that.
Like I said, with all the technology we have these days, how come we don't have a 24-hour feed showing the Earth from Mars or from the moon?
Elon Musk is going to hear you and be like, "Oh my God, I can make a private prison on Mars and get the government to pay me gazillions amount of money."
Bro, you know my secret society Twitch is #1. They're always listening. You know, the one where they're looking right in your phone 24/7.
Yeah, that's why you should always ask the AIs. How come all our traders haven't been arrested yet?
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's very sad that people, I mean, I'm sure when this came out in 1969, yeah, people were all about it, right? They just done the thing. It was going to be so great. Imagine yourself in the Galaxy Lounge of the Lunar Hilton, the first hotel on the moon. In place of a ceiling, a transparent dome allows you to view the heavens as you never could see them from beneath the thick atmosphere covering Earth. Mars looks bigger and redder. The stars do not twinkle, and you are just in time to watch an Earth set. It's just insane. Yeah.
Yeah, how come they haven't put a telescope on the lunar surface?
I guarantee if I asked, how does day and night work on Mars? Some stupid glober would have an answer.
Why would Mars look bigger from the moon? It's barely closer. Are they saying the atmosphere makes things look smaller? Is that what they're saying?
I guess, yeah. I don't know.
It's when you look at a picture of the Earth from space. Why is the ocean blue? Because it's reflecting off the sky, but you can't see the sky. It doesn't make sense. It would just be blue, I'd imagine. If you, I don't know.
That's a good freaking question, man. Why would it be blue?
Yeah, what's it reflecting off if you can't see what it's reflecting off? It should be black if you're looking at it like, yeah.
Is it only reflecting blue light and all the other wavelengths are getting absorbed? That wouldn't make any sense. Because the ocean's pretty deep, man.
Well, they said
Right.
red light can only penetrate about 10 meters into the ocean.
Okay, so that's fully absorbed. Well, I mean, obviously, if it gets black at 400 meters, then at 400 meters, all the light's got to be absorbed. So, yeah, you're seeing reflected light. What's being reflected again? If everything is being absorbed?
Huh. That's a good one.
It has to be like G-Dub said, it has to be a reflection of the sky.
That was Daz.
Or Daz, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's another magic. We're in space. Water blue. Like, what? We're in space. Earth's a ball. Gotta love it.
Neil, do people that you know your age, do they have an interest in the flat earth, to talk about the flat earth, or is it just not talked about?
It's however far the mainstream wants to talk about. So it's getting better, but it's like still at a base level of, you know, I had a friend who sailed around the globe, or, you know, stupid things, just like, you know, stupid sayings, right? Not even thinking. So, when I was working, this is when I was 25 in the warehouse, I told everyone I was flat earther. There's like 300 people, and out of those 300 people, only 3 people like mildly agreed with me, and the rest just thought I was crazy. So, yeah, there was that. And then a bunch of them made fun of me. Oh, I'm the crazy flat earther, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, it was funny to see the switch.
Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed that you told them all and put up with that. I mean, you shouldn't have to put up with that. It's sad when that's people's reaction.
I was just interested, right? But like, apparently, like, you know, I didn't know at the time that being a flat earther is the same as being like, you know, a murderer, apparently. So,
oh my gosh. That's interesting. Yeah, that people cared that much to have such a strong opinion. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like all like, you know, 9/11. You know, you can be like not believing in the government, blah blah, and it's like okay, whatever. But then as soon as you mention flat Earth, it's just like trumps every single other like thing out there, and it's just like it's so interesting. That's why I'm like quite interested in the topic, just to see how people like spiral so quickly, right? But yeah, like your original question, it depends how mainstream it gets, because you know it's the whole mainstream narrative, you know, hive collective thinking, you know, oh, football's on, football season, oh, news, we talk news, right? Like it's just all the same gander for those type of people.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because that did you see that recent troll video where the girl came in to one of our channels, and she was talking to Indio, and I think Elijah was there, maybe other people. I didn't actually watch the entire thing, but do you know the one I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, I can post it. I don't know if I should post it. Should I post it and publicize her? Why not? Doesn't really matter. Indio actually made some good points in it, even though she thought she was making fun of us. But the comments in there, I'm trying to find it in my history. The comments in there is what made me wonder, because one of them in particular, because Indio was talking about the laser tests, and then one of the comments was, "Those laser tests have been debunked." You could tell it was just some random teenage troll that had no idea what they were talking about. So then it just surprised me that, that means they've heard about laser tests, or they have the impression that they've been debunked. But we know from talking to people in here that they have no idea how, we know they haven't been debunked, but they don't even know how they've been claimed to be debunked. They just heard somewhere that they were, right? And that just comforts them in their desire to keep making fun of it like it's a ridiculous idea. Because I'll just open it again so I can see these comments I'm talking about. Because the information that is put out in here, it's actually really high quality information. Like, he was able to say way more to this troll girl than he was to Clown Show Blitz, for example. I didn't watch it at first because of the ridiculous, thumbnail there. I didn't really know what it was, but then I saw people kept posting it, so I decided to see what it was. I mean, it really is just our people doing exposition on flat Earth. I mean, I think it's actually pretty good content, to tell you the truth. If you made me listen to this over or some of the other garbage that's been on recently, I definitely listen to this. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, Gaming Night Error. Funny part is that flat earthers did laser tests hundreds of times, and every single time they did prove themselves wrong, and all they said, "Oog, something must be wrong." Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I want to know, is where we know they're totally wrong. Like, the only thing they could maybe be referring to is Jaren, which wasn't a laser test, the Netflix thing, which was apparently made into a TikTok thing. But even that was like one thing, right? And this person's claiming hundreds of times, every single time wrong. So, I mean, my impression recently has been...
India was in this one? Oh, no way.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, you gotta watch it sometime. It is quite funny, actually. Yeah, it is. Wait,
it's so cringe. Like,
it is cringe too.
She's just asking questions in a stupid, sarcastic tone and considers that trolling. Doesn't have any arguments or anything like that. And then Indio just lays it all out, like, answers every question eloquently. And she has nothing to say in rebuttal. And then the comment sections is like, everyone's as retarded as her.
Bro. If the Earth
it's so brain rot,
that would push everything over the edge by now. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the number one comment. And so, yeah. So that's our youth. Apparently, that's unfortunate. Just a bunch of
we're doomed. Well, they're doomed.
But those are like the brainless ones who just mindlessly parrot. Like,
it's also members only commenting, so I'll take that into consideration. Yeah,
that makes much more sense. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm reading all that. Yeah, since it's Speculation Sunday, I got a couple theories. I got one. Either the government is in on it, so they're like, all right, we're just going to leave these flat earthers alone. Number two, the government is in on it, as, with the warnings and all the flat earth YouTube videos, and they have a bunch of bot AI accounts just like ramping up the likes of these brain rot comments to make it look like, it's more than it is, which is my main suspicion. Or 3, people are just retarded.
Or it could be a combo, right? Can't it be a combo? Do you have all of the above?
I think, yeah. Mostly just 3, I think.
Yeah, 3 with a little bit of 2 sprinkled in. That's what I'm thinking, but yeah, it sucks.
Well, yeah, obviously, things are being pushed in a direction, and propaganda exists, and but then once, the train gets going, it kind of has a momentum that it keeps going. The train of like making something an unpopular idea, or making something be ridiculed by allowing the most of the information that gets out there to be misinformation and to be straw man arguments and so on. Like, for example, just like Professor Dave, I'm sure there could be some kind of promotion, either secretly or blatantly, of Professor Dave, because if you have to, you just get people thinking that he knows what he's talking about, and then you have all these children parroting that kind of nonsense. I mean, that's not that they're all getting it from him, but that it's a lot of them are. I mean, a lot of them have heard of him. He's all over the Nearpod platform that's widely used in American public schools. He's put out there, like the new Bill Nye, like we all dislike Bill Nye, but he's like, Professor Dave is way worse, in my opinion, like in terms of ratio of decent information and just
tell them what that is. I don't think these guys know what that is.
The Nearpod. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'll see if I can find my screenshots of Nearpod, because it's becoming extremely popular in schools. It's basically a curriculum provider, but it's like they have like ready-made presentations that are like fancier than a PowerPoint presentation, because they have a lot of interactive elements like polls, quiz games, and so on. And so a lot of the schools, if any of you have young children, you probably know that they're getting rid of the textbooks and doing everything on the Chromebook. So this was written in 1921, 2021 article. It's probably even more now, that says how popular Nearpod is. I'm finding it for you, because then I'm going to get into the Professor Dave of it all after I show you this. I think it said 75 million. Yeah, 75%. I'm sorry. Nearpod, which is now used by teachers in 75% of K through 12 public schools in the U.S., experienced rapid widespread growth after the last year. That was 2021. And in 2020, students interacted with our platform 1.5 billion times across 19.5 million lessons taught. So then the next thing I'm going to show you is if you search Professor Dave in Nearpod, because then what the teachers do is, because they're not given books and they're expected to, basically just, sometimes they're given some kind of online curriculum, but a lot of times that means they just have to be creating their own curriculum and lessons, because even if they're given books, they're usually just given a classroom set, not given enough books to for everyone to have their own book. So you can no longer just like open up the book and, find your information in there. So they're using this Nearpod thing. Plus it's like the kids like it because it's interactive and, there's competitive stuff in it and all that. It's like gamifying, really. education. So anyway, so then you search the next screenshot I got there. You search Professor Dave in Nearpod, and so all Nearpod, he's got 126 videos and lessons. The first three you can see there: the skeletal system, understanding exponents and their operations, evaluating logs and graphing logarithmic functions. I'd have to look again and see what else he's got in there, but yeah. So now all of a sudden, yeah, Professor Dave is, an expert in American public schools on like all these different topics, widely varying. He's even got some on history in there. Like all of a sudden he's like the expert on everything. And any average school teacher who's going into this thing, because the schools had to pay for a license, and then you're getting your information in here, like they're just searching up whatever the topic is, the skeletal system, and then they're like, oh, Professor Dave explains. And then this is being reinforced, throughout the public school system. So when you see kids come in here quoting Professor Dave, they're not just randomly finding him at the internet. Their teacher at school is presenting him as an authority and a source of information. That's how bad it is.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's just reading scripts.
Yeah.
He
Well,
said
and
himself.
meanwhile, they go on the internet, type in flat Earth, and they get that goofball space.
Yep. It's deep. Wow, it's deep. I can't believe that they're actually promoting this guy as well, as in a useful tool to explain the syllabus. Right? Hey, everybody, I know you're already on YouTube, and this guy is on YouTube, and I can get through to the kids by using YouTube. This guy. And the teacher probably hasn't even verified anything that he's actually said. Really, it just follows the syllabus that the teacher's got to follow. Interesting.
Yeah, that's the thing is the average teacher, probably doesn't even have time to verify, the stuff. Hopefully they would at least like preview it before they show it. But yeah, they're not sitting there, like verifying.
I just want to know what kind of royalty he's getting. That's what I want to know. I want to know how much he's getting paid. That's my question.
Yeah, I'd like to
Or how
know.
much did he pay to get on there? Because he could pay to get on there, and then that pushes people onto YouTube, right? Where he'll make money from.
Yeah.
It's considered like advertisement, basically.
Yeah. Classroom after classroom after classroom. It's a lot of subscribers.
Yeah, I'm trying to log into my thing so I can see what all the topics were, because I can't really remember all the things that he has on there. But
I just don't know how such a fucking zero talent nobody. I mean, that says a lot about the American capitalist system when a zero talent, meritless nobody can become a multimillionaire by reading a teleprompter. It's fucking crazy, dude. I know the people like in the news, like I know they just sit there and read teleprompters and they're millionaires, right? But they have more talent than this guy. Okay, my local TV newscaster has way more talent than this person, and typically they're good looking, male or female. I guess Dave just did a stream with Jaren, where they took the piss out of flat Earth.
Oh,
together.
I saw a thumbnail of that, but I didn't watch it. Did anyone endure the pain and watch it?
No.
That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy.
I didn't watch Jaren when he was a flat earther. Why would I watch him when he's not? I mean, if he ever was, or if he isn't just chasing whichever the way the wind is blowing.
Yeah, I think it is unfortunate that yeah, this type of individual, like now the Professor Dave, can rise to prominence. And I guess, yeah, I did long ago, I guess when I was younger.
Look, you know goddamn well you could sit him down at an AP physics test and he's gonna bomb it. Bomb it, dude. Not do bad, bomb it. AP English, AP, that's just high school, advanced high school level. Go college level. He is gonna bomb it. This dude is a dunce. I don't know how he has any freaking merit teaching anybody anything. I wonder if he gets questions in the street, like just walking along or through the airport. Some kid comes up and says, "Professor Dave, what's the foremost reaction? Like, what's that? You know what I mean? Look, I was watching a video on it.
Yeah, it's probably got to
Don't
hide.
you know about it? Don't you know about it? You did a whole video on it. Oh, I don't remember, kid. Here's an autograph. Bye.
Did he charge the kid for the autograph?
Probably. Professor Dave is also a flaming liberal. So,
There you go.
I mean, the worst kind, a woke flaming individual, not just like a progressive or whatever they call themselves these days.
Okay, but it's just another liberal having access to a classroom. This one's like pretending to be a professor. Other ones are wearing makeup, pretending to be fucking women.
Yeah, exactly. So he had his debate with Witsit on a channel called The Quartering. He didn't know that The Quartering was a conservative YouTube channel. So after the debate, he was like, "I'm refusing to put put up this video because I am not going to platform that YouTube channel." He ended up putting it up, but for the first 3 days, he didn't. He had no choice. He was losing money.
Okay.
But that's how much of a liberal he is. Like, I need to silence the other side. I can't. You know what I mean? That type of liberalism. That's crazy.
Everybody must be included, apart from people that disagree with me. People.
Now imagine Witsit, right? Witsit debate, instead of on that channel, they debated on like Destiny's channel, who's also a flaming liberal, and was like, "I'm not putting the video up because I don't want to platform Destiny's liberal ideas." Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was looking for Professor Dave debunk videos, I found one that was some kind of conservative, debunking him or going against him, about one of his liberal stances. I can't actually remember what it was right now, but I was impressed that other people besides flat earthers see through his fraud.
Yeah. Yeah, the back and forth with
James Tor.
Professor Robitaille as well. Sorry,
Robitaille. Robitaille destroyed. Fucking the Robitaille one is just like, it is such an utter destruction because he's literally quoting the textbooks and giving the page number citation of the textbooks. In one part, he just goes, because like Dave said, he's like, Professor Robitaille must have slept through astronomy class, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, okay, no, they refer to it in the textbook as the sun is a gaseous plasma. In this textbook, and this textbook. He's like, I don't know who slept through astronomy class, but it wasn't me. It's just so funny, dude. He freaking totally cooked them.
Yeah, that was a good one. I enjoyed that one.
Do you guys have that, or how could I find it?
I'll find it for you. Give me a moment. I'll get it.
Okay, thank you.
Robitaille has a hypothesis that the sun is metallic hydrogen, and it has a solid surface. Okay, and you can't say anything against the mainstream or Professor Dave His panties get in a bunch. You can't go anything against it. But he has a doctorate in chemistry and he's a medical doctor, and he goes through all the literature, and coming to this conclusion. Um, spectroscopy, the laws of thermodynamics, all this stuff, and David's he's just overmatched by someone like that, just completely overmatched, because he puts his academic knowledge into practice, like literal practice. He has the world record for the highest resolution MRI. He developed it. He developed the methodology, the technique, the hardware, all that shit. So he knows what he's doing when it comes to chemical reactions, image formation. Just he's very super knowledgeable in that field. I'd say. And then Dave comes along, who just reads scripts all day and then tries to, debunk him, and it's just like, you got no chance. He's read everything you've read, or your freaking handler, or your your interns have read, and they've given you notes on that. You're just gonna speed read, while taking a flight between, Los Angeles and San Francisco or something. And he's a pretender clown. That's the only way to put it. Pretender clown.
Yeah, for sure.
I posted the Professor Robitaille versus Professor Dave debunk in the chat. There was a previous one. I can find that one for you as well if you want to see what the Professor Dave said. If you want to laugh, but this is Professor Robitaille's reply. Like Injo says, just fucking destroys him.
Nice. Oh, I totally got to watch this. Yeah, because I would share this with those young people that come in here and think Professor Dave is a legitimate source.
Yeah, but listen, that's the thing, though, Dandelion, is that if they can't tell the difference, there's no way they're going to be able to parse through the information and figure out what the truth is. Because to any thinking person with any level of intellectuality, Professor Dave is obviously a fraud. It's obvious to anybody that has been through any level of academia that this dude is like a C- level fucking student looking over your shoulder, cheating on his test, right? It's obvious that this dude's a dunce. At least it is to me. I don't know about everybody else. It's pretty obvious to all the, James Torr and frickin' Robitaille, and he's tried to pick on some other academics, and that he's gone down in flames. He doesn't know what he's talking about at all. He thinks textbook says true, but he doesn't understand what the textbook says.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is pretty obvious, but yeah, children are getting further brainwashed
Just think
by
about
thinking he's an authority.
let's say you're in university, right? And you ran into Professor Dave in the cafeteria and started talking to him about one of these subjects. At no point in time would you go, "Man, this dude's smart. I'm going to try to get him to tutor me." Okay? There's no point would you ever say that to yourself.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Like, I got to hide my frickin' work, man. This dude's going to try and plagiarize me.
Yeah, I mean, he has no shame. That's how these kind of people get by, I guess.
Well, that's a requirement to be a woke liberal.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but now with this platform, yeah, that's in 70% of the public schools and reaching millions of students per day, his numbers are growing since my last screenshot. 141 now, and you can see Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, work in energy, converting fractions. So he's an expert not just on so-called science, or as we know, he's an expert on pseudoscience. He's also an expert on history and math. I mean, he's a true Renaissance man, our fake Prof. Dave. Oh, I see what you've got there, Jedi. The original one, Professor Dave explains. Pierre-Marie Robitaille is clueless. Sky Scholar debunked. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he has no shame. You wouldn't think he's it's like this little first grader, like throwing rocks at like the captain of the high school football team or something, Then he gets stomped on. I mean, you wouldn't think he'd be surprised. Like, does he actually think he's smart? I don't know. Maybe he does, Professor Dave. Maybe he does.
That's not Professor Dave, he's just a narcissist.
He's more of an actor playing his role, and now he's really feeling his part now, like it's really him.
That is good. That's a good way to put it, Travis. Yeah, I like that.
I think he said he hires experts, so-called experts, for pretty much as to come help write the scripts for each different show is what he does. It's none of his own research or anything, but he's got a very successful, probably multi-millionaire from all this crap that he's sharing.
It's like a Muppet, that likes to talk these things, and but he's how you say it? Puppet. The strings. He pays to those people to give him information, and then he just talks about it just like that. A puppet.
That sounds about right.
When he did that 10 challenges to flat earthers, it was just a way to get money, to get more viewers. It's a propaganda going on with this guy. And he did confess that he did read a script. Someone wrote his script to him.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dave made a pretty good video about that. I'm trying to find it now and link it.
I have this one. exposing him. This is the original link. Let's see. Oh, that's another one. Okay.
That's right. Mindshock made some just awesome ones about him.
Christian Bear, what's going on?
Are we live?
We are live. Alive. You know, in the ranking rules, Sheepdog wants to do a fight between flat earthers. So I think it's a Muay Thai, and you are kickboxing, or what? You're
Yeah, something like that.
okay.
Let me go read it. It's in ranked roles.
Yeah. I think he was talking in another way, but anyway, he wants to fight.
Oh, arena. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So I could do a little of Kenzie. It's a fight art, a new one. It's a mix of a lot of martial arts. Anyway, I don't think that's a good idea, because if a new guy enters this server, and he's a guy that wants to know some information, and suddenly he's listening to flat earthers against each other, I think that's not a good idea. So anyway,
Hey, that might have to be not on the live stream, in the back.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just saw you guys are in here. Figured I'd pop in and see what the vibes are.
You sound different. Do you have a different mic, or is it just because you just woke up, or what?
Yeah, I just woke up. Yeah. Does it sound good? Does it sound good, Daniela? You like it?
I'm not going to comment, Christian Bear. You're just fishing for compliments now.
All right. I'll try to wake up more often.
It's just I thought you had improved your mic in some way.
I'm just using my iPad right now.
Yeah, you can infer whatever you wish from that.
Okay. That sounds good. I had to work super late last night, so here we are.
Yeah, we're reviving the Speculation Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Nice. All right, well, let me switch to a different mic and I'll wear some headphones and get the show started.
Neil, are you the lead speculator, Neil?
Please.
Neil's been speculating.
I'm tarding out today.
Because I don't even know what you're talking about when you said, what do we... I don't have Instagram, so I know from experience if I click on that, they'll try to make me sign up for it, and I don't want to. What do we think about the Ray-Ban Meta with Neuralink? I don't know what that is. Can you explain?
Okay, yeah, so Ray-Ban, the glasses, they just partnered with Meta, like with the camera and the glasses, and you can press record. So now you put on this wristband and you can control like what's on the screen with like virtually with your hand. Like I don't know how it reads your freaking neurosenses. I don't know what the fuck it does. But yeah, it's like a computer on your sunglasses now. Pretty crazy.
I have some insight. I have some insight on how the wristband works. I'm not like fully geeked up, but basically, I wish I could show it better. Can I turn my camera on? No. When you, so if you like turn your elbow, the inside of your elbow facing up, and you have your wrist facing up, if you look at your wrist, when you tap your thumb and your pinky together, your thumb and your index finger, your middle finger, basically like there's different tendons and things that move around inside your wrist, and it can pick up on some of those micro movements. And so, yeah, you have to like touch your pinky together. That would be like a certain command. Touch your finger and your thumb, your index finger, and so it picks up on those little tendons moving around, and you can use those as like buttons or clicking or whatever. So yeah, I don't, like I said, I'm not super geeked up. I don't know all the details, but that's sort of how it works.
Isn't that wild? It's like hacking your body, bro. Imagine what they're doing right now without you knowing.
Yeah, that's true. I actually saw a video where this girl had an infrared camera, and she like pointed it at her boyfriend who had his iPhone in his hand, and you can see that there's like a sensor on the phone that basically flashes on you like every 5 seconds. You can't see it. It doesn't look like it's flashing or taking pictures of you or whatever. I think it's like the facial scanner, but basically when you turn the infrared on, you can see that it's flashing like every 5 seconds. So you have this, damn near invisible thing that's happening to you every 5 seconds while you're holding your camera to your face. And then he tried to put his finger over it, and it was like it was like trying to flash like crazy. It wants to see your face. It's really creepy. So
yeah, would you put on the Meta, CB, and or Dandelion, or anyone in the chat? Would you use the version?
I'll say this. I just saw an ad where they're like, because it's kind of expensive, isn't it? It's like what?
That's like $800.
800? Whoa, wait, what? It's $800? What about the Meta?
Yeah, well, it's like but that's the new one with the, it's got the built-in AI. Like, bro, this thing is nuts. You can text on any surface with your hand. Like, you could draw out the letters. So, like, if you're just like sitting, you're literally like on your leg, like in the air, just texting whatever letters you want.
Interesting.
You can also, if you're speaking to someone, subtitles will come out, right? If you're speaking to a fucking fob, right, the AI will try and fucking pick up what they're saying. And also, if you're speaking to someone and they're speaking a different language, the AI will live change that to English and bring up subtitles.
That's pretty lit. But wait, dude, I saw the press conference they did, the demo they tried to do, and it was like a big failure from what I saw. They're like, okay, AI, they had a bunch of ingredients in front of them, and they said, go ahead and put me together a recipe for some Korean bok choy sauce or whatever. And it's like, yeah, okay. And the third step is this. And he's like, wait, what's the first step? And she's like, and the fourth step, they had to like cut. They're like, okay, yeah. It's the Wi-Fi. Huh? You haven't seen that?
I saw it failed a bunch of times, but I mean, they'll fix that stuff. They probably did that on purpose just to fucking, hide their fucking power level. Right? They got
that's funny. Right? Damn, that's actually kind of funny. But they were like, "Oh no, it must be the Wi-Fi." Okay, bro. Like, we believe you.
Like, bro, they got these fucking robots that can like do way crazier shit than the AI. So I mean, like, they're obviously the shit they're gonna roll out. It's gonna be nuts. And I personally think that's fucking cool. But at the same time, like, I don't know. They've easily mined enough material out of us. They're so advanced. Like, do we just give up? Or, like, do we just like give away all of our privacy because like they've already have it all, or do we just like what the fuck? Like, it's
We
crazy. Do we become like enslaved? Like we know we are, or do we just say no to all technology? Like, what the fuck do
we
we do?
kind of talked about this on Frontline Unfiltered because I was saying that, oh, maybe you shouldn't give all your data to AI, and Mickey was like, well, they already have it. So, like, I can see how people would be like, well, fuck it. Like, they already have it all. Might as well just use it to optimize or whatever.
Yeah, and then you look at like it's all the movies, right? Where they're like you and like 50 years ahead of you, and it's like, no, stop. And then
Yeah,
you
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
30
yeah.
years before, like, oh, I'm gonna do this, ooh, and it's exactly that meme. Fuck.
Yeah, some Matrix type shit. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think about where life was even just like 5-10 years ago. I mean, should we flash back? Let's flash back to like 2015. There was like no AI, bro. And not like this. I didn't if you were in 2015, put yourself into we're in 2015 now, thinking 10 years into the future what it's gonna be like, I don't think you would imagine where we are now. At least in terms of AI, right? I mean, you got it writing emails and ChatGPT and Grok, all this stuff. I could not picture that.
Self-driving cars, yeah, all that shit. Like, it's just like, and how far do we let that go? Like, what? Like, there's no like legislation for any of this stuff. I don't think. Like, what the fuck? Like, are we just gonna let this like crazy intelligent like whatever the fuck it is like take over? Because it's clearly one AI is smarter than like I don't know. Like, it could be not. Like, it seems like it is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is like, what can't AI do?
Yeah.
Is there something that it can't do? And I think I've seen it in some examples, but I have to really think about what those are. It's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty helpful. To what extent they'll take it, I'm not sure. They're talking about and having robots and stuff like that, but and I think China has some stores where you go in and there's like no people there. You can go into a
All right, you want to talk
McDonald's.
about China? That's my main conspiracy. All right. So everyone in the Western world, Israel, this, Palestine, this, Jews, this, fucking, the Trump, this. Ain't nobody talking about China. Like, through all the years of me like growing up and like watching the media and like the world fighting with each other. Ain't nobody hating on China publicly, anyways. Doesn't seem like he has any attention, right? We all know, oh, China, like slaves bad, oh, China, but like, bro, no one talks shit about them ever. It's fucking hilarious. So like, that's my main conspiracy. China is like has some major fucking backing or major thing involved in the world. I don't know what it is, but China, you're up to something. And that's my conspiracy of the day.
Dude, I get talked about China all the time, bro. So if you're involved in any church group that has missions international, you're gonna hear about China all the time. There's a heavily persecuted Christian population there.
Yo, that's what my friend was saying. That's crazy.
Got it now where I just was here. They rewrite some of them. So they have state-sanctioned Christian churches you can go to, but you have to use a rewritten Bible that like talks about communism in a good light and stuff. It even has Jesus stoning to death the person who caught in adultery, when in the real Bible, you better go. And supposedly you have to register facial recognition for everyone who attends.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I must have talked to some freaking or some pro China person. The last person I talked to about that, I told the story about my homie going over there, and a couple of the missionary guys didn't make it back, and they like jetted in the middle of the night. But I told this person about the story, and this person just completely didn't believe me. Like, no, like you're allowed to bring a Bible there. There's Christians there in China. You're totally allowed to do that. And I'm just like, they made like the most compelling argument ever. How I was like delusional, and I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. Like now that I'm thinking about it, I was getting sound like some Glober was trying to dupe me.
This is interesting. I don't know too much about this, but I've heard people say that they want you to think that China's this big, powerful entity when really they're not. But I don't know. I'm not sure entirely. I haven't done a lot of research on this. I could see it both
I mean, you
ways.
saw when IShowSpeed went to China. You saw how fucking technologically like advanced they are because their corporations aren't stuck on gas, right? They're on electric shit, and they're on robots and fucking everything in China, like going to 7-Elevens and stuff, and I mean they have it now, but the Payless stuff. But
Don't they have some incredible bullet train technology?
I mean, I think that was a long time ago. Yeah, they've had that shit forever.
What can it do? What does it do?
I want to know why are we using that shit? Like, why are we using why aren't we using bullet train shit? Like, if we have like 5G internet, why are we still using 2G? Like, that doesn't make any sense in like the railroad world, Like,
I mean, I don't know the term for it. It's like manufactured weakness. I don't know what the term actually is, but even for cars, cars have gotten better and better and better, but they still have like a gallon, like a 14-gallon tank or whatever. They're not improving the fuel economy. They want you to not be able to have like water powered cars and efficient travel. I don't know. It's weird. It's like a manufactured L or whatever you call it.
yeah, here in America, and you go to China, you got all the cool shit. You got the little fucking ching chong trucks, the little box trucks, right? Everything's like small and like like compact. I don't know, maybe because they're like small people, but that's just the stereotype. But like you're not allowed to bring them over here. These regulations are unsafe. Like, bro, we got freaking smart cars here. If we have a smart car here, why can't we have anything else like that size?
Yeah, I mean they apparently
Creation Bear, fix your mic. You're too low.
I'm low. I'm not talking that loud. I'll fix it.
Yeah.
Wait, is it really low? I mean, everything's turned off.
It's lower than it was. Yeah, when you first came in, you were like sounded professional and high quality. I don't know, it's just lower. Yeah. Are you just talking lower?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Is this any better?
What?
Is this any better? Any better?
Talk some more.
Let's check. Test 1, 2.
No, I think it's worse. Don't you guys think it's worse? What does Rayleigh think? He was the one who brought it up. Should we take a poll on Creation Bear's mic?
That was a bit better. Still not
Rayleigh
as good
said
as
it
when I
was
first
better.
connected.
Yeah, see, Rayleigh wants you to get back to your prime, which is when you first came in.
I'll see if I can fix it. It seems like everything's turned up on my end. I'm not sure. You guys have me at like 100%?
I can hear you now. Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, I don't know what it's like on the live stream. I'll just turn you up a little bit, but yeah, we can hear you.
I've got you cranked up to 200, and you're barely minimal.
It's so weird. Hold on. Let me move up around.
Yeah.
Okay, this should be better, right?
Yes, much better.
Okay.
I would say regarding Neil's question, yeah, I'm not going to be using those glasses you described. And I think, it's still possible for persons, at least in America, to disconnect from everything if they want, if they're concerned about being spied on and so on. It is still possible to live without technology. Like, we don't have those things we're discussing that is happening in China with using facial recognition technology in order to enter a place. So it's still possible for us to function. I mean, you could not have a phone, not have any electronics. You could move somewhere more remote. There's still places in America where you can hardly get any kind of signal at all. You could get away from all the signals. You still could do that. I don't know. Like, I've done it before back in the 90s.
Like Antarctica?
Well, golly
Where
gee.
they couldn't give us a 24-hour live stream?
That's right. That's right, really, yeah. But then you're also disconnecting yourself from, the world and having an impact on society. I mean, I guess it depends on, but, these days, I don't know, are you really required to have an impact on society? I think it's people's choice. Anybody who wanted to do that, I certainly am not going to be mad at them. I mean, because the way things are, like, if somebody wants to get away from it all, I'd say go for it. People used to do that, even before all the technology, though. There's the stereotype of the guy like meditating in the mountaintop in his little cave. People have always tried to get away from it all. I think now it's just because it's so much harder to get away from it all, even in your everyday life, that there might be even more of a temptation to really get away from it all. Some people live on their boats, and they just, I know a lady, actually one of my first online teaching jobs, she was my supervisor, and she was doing her job from her boat, that she lived on with her husband, and That was back we were using Skype, yeah, and she'd Skype call me from the deck of her boat. It was cool. I felt like she was living the dream. Why not? But she was obviously still connected, but at times when they weren't working, they would just go sail around. And so, I don't know. I feel like that's probably kind of ideal to still not completely disconnect yourself, but also make sure that you don't get too caught up in all the chaos.
Oh, it's crazy. Like it's not like you have to catch up on technology, but it's like they're almost forcing you, right? They're like digital IDs, right? All like you can't even like go on like a plane at some places without like I was hassled. They're like, oh, can you have your digital this, digital that? I'm like, no, I just carry papers. They were like, huh? Like I had to like call managers and shit. I was like, bro, like what's up with the digital crap? And they want you to integrate into freaking technology and become like, oh man, it's pissed me off.
Yeah, I mean, if we collectively want to do something about it, like now would be the time. Even though I don't know how it would be done, but it's I feel like it's my parents' generation that are still here. That are a lot of them are still not connected. I don't know, my mom
Yeah,
doesn't have
they
any
still go to their
email.
banks.
Yeah,
Yeah, they go into the banks. They don't have the apps and stuff, but
yeah, yeah.
they're making the world freaking like app only and like like no cash here and freaking cards and it's like fuck off, like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I'm glad that you're still doing it a different way because I think that, just that in itself is, just every little thing where somebody's going to say, well, I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to keep doing it this way because it's my right to do that. Like my mom does that. She's got a flip phone. She doesn't have any apps. She doesn't have any email. So, the people want to deal with her. They have to find another way to do it. Yeah, but I agree. It's getting harder and harder to do it that way. But yeah, that's the line I drew a while ago, was just the whether it's useful or not. Like you were saying, you were kind of discussing we can try to keep our data from them, but they're getting it anyway. But just for my own personal line, like I don't use the biometric, like I don't use facial recognition with my devices. I don't use the fingerprint. I just punch in a code all the time. And I don't know if that is making any kind of a difference, but it makes a difference to me. It makes a difference to me, Creation Bear. And I am not a boomer.
Well, since Dandelion's in the house, I might as well ask a cleaning question. What's the best way to clean a chair? Like a fabric chair.
Upholstery chair. You don't have any upholstery cleaner?
I don't think so. I have a gaming chair, and bro,
Yeah.
it was like pure sesame oil, and it had a freaking like beer cap on it. So I was like trying to open the son of a bitch, and what do you know? The fucking lid goes flying, and I got sesame oil all over my fucking gaming chair. So fun.
Oh no, it's oil. That's bad. I mean, like I love those upholstery cleaners that they come in a can. They're pressurized and they have like a little scrubby thing at the end. So you just like, you squirt out the foam and then you scrub it, and the scrubber's like built right into it.
But for oil, you better use like baking soda or something to try to mop up the oil.
Baking soda.
Yep, that's a good idea.
I'm probably the only person that understood that.
You made a joke about baking soda?
Oh yeah. If you know, you know.
I do not know. You have some
Anyway.
baking soda?
Oh no, I'll go get some now. I probably have like 2-year-old baking soda that's like in the fridge. That's
Yeah.
That's perfect. It works fine.
Yeah, it'll still work. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like, if you don't have upholstery cleaner, although I would really recommend getting one of those cans. They're so great. Because you can use them in the car, you can use them on the couch, chairs. But, and then you vacuum up the stuff after it dries. But, like hot water's always good for everything. Like, I don't know. Yeah, like soak it up with the baking soda and then.
Yeah, I just put a bunch of fucking water in dish soap and it didn't really work out.
Yeah. Did you use hot water?
No, I guess I boil some water.
Yeah, because like if you're trying to get grease off of a pan, you use hot soapy water.
Okay, thank you, women.
You're welcome.
You really need the can, though. I'll show you an example of what I mean. It's so great. It works really well. Although, unless you're only into natural cleaners, is that what you're telling me? Or you just don't have any?
No, I don't know. I don't have any outlets right now. It's really been cloudy, so my power is really low, and I'm gonna gas my generator. I just needed something handy, like to hand scrub and some sort of fucking cleaner. But yeah, I'll look for that shit. Canadian Tire, that bitch. Thanks. Yeah, I tried vinegar. I think I made it worse.
Yeah, vinegar to oil, you're going to make a salad dressing. You're going to need croutons and lettuce and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm chilled. This chair's cooked.
I put a photo of what I'm talking about. Maybe that's you that thumbed up it. Oh, that was Miguel. Miguel likes my upholstery cleaner ad. Now I feel like the wife in the Truman Show. Woolite carpet and upholstery.
Yeah, I bought something similar to that at the Costco.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they? Can you testify?
Yeah,
that looks good.
Good for the vehicle upholsteries.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to Canadian Tire. Or as they call it, crappy tire. That's crazy. Y'all don't got Canadian Tire. Do you guys got Superstore?
Nope.
Nope. How about London Drugs?
Nope.
Yeah, those are strictly Canadian businesses.
Safeway?
Nope, that's half and half-ish. Depends on what part of the United States.
Yeah, the West has Safeway. I think it was the West. I've lived in so many places. I'm pretty sure they had Safeway in Montana. We don't have them in Michigan.
I will say, when I went to the East Coast, y'all got some way better fast food variety. Your fast food stuff is starting to move out west. Fat Bastard burritos. What else? Firehouse Sub. Jimmy John's. Yeah, we don't have that shit. And y'all's radio station on the East Coast, man, y'all got way better radio stations. West Coast fucking blows for radio.
No one listens to the radio anymore. the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, we have streams on online to listen to.
Yeah, but when you're in the car and you're with the homie with it's no aux on a radio station, listen to music.
Yeah, I only listen to XMs in the car. I don't listen to the local radio stations.
Yeah, because it's all ass. The music sucks. But like they play
and
like
ads every couple minutes.
yeah, true. But they put like hip hop there. They put like metal. They'll put like different types of rock. Like here it's just like boomer music. Like every radio station, it's either old boomer music, and it's the same freaking songs over and over again, or current bullshit. So.
Because they're not there to play music, they're there to sell you advertisements. That's how they make money. So they have a target demographic, and they play the music for the target demographic. Then they have ads for the target demographic.
Well, the target demographic on the East Coast has way better music. That's what
I do realize that TV, they don't broadcast it to show you the show. They broadcast it to show you the commercials. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
They could give two shits about the show just as long as you watch the commercials.
Yeah, let's say different times of the days, different freaking ads, right? You get your...
Yeah, it's a commercial masquerading as a television show. That's just a straight up commercial. That's the whole thing's the Price is Right. The whole thing's a commercial.
I don't know. When I woke up to that, I was like, "Yo!" I think that was the tipping point.
And they even have you guessing at the prices, like that's some activity, like some intellectual achievement. Oh my god! I guessed the price of macaroni and cheese. Oh, I'm so smart.
Oh my god, I know, dude. We all grew up like watching that shit, so it's like we're all in the shit, right? We all did it. It's just fun. Like, yeah, that like becoming a fucking athlete
for money, right? Where it was the barter system, and they're like, "How many cows does these 3 ducks cost?"
What? 1 shekel, 2 shekels. Mm.
I wonder if anybody's ever tracked inflation using like Prices is Right episodes.
There's definitely a Reddit fucking stream, but
yeah, there probably is probably a whole Reddit thread on that, no doubt.
I used to get fucking anxiety when they get to the last one, they verse each other, and they gotta guess the end one. Oh my god, I'd be like, oh my god, I guess within $250, I get both prizes. Ah.
Dude, I was waiting for somebody to get killed by the wheel. Like a couple people almost got killed by the wheel. They almost got sucked under and ground up in the wheel.
Fatality.
They gotta do a what is that thing? It's that stupid Netflix one with the Asian people and Squid Game. They gotta do a Price is Right Squid Game.
That might actually be entertaining.
I mean, like, they show this stuff on movies and TV shows. Like, there's gotta be some sort of, like, some shit going down where only, like, you get access, these rich people, fucking, they're gonna sign NDAs and shit, and you get fucking access to see these crazy things, or, like, fucking Mexican slave prisoners, the cartel fucking games.
They should do the black market prices, right?
Which black market?
Brenda's holding an AK-47 with a suppressor. Now the closest to the actual price without going over.
Well, that's like Jeopardy, right? Because like Jeopardy is like a broad categories and topics, right? And so-called smart people, and then all of a sudden they get tripped up like, what, this rapper like sang these lyrics in this song. It's like, who is T-Pain? No. Who is Kanye West? No. Right. That is, who is Eminem?
Who is Flavor Flav?
Yeah, one for like conspiracies.
Base, how much can you smoke? One toke, you go broke.
Come on, Mr. Beast, listen to our fucking calls. Make one of these fucking things happen.
Somebody speculated.
Hashtag CIA.
There was this girl the other day. She was like, "They're definitely cloud seeding. They're the reason why the weather is so like random because they're cloud seeding."
Dude, that was the same convo I had with a girl yesterday. That's too funny. Like, what do you think of the chemtrails in like all the countries? She's like, do you think like Egypt is like one of the only ones not doing it? Like, this is like the first like 10 seconds of me meeting her. I'm just like, you know, I was like,
I haven't seen a chemtrail in over 5 years now, living in the big island of Hawaii, because there's no airports near me, so I don't think they can play it off. But what I have seen early in the morning is those type of planes about 50 miles off in the distance, and I think it just blows over to the island. But I've never seen one over my head here. It's pretty amazing.
so the Hawaii song is true. Rainbows and sunshines. I don't know the song, but probably good.
Where I didn't expect to see him was in like North Idaho by the border of Canada. I went there to go visit a relative, and I figured it's so far out there wouldn't be any, but it was just like a tic-tac-toe pattern across the sky constantly.
I'm like, what is that? Why do they do that? That shit used to make me so mad.
Yeah, it's like sometimes they do it and it'll be like record rainfalls, and then sometimes they'll do it and it'll be like record heat. Like which chemicals are making the rain and which ones are making the freaking sunbeam more like. I'm going to conspiracy land right now, but I mean, this just happened. Maybe I'm correlating it to it, maybe I'm not, but seems like it is. Because I got video of this plane seeding the sky with these weird chemtrails that just like disappeared right away. And what do you know? The very next day, record rainfall, floods in North Vancouver. Like, so I got that shit on video. I'm not forgetting that.
All right, who else has got some speculation?
Yeah, I don't know. I hate speculating. Just it gives me fucking anxiety. It makes me feel like I'm a schizo. Like, you know, because like you go into all these things and like all of a sudden the whole world around you is just melting, and you're like, oh my gosh, we're all enslaved. Oh my god, people are so crazy. Nobody knows anything. Cooked. It's like gotta bring it back to reality and get on with your daily tasks, and you know, try and improve yourself every day. But all that crazy wild shit's out there everywhere. So it's the crazy freaking world we live in.
And I just dropped a ping in the chat. Welcome to whoever just joined.
Yeah, I was just thinking, speculating, but on a flat Earth related topic, because I think it was before you were here, Creation Bear. I was asking Neil what the reaction is to flat Earth for young people, and then we were looking at the crazy comments in this troll video that was made about our 24/7 live stream, and I was thinking after we were talking about that, it's like we've gone through these phases where. Yeah, when we first started in the server, like it was considered to be like a way out there idea, like like teenagers would come in and just kind of giggle because they were talking to flat earthers, and it was so silly. And then we would explain the information to them, and then like now it seems like there's more talk about it in general. I would say like I told you about how I saw the billboard, Creation Bear, when I was taking my break. I saw the flat Earth billboard. It's like. My impression was that more people are talking about it, but it's like now there's so much bad information out there because it seems to have so much more of a presence, like on X and that kind of thing, and other social media, that people are getting a lot of really bad information, whereas before they weren't getting much beyond the meme level, right? Now they're getting like things that pretend to be explanations. Like we had one in here last night with some YouTube short claiming it was an image of a ship going over the horizon when it was clearly a mirage. But my point is, it's not enough to just become more aware of flat Earth or to have more information about it is not necessarily a good thing. I mean, I think it seems like even though more people are willing to talk about it, and it's not as like out there as it was at one time, like everybody seems to know, an uncle, cousin, coworker, whatever, who's flat earther, but that doesn't mean that any of those people who are calling themselves flat earthers know the real hardcore empirical arguments. In fact, we know they don't, because they come in here and they don't know, So I guess I'm just saying, yeah, like the saturation, even though when I first came back to Twitter, because I wasn't on there for a long time, and I saw after the regime change there that there's a lot of flat earth content on there. At first I was like, hey, this is cool. They're letting people talk about flat earth, but then I was like, oh, this is not so cool. They're letting people talk about it because there was so much nonsense on there, so like I don't know, it's like there was this, I mean, there's still censorship, but now it's almost like there's this saturation, but so much of it is poor quality information that I don't know how much traction we're getting. And we've talked about this before. Even if they could come out tomorrow, NASA could say, "Oh, yep, sorry guys, because of national security, we tried to make you think it was a globe. We were just mad at Russia," or whatever excuse they want to come up with. But really, it's flat. Like that's not going to fix the problem we see here day after day, where people can't reason their way out of a paper bag, and they're ready to cede their own intellectual authority and reason and will to to another authority figure without question. Like that problem is still going to be here, no matter what people think about the Earth or the globe.
Yeah, that's the worst. I can't stand that. It's like giving up your brain to some entity that you've imagined exist. I find that so frustrating. That's that phantom expert syndrome. Like they don't even know what to appeal to besides some sort of self-created ghost that's smart and has answers. So ridiculous.
Yes, that's the problem. Yeah, and then we know that person doesn't exist that has these alleged answers because there's no globe. Neil has to heat up water on the stove. You don't have hot water out of the tap, Neil. That's what Creation Bear is saying.
Hot water? Huh? I'm looking for some.
Yeah, but you gotta heat it up. Like unless your hot water heater's turned way up, like I mean, don't hurt yourself. Don't make sure you don't pour any boiling water on yourself. But you want it to be like boiling or near boiling.
Okay. Well, I just found out I actually have water. It rained a couple times, so my water collection rain thing actually filled up. So that's a good sign because I had no water all summer. So
That is good. And then you're gonna heat it on the stove.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And I'm getting ready to go to Crappy Tire to grab that frickin' thing that you tagged me in. So appreciate that. And I'm just soaking a couple things of clothes because I sat down on that chair and now the oil is on my clothes. Great.
What thing that who tagged you in?
You, the magic scrubber, frickin' vibrator thing.
Oh yeah, that thing's great. Yeah, you need that. You're gonna get one?
What are we talking about?
India thinks we're talking about vibrators. That's what you said, Neil.
Yeah.
The cleaning vibrator. I'm gonna clean my chair with the vibrator.
You have to push it. It doesn't vibrate by itself. It would be cool if it did, though. You have to push it back and forth.
TV, what are you doing, man? You're supposed to be playing the Pornhub fucking sound. What are you doing? You're messing up.
Well, hey, you didn't explain the instructions, so I get it.
Back and forth, rapidly back and forth.
It's a manual vibrator. All right. Maybe I got to buy the upgraded version. Yeah, possible.
Oh, there's all kind of people in the lobby. Why aren't they in here?
Yeah, so back and forth with a repetitive motion.
Exactly. India understands.
If it doesn't come out right away, just accelerate the motion.
I mean, my arm's gonna get tired eventually, so yeah, I'll do my best. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what the problem will be.
Elbow grease, elbow grease.
Okay, I'll just switch hands.
Oh my.
So I got a question. Can a grifter not know they're a grifter?
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm thinking Dr. Shiba is a ignorant grifter. Like he's a grifter, but he doesn't realize that he's a grifter.
No,
Because he's trying to Duffy 2.0.
If people are throwing money at him, then he won't know he's a grifter.
Yeah, I guess. Because he's like doing this science summit thing, and then Yoder posted about it, but I didn't read it carefully. But now that I read it, it says invited 3 engineers or 5 engineers and 5 flat earthers. 5 engineers said are confirmed, but only 2 flat earthers. This is just Duffy 2.0. Right? The whole flat earthers don't want to know the truth. Nonsense, dude. But he's going to invite whoever he feels like inviting that nobody even knows who the hell they are.
Yeah, it's tough to convince somebody whose salary depends on not knowing a thing.
Oh, I see this thing that Adam put in there is a series. I didn't know. Brother Dave talked to him a bunch of times. Is it worth listening to?
Not really. He doesn't really listen to what Dave's saying, dude. He's just like on his own shit. Like typical globetard, right? Not actually listening.
Mm-hmm.
Just waiting to talk, basically. Even though I only watched about 5 minutes of it, but it just seems like he's just waiting to talk.
It sounds familiar. It's what we see in here all the time. Adam's confirming that. Yep, he says I'm about half hour in and it's interrupted a lot, but he's entirely combative.
What's the definition of grifter, though? I mean, maybe I should look that up myself. So, someone who gets money dishonestly by tricking people.
Yeah, they do. They do set up scams and things like that.
Well, they would have to know that they're being dishonest in the first place, right? I mean, like, the Glober is just like ignorant to the fact, right? But then you have the anti-flat earther, right? Which is that's a different story.
Yeah, but if you expand it to a more broader definition, all banks are grifters, but not all the people in there know that it's a grift.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I kind of like the guy. Or maybe I was just being hopeful that he was authentic. But the more I spy this guy, he just seems like a fucking narcissist, basically. And I've been keeping an eye on him for a while, a few years now.
Can I ask what the guy's full name is? Dr. Shiva what?
Dr. Shiva and Dware or something like that.
Oh, it is that guy. Didn't that guy come out earlier on and said I created email? The email protocol?
He did invent email. Not
He
email
did do it.
protocol, but he invented email as a concept.
Computer has virus.
Okay, so he did do it. I never looked into it to confirm it. But when he came out with the statement like that, I'm like, I thought it was like, a collaborative effort between universities or institutions or whatever that came up with that.
When he was like a kid back in like the late 70s. The only way you could protect your intellectual property back then was to copyright it, right? Copyright the actual code.
Yeah.
So that's what he did. He wrote the code and copyrighted it. But that only touched that code. The mechanism to patent it, right? To patent the so it would be like a utility patent, I think. You couldn't patent it that way back then. He did the only method. So other people have implemented his idea using different code, obviously, and said that they invented email.
Okay.
But
so it is
instead, he accuses people of stealing his shit all the time. Now, even currently, such as he accused Elon Musk of I don't know, like especially in regards to the election and exposing like Jeffrey Epstein and all this shit. Said, "Oh, I did that first."
I thought I remember him coming out even during the Coco time.
That too, yeah.
Yeah.
He wrote a letter to Trump about how, he wanted to be made the freaking COVID czar or whatever, some shit like that.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure, I don't know if he's a medical doctor, but he has a degree in systems biology, which has to do with the immune system, I suppose. But he also has degrees in other fields like engineering, maybe computer science.
He's got a PhD in something. He has a doctorate.
Three things. He's got 3 PhDs.
3? Shit.
3.
Guy's a pimp.
Fucking probably lives like 5 houses from me or something. I've never seen him.
We got Danny Boy.
Oh yeah, there's some new people in here. Yeah, Revenant. I unmuted you if you wanted to say hello. Revenant.
It's still not flat. It's not even solid, y'all.
Tell us more. Tell us more.
You're talking about your ass?
It's just like pizza dough. When you step on it, there's a footprint.
You drink something?
What the hell kind of restaurant did you work in?
You left.
Was it the Toe Jam Cafe?
That's all we got. Maybe Danny Boy has better.
Well, it is Speculation Sunday, and thinking the Earth isn't flat is way out there. So,
Yeah, they're speculating about their globe. It is pretty wild to think that we would live on a ball with no evidence. To think the Earth is moving when it's clearly not. I was going to say that. That was the thing I was going to say. Remember that young kid that was there when we first started this event? Yeah, too bad he left. That's what I was going to say to him, because remember he said he saw curvature out of the tall building. I was going to tell him about, wishful thinking and, kind of imagining things just because you're told that they're there, imagining that you actually see them. I mean, it's a thing. Because I can remember laying on the ground and thinking, oh, they said it's moving. I'm not really feeling anything. But I was trying to, if I tried a little harder, when I was little. Maybe I just didn't have good enough imagination. What do you think, Danny Boy? I wonder how many times a day people sing Danny Boy to him. I feel like he's just asking for it.
I call it Danny Faulkner. Danny Boy. Danny Boy, welcome. Maybe something is going on with his mic.
Yeah, it could be. Oh, we have another globe birther. We've talked to him before, haven't we? Less than 3. You want to speculate about your globe? Less than 3?
Can do.
Pardon?
Can do.
Oh, you can? Let's hear it. Tell us about it. What makes you think you live on a globe?
My lived experience.
Your lived experience tells you you're on a globe. Give us more details. What specifically about your lived experience makes you think that?
Physics and shit.
Yeah, that's not too detailed. Since you said lived experience, now you're appealing to a subject matter as if it were an authority, just the name of a subject. Like, we definitely need way more details than that. Like, we're moving on from lived experience to physics, so then I'll just ask you the same question. What specifically about physics makes you think you live on a globe?
The way that stuff works, isn't it?
No, it isn't. That is, stuff does not work on a globe. It works on a flat Earth, in fact, since there's no curvature.
There's nothing useful or substantial that flatness can determine about where we are.
Where we are on the Earth.
To anything. You can't provide any formulas that are actually useful. Just a mess. It's just nonsense.
Are you Chief Cagwin? Are you Chief Cagwin, or you just have the same? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, because you sound the same, and you have the same PFP. So just making sure you didn't have a twin out there. Yeah. Okay, so you have not seen the formulas that would be necessary to be accurately predicting the rate of curvature, for example, or the maximum distance to the geometric horizon. I mean, there's 2 formulas right there. You must have seen those before, right?
Yeah, they're both oversimplified and useless.
In what way are they oversimplified and useless?
So this geometric horizon, there's too much that is just not being considered. It's not. We don't just live in an empty void that's just shapes. Like we, I mean, we kind of do, but it's a bit more complex. There's obviously the atmosphere at play, and if you have an understanding of lensing and you know how like different materials.
What observations have you done? Sorry to interrupt. What observations have you done there in the field?
I've just looked with my eyes everywhere.
Oh, it's just that. Have you ever seen what is behind a mountain? With your eyes?
Yeah, I walk around a mountain.
Oh, you have to go around, so you just debunk your refraction. So you don't have real observations, you know. You talk about reality, but what observation have you done?
So you're missing the point a little bit.
Yeah, it's a reality. Missing the point, reality.
You're jumping to like single proof conclusions. And
I'm talking about reality, man. Looking reality.
You think you are. You think you are, but you're
No,
not.
no, you are. You are the one thinking that you are. So, you know, you came here talking to us about reality, but it seems that you don't know what is reality, you know. What observation you have done?
No, I don't know what it is, but I have a lived experience within what I can determine about it, and I can find out information as to why certain things are the way they are, and what I come across is substantiates it very well. It's not precise. It never claims to be the absolute answer. It just claims to be precise enough until we come to better conclusions.
Yeah, how about you show me, you know, water curving, you know, in the big lake, even a frozen lake. That will be more substantiated, you know.
You know, a bunch of gibberish is not going to roll today, buddy. You're going to need something of substance.
So are you.
So, yeah, like, get rid of the sales pitch. Okay, argument.
You're just trying to reframe what I'm actually saying.
No, I'm trying to. No, you've been asked for evidence over and over, and you just keep balking at it. Evidence, dude. Oh, I know. You guys hate that shit. You guys hate the discussion of actual evidence.
He left.
He ran away.
I'm not against it. I'd like a discussion, but if you're just going to reframe and strawman me, it's just stupid.
What was my straw man?
Just completely misunderstood what I was saying.
No, what was my? I want to know what my straw man was. Not what I misunderstood. What my straw man was. That'd be me saying something, mischaracterizing your statement.
Oh my goodness! If you just want to talk, go for it.
No, I don't just want to talk. I want to get to the substance of the matter.
No, you just want to belittle me. Because you
no, I can do that. I can do that very straightforward. Okay.
But you are doing that. That's what you're doing.
Oh,
it's just silly.
Yeah. Not what I'm
having
doing.
a discussion with someone else before you piped
up. This is the same old routine, the Glober routine. Oh, my guy's bullying me. Bro, just get to your evidence or shut the fuck up.
No. Like, I'm here to figure out if the Earth's flat or not.
This guy, I got thoughts and I gotta say words to stall because I got no evidence. We hear it all.
No. Yeah, I don't have it. I never claimed to have any.
You, Elijah.
Listening to what I'm saying. You don't have it. You're unable to provide any.
Just Elijah.
No globe evidence.
It does sound like Elisha, bro.
Were you LARPing the whole time, Elijah? I like you. Still liked you until you started whining.
just to dissipate the smoke a bit. I'll angle it up so it's not on you.
Okay, let's start from first principles. How can we determine if the Earth is flat or a globe? What can we do?
We can make observations
Of the Earth.
just around us.
Okay. In these observations, what observations are going to differentiate one from the other?
What do you mean?
Okay, we're going to make observations, and they are what they are. How do we know which observation supports one idea versus the other? What's the difference between globe and flat is what I'm asking you, and how can we figure it out?
We can pay attention to what greater minds are telling us, and we can test it.
Lord, dude.
We can test it.
Pay attention to what greater
My
mind.
mind's not great enough. I need someone else's.
Stop making it so absolute. I'm using it in a loose sense.
You're talking about people, bro. I'm asking for the evidence. No, dude, we're not observing.
You're not asking for evidence. You don't know what the evidence would look like.
Oh, you don't know, or I don't know?
You're not thinking. You're just not thinking.
I don't know, or you don't know?
We don't know. Nobody knows.
You're not thinking. He's not thinking. You just wanted to outsource your thinking to someone else, and then you accuse him of not thinking.
But I'm willing to substantiate why I go along with it. You are not.
Who cares? I asked you, how do we make an observation? You conceded we make an observation, and then I said, how in that observation, how do we differentiate one from the other? And then you said, well, don't observe that. Observe some person. I don't want to observe some person.
I didn't say that. No, you're not listening. You're not.
You said a few greater minds.
No, you're misunderstanding what I said. I know what I'm thinking better than you know what I'm thinking. So stop telling me what I'm thinking.
Then try to choose your words more carefully, right? So why do I need to look to greater minds to figure out what my observation means?
Because some of us don't have access to tools and resources that are necessary to do these observations with our own eyes, as you guys seem to require.
No.
So at some level, we have to.
Okay, which tools? Can you give us an example of one of these tools?
Microscopes.
Microscopes. So we're going to determine the Earth is flat or round from a microscope.
Kind of. It's simple. Like it starts from like.
Can't be serious, dude.
Did this nigga just say microscopes? What the fuck?
Your attention span is like less than a goldfish. Like
nigga, you said microscopes. What the fuck?
Hold on. Hear the dude out. It's speculation.
Absolute. For sake, man.
All right, it's not absolute. What else?
Like toddlers.
So we don't have microscopes, so we can't figure out the shape of the Earth. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not the absolute of what I'm saying. I'm starting with
which
just
tool?
Small aspects of just a huge, giant picture of the entire universe. Like,
that's great, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about.
No, you are. Yeah, like everything plays into everything. Like for it to be true, it has to coincide with everything else. Literally everything else.
No, it don't. No,
yes,
it don't.
It does.
Prove it.
No.
What the fuck?
Yeah, prove your claim.
Just get your microscope out, bros. Everybody get your microscope out.
I don't have one.
Yeah. Well, if you did, you wouldn't be able to find fucking brain.
Bro, if I was on acid, this would sound like great. Like,
I asked you, what instruments did they have, right, that we don't have, that they use to determine what the shape of the Earth is?
Satellites. I mean, we have sticks. We can do that.
Satellites.
Sticks.
How did they know? How did they know before satellites? What did they use before that?
The observation of ships disappearing over the horizon, the sun going down and not changing angular size.
Well, you can't do that. You have to use tools.
The way the celestials move around the planet.
What planet? You're presupposing the thing you're trying to prove, buddy.
No. Like you're not paying attention. Like you're trying.
Wait, but you said you have to use tools, though.
You said
you can't just make observations.
I was just. Oh, for fuck's sake! I was just.
You can't be for real, dude.
Loosely.
Oh, he's crying.
So let's address those one by one.
In
Ships
on
over
every
the
word
horizon.
and not taking the whole
Let's address them
context.
one by one then. Let's
Idiot.
address them. Let's address them one by one. Ships over the horizon. What's blocking the ship?
The Earth.
How do you know that?
Because we can't see it once it's completely disappeared.
Okay, so what? How do you know that's the Earth blocking it?
Because we don't have render distances like in Minecraft.
No, that's not an answer.
Yes, it is an answer.
We don't have render distances in Minecraft. Is how you know
in
the Earth is
Minecraft.
blocking it?
Yes.
Go on mute, dude. You're an idiot.
Dude, literally low up. But you just get your microscope out. That was crazy. He also said, well, you guys can't use your own observations, but they can. Huh? This dude retarded?
Yeah, because Minecraft they put a coding limitation in Minecraft. We know the ships go over the horizon and are blocked by the curve of the Earth. You're a fucking retard, dude. Pull your head out of your ass.
But like, Earth isn't Minecraft, so like, then it means it's a globe.
Huh? Oh my god!
Literally low IQ. No, but you have to use tools. Oh, like what tools? Like microscopes?
Well, then I thought he said there's no rendering limit. Your eyes are good enough. Your eyes aren't good enough. You need tools. You don't need tools.
Yeah, that was crazy. How are you going to say, well, you guys can't use, you don't have the tools like microscopes. You can't just use your own eyes and observations. Okay, so what do they do in history? Well, they use their own eyes and observations.
You don't understand though. It's everything. It's not just one thing. It's all things in one.
Yeah, everything is everything, and like, you're just not understanding me.
You need to rely on greater minds. Oh, you're just not thinking.
Okay, name a greater mind. Well, like, I don't know, but they're out there.
The better question is, how do you know their minds are greater? And the answer will be, oh, because they figured out the Earth was a globe.
Exactly. Well, name the person. Well, I don't have all the names on me right now.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, but they have sticks.
You need advanced tools like sticks and shadows.
And microscopes.
and microscopes.
He's saying, oh, well, you're strawmanning me. Wait, by saying the words that you said? I literally typed it all out in the chat. You can't use your own observations. They use their own observations. Strawman. Okay, well, that's what you said. Cool, got it. You're not understanding me. And microscopes and sticks. Come on, bro.
I'm pretty sure you can't straw man what someone meant in your mind, and you can only straw man what they actually said.
Yeah, you can't straw mind me.
That's a good one. Strong mind. He's saying, chat, when he said microscopes, he was just naming random tools. No, that wasn't the context. We weren't just naming random tools. Hammer, spatula, wrench. Why would that would never be part of the context. I see you backtracking because you know what you said is retarded.
You know, the problem is the guy probably meant telescopes, but it's taken him this long to still not even correct that. And even then, if it was a telescope, it still wouldn't work. So, like, the guy's out to lunch.
I actually don't think it's retarded in the context that like everything is all in one encompassing. So I think he's got a point there.
He's doubling down in the chat. No, it is microscopes. We can use scanning electron microscopes and sticks.
Maybe we should unmute him. Let's get a laughter. Yeah, let's get a laugh out of him to backtrack.
Everybody just name random tools since that's the context. Just name a random tool. That's what
garden hoe.
Thermometer.
Turbo and encabulator.
What is this? What are you like, doctors? Nurse, wrench. Jackson.
No, you ever heard of the turbo encabulator? Dude.
No, what's that?
Seriously. Oh, man. I'll post you a link in the chat, bro.
Oh, my.
Soldering irons prove the globe, boys. Let's go home.
Yeah, we knew it was a globe for thousands of years, but we didn't develop high-altitude balloons until 1931.
I'm going to play the audio. I'm going to play the audio, dude, from it. So you guys are going to get a kick out of this. The turbo encabulator, man. It's an amazing device. It's freaking used by all greater minds greater than ours. So,
For a number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection to the crudely conceived idea of a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal grammeters. Such an instrument is the turbo encabulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modial interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panometric FAM. The latter consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented. The main winding was of the normal Lotus O delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator, every 7th conductor being connected by a non-reversible Tremie pipe to the differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. The turboencabulator has now reached a high level of development, and it's being successfully used in the operation of Nofertronians. Moreover, whenever a fluorescent score motion is required, it may also be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it.
That's what we need, man. Turboencabulator. Then we can figure out if the Earth is round or flat.
The gluteus maximus of the question. We always first ask ourselves, what is the molecular harpsichord of the foie gras in the quantum realm? Speaking from a sort of crustacean zeitgeist, calcium deficient paradoxical exfoliation sort of juxtaposition.
Yeah, that's about it. Maybe came in here to sales pitch us on a new device that Greater Minds invented. Then we could figure out, flat round, maybe.
No, I have to go get a clip of this retard saying things he said he didn't say, so I'll be right back.
Well, I know it's disappointing that it comes to this, that this is how, just freaking mindless these people are. He even said sticks, dude.
Yeah, once he said that, I'm like, okay, Eratosthenes inbound.
We don't have access to sticks. This topic is starting to get weird, man. You have to admit. Some of the people are just getting stranger and stranger. Were you here with Secret Flat Earth Proof guy?
Me? No.
Oh, yeah, this guy, he's a flat earther. He, very simple test. This test, it's so easy, it's dumb, that he did prove the earth is flat. But it's too easy, he isn't telling anybody. Secret flat earth evidence.
Oh, yeah.
I would have signed the NDA, man. Look, I'll sign the NDA. So here's my speculation. The Earth is flat and round. It's like quantum mechanics, right? It's in two places at the same time. It's flat and round at the same time.
Round like a ball or round like a...
I guess round like a ball. Yeah, it's flat when you're on it, but it metamorphosizes when you go higher. Well, we had that PhD dude. That's an awesome clip of him saying, well, if the horizon moves around, it's the most rational thing is that the Earth changes size. Dude, the coolest shit I ever heard.
Somebody actually said that?
Oh, yeah. PhD in physics actually said that.
But wouldn't we feel it move if it were? Like, come on.
Well, clips in the chat. And also, I can respond to something you said, Indio, that they're getting like worse and worse. Yeah, that's surprising. I'm like genuinely surprised by that. Because I thought for the longest time that, well, when I first got involved in this whole topic, I was like, oh, okay, there's probably some pretty smart people out here. But then you come to realize that they're not smart and they're like devolving. They're getting way worse over time. It's kind of scary.
I mean, this Dr. Shiva dude, he's got 3 PhDs, dude. He's acting like a complete idiot. It's saying shit like, we're going to use the scientific method to figure out the geometry of the Earth. Now, how exactly will you do that? Like, that's the stupidest freaking thing. I'm gonna go to like the carpenters union. Be like, listen, y'all are building houses all wrong. Y'all are just measuring shit, using squares, using measuring tapes. You're doing it all wrong. You're gonna start using the scientific method to build a house because it won't be a house unless you use the scientific method. It'll be something else. I mean, imagine that, dude. They would just whip out their hammers and just beat you to death. Hey, Steve, is that wall plumb? Yeah, I got my plumb line. It's parallel to the plumb line. Did you use the scientific method? What was your hypothesis? Oh, shit, I forgot. Don't fire me.
Okay, there's some really good clips in the chat there. He tried to say that we were just randomly saying tool names because that was the context of the conversation. Well, there's a link in the chat where he says literally, you need tools to do observations to determine whether the earth is flat or not. And you ask him, oh, okay, what tools? He says microscopes. This guy's retarded. Like literally retarded. And one thing I really don't like is when they try to come off as if they're like high IQ. Pick a lane, bro. You can't pretend to be smart and then say such retarded things. Oh my god.
With Speculation Sunday, he's in the right place, right? So he's doing good.
See, if you use a microscope, that's how you can tell if the Earth is flat or not. But you're not listening. You're not paying attention to what I said. You're not seriously. You just don't understand. You need to appeal to greater minds. Greater minds that have all the answers.
24/7 on Speculation Sundays, we do not discriminate. So bring your I don't know. I don't want to be too harsh. I'm not going to say the words I was going to say, but yeah, bring your best. Bring your A game here.
But if you don't appeal to greater minds, you'll never really come up with the answers. You flat earthers, you think you can do observations without tools.
Funny thing is,
we appeal to greater minds. We're still not coming up with the answers. There's somebody else's answers.
Yeah. I was going to say, CB.
You're just not thinking.
If he comes back, if he comes back, speak to him in that accent. He might actually listen to you. I think you're one of his.
You're not thinking properly. You're not thinking properly. You need to appeal to others.
I just wanted to come out and be like, have you guys tried ayahuasca? If he said that, then I'd be sold on his ideas.
Yeah, as soon as he said, dude, I can't stand shit like that. They're greater minds. Who? Name one.
Edison.
Thomas Edison and these others. It is great to. So
John
whatever
Moore.
they say, you've got to cock yourself to whatever they say.
The funny thing is, if you couldn't name any, he would refer to another greater mind who he still can't name to give him a list.
You know, you couldn't build the Great
Now
Wall
that's
of
funny.
China. You couldn't build it
I'm a
without
greater
China.
mind. I don't have one, but this other person said these are the greater minds, and that's who I'm. Dude, how'd you
Mindception.
find that guy? No, sorry, Neil.
Yeah, just
Go
going
ahead,
on a mindception train, right? It's like, who's on the top of the leaderboard for the greatest minds? Who is the biggest brain out there? You know, maybe that should be a show episode, right? Who has the biggest brain, and what categorizes you as the biggest brain, right? Would having the biggest brain be like how many different categories you know knowledge in, or would it be like how would you test that? Like, I know IQ tests are out there, but is that really a scale on your brain power?
That's a age-old question. What actually is intelligence? Is it being able to regurgitate a bunch of facts? Is it ability to solve problems? Is it ability to learn new knowledge? Like, what is it exactly?
That's a great question. Do they teach that in school? I wonder if that is a category. I don't remember that ever being. What is intelligence? That's so fascinating. I don't know. I'll say that is fascinating.
I haven't used the bot in a while. Is it still the M play? Oh shit, that's not it.
// play.
The Musox bot, right? Yeah. And the other channel was less than sign play, like the alligator.
Look, and I'm a brokey, and I have to pay $4.99 a month, so I expect all 330,000 members to subdivide that $3.99 into equal increments and pay me the appropriate amount. So I think that's 1/100% per person.
I'm gonna address some of this shit with this guy. All right, so yo, Elijah. So you said that you need necessary tools to make observations. Agree or disagree?
Disagree. That isn't the entire.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop you. Let me stop you. Let me stop you. Because we have the. Hold on. Oh, we don't have to argue about it. Hold on. Hold on. I know you're upset.
Yes.
We're just gonna play the clip back. So there's no need to. I don't need to. Yeah.
Go for it.
Indio, go ahead. Someone play the clip. Let's get this one, the longer one. How do you? So what is it? Play.
/play, bro.
I tried that.
It's unable to find songs matching the query provided.
I don't know if it'll play clips. If you just did like a YouTube clip where you did the.
Oh, that's fine. I'll just play it with my phone. No worries. Easy. This is my favorite thing to do as well, because they'll be like, I never said that. It's like, oh, well, good thing it's live recorded. No, you're taking me out of context. Oh, well, you said it, so don't be mad at me.
Yeah, and context matters, doesn't it?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Cool. So tell me.
So
what you
let's
think
take a
I'm
listen.
saying. Tell me what you think.
No, we'll just listen to what you said.
Tell me what you think I'm saying by that. Go on.
We'll just listen to what you said, exactly word for word, bar for bar.
Because you're
Hold on,
unwilling.
whoa, why are you like acting like this, bro? You don't want to hear your own words? Let's all take a listen.
You're being a
because you said some stuff you don't like. Now I'm the bad guy.
No.
Oh, okay.
Go on, play it.
Hold on, we're gonna play the clip.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna play the clip.
You play it. What do you think?
Oh, before we play it, now let's set some different context. No, let's just play it. He doesn't even want to hear his own words. He's going to cook himself.
Go for it.
All right, here we go. All right.
I know you're taking it out of context.
I'm taking it out of context. All right.
Some of us don't have access to tools and resources that are necessary to do these observations with our own eyes as you guys seem to require. Some of us don't have access to tools and resources that are necessary to do these observations with our own eyes as you guys seem to require.
Okay. All right.
Cool.
So,
about it.
Tools are necessary.
No,
disagree
that's not what
or
I said.
agree?
No, disagree.
I didn't mean what I said. I meant something else. I didn't mean you need tools. I just said some of us require tools, but you don't need tools. Why don't I even say tools are necessary?
Actually, just reach out. You want to discuss?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Explain yourself out of a box. All right, go ahead.
No, dude, there's nuance to what I was saying.
Oh, it's nuance. So when I said tools are necessary, tools aren't actually necessary. Got it. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, because you're an idiot. You want to discuss?
Oh, I'm an idiot because you said some stuff that you don't like. That I'm the bad guy. Okay, that makes
dude,
sense.
I said those words, but there was around those words.
Okay, so when you said tools are necessary, you actually meant tools are not necessary.
No. There's a little bit in between. Okay. Some tools are necessary for some observations, and in that context.
Oh, so some tools are necessary for some observations.
Sometimes necessary for some observations. Yes.
Is a microscope necessary for any observation?
Sometimes it's necessary for some observations. Yes.
Okay, and so we're talking about in terms of the Earth. You need a microscope to do what?
To determine aspects of what's around us, and then we can work from that.
Such as?
Figure out why.
Such as
electrons and particles and.
No, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, which you said you want to discuss in good faith.
No, you're an idiot if you think.
Whoa! It's in the chat. It's in the chat. You typed it out in the chat. Hold on. You said it here. I want to engage. I'd love to actually engage in a thoughtful discussion to figure out the shape of the Earth. Okay, so we're talking about the shape of the Earth, and you use a microscope to do what?
Sometimes, we need to determine other things to come to a better conclusion about what we're observing.
Okay, so we use a microscope to do what about the shape of the Earth?
Earth is not detached from the things around it, the particles that make up why the Earth would be the shape it is.
All right, so we're going to take our microscope and aim it where?
Oh my goodness! Like you just
look. He's mad. He's mad at you. You said it, bro. Why are you mad at me? You said it.
Framing this in a ridiculous manner. I was just making an example of.
I literally just read out the words you typed in the chat.
I know.
You don't like it. We played your clip in the VC. You don't like it.
You're an idiot.
You don't like the words you said. Don't be mad at me.
That you're reframing them disingenuously. Like
okay, so wait. Let's listen to the second clip. All right? Because he wants to be mad at me for things that he said. Let's just listen to the second clip here.
To tools and resources that are necessary to do these observations with our own eyes as you guys seem to require.
No.
So at some level we have to...
Okay, which tools? Can you give us an example of one of these tools?
Microscopes.
Microscope. So we're going to determine the Earth is flat around from a microscope.
Yes, we can work from observations using microscopes. Yes. Where's the?
Wait, we're going to determine the shape of the Earth with a microscope. Okay, go ahead and walk
if
us
you're
through
actually
that.
willing to work through it and think about it.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, the way that particles seem to interact with each other.
All right.
Inside
Yeah. And
gravity. The way that. Okay, so let's build this out. So, what I was trying to get to at that point was consider the smallest thing possible and then consider the largest thing possible. All right? And so in the flat earth logic, the largest thing possible would be the Earth, apparently. And it's ridiculous to think that that's the extent of the largest thing possible. And so I'm wondering how you get to your conclusions. Like,
wait. Remember what we were doing here. Before you go on and strawman flat earthers, where are we aiming our microscope?
Oh my goodness, dude! I wasn't even going into a specific example. I gave an example of a tool. You can listen to the clip. Give us an example.
No,
of a tool.
but remember, India asked you if we're going to use it. We're going to use a tool like a microscope to determine the shape of the Earth, which you said you want to discuss is the shape of the Earth.
Wait.
Why are you mad at me?
Wait. So, why do you get to say that's ridiculous that the Earth would be the biggest thing in the universe?
Because why? Why would that be the case?
No, we're asking you to prove it's ridiculous.
I can't hear.
No, we're mid grill session. Don't let him off the hook, chat.
We're trying to get you to justify your. They're trying to get you to justify your claim that that's ridiculous. You asking a question is not a justification.
You can't shift the burden back over to us. That's not logical.
Oh, because you actually have zero answers.
Substantiate.
Just asking you to justify it, dude.
All right. So
okay. The globe is stupid, but I'm not going to provide any evidence for it because I don't.
No. That's not even what the discussion is. Like you're trying to frame this like I'm trying to prove the globe.
Yeah, get back to using your microscope. You're using a microscope to prove the shape of the Earth.
You're just fucking retards.
Microscope.
See you later. Discussion, or do you just want to berate? Like.
No, I want you to continue. I don't know why everybody's interrupting you. I want you to continue. You took a telescope, you looked at the sun, now what?
No. That's you're conflating.
No, India, a microscope.
We asked you for your justification that the Earth, it's ridiculous that the Earth would be the largest thing. Your justification you started with, you get a telescope and look at the sun. Now what?
Mm-hmm.
Now what?
You can observe the what it's doing, and you can make.
What we observe is the sun moves over there.
You can.
So you see that
comparisons.
But how did you reach the conclusion that it's ridiculous?
No. You're jumping too far ahead.
Okay, then
we see the sun moving. That proves it's not moving.
Salad. Stop.
This shtick is getting old really quickly.
No, you're unwilling to think is what's getting old.
Bruh. Okay, hold on. Remember, we were grilling you on the things you said.
That's all you're doing. You're running a fucking circus. So and then keep running a circus. Fine.
I'm just playing the words that you said into the microphone. You're calling that a circus.
And you're completely reading and taking them out of context.
No, we're not.
Yes, you are. I'm telling you are, because that's not what I was trying to describe.
We're giving you a chance to say what you do with the microscope. I
wasn't planning on talking about a microscope. You asked for an example.
How would you bring it up?
Used to determine our environment.
No, the shape of the Earth being flat.
The shape of the Earth.
And you said a microscope. What do you mean, whatever? That's what you said you want to discuss. We're not just naming random tools, dude. Look, all right, should we play the clip one more time?
Yes, I understand what you think you're hearing. Okay, fine. Go with it. Stay stupid. Or let's try and dissect what I actually meant.
So what you said is... hold on, Salad, because you're letting him off the hook every time you do this.
Letting him off the hook?
You said you could determine the shape of the Earth.
Guys, right. I'm here in a flat Earth chat to try to determine why you
the shape of the Earth, yeah.
Because nothing I've seen from this community has been conclusive enough information that even overrides anything that I've seen from.
You're not here to determine, you liar.
What do you mean
You're
I'm
here to
alive? I'm
preach.
telling you.
Listen carefully. You're here to preach. If you were here to prove the globe, you wouldn't be talking about
I'm not here to prove the globe. I've told you this every single time I come here.
So why are you
He's here to
trying
tell
to
us how you
defend
can
it so
determine the
much?
shape with the microscope, chat. I guess one more time.
To tools and resources that are necessary to do these observations with our own eyes, as you guys seem to require.
No.
So at some level, we have
Wait. It's just playing it live. I'm not even misinterpreting. I'm just playing your words back into the microphone. You're saying, "Oh, that's wrong. What I said is wrong."
Not prepared to think.
Okay, wait. So we're playing your voice back into the VC, and you don't like it.
You're completely reframing what I was.
I'm not even saying anything. I'm just playing it back, and you're saying, "Oh, that's out of context." Bro, you said it. Why are you mad at us?
It is out of context. Yes, it is out of
You
context.
said it. You said it.
I'm willing to try and unpack it all. If you're not,
We're trying to have you do that, but now you're saying, "Oh, well, flat earthers say things that are ridiculous." Well, we're trying to hold you accountable to what you said.
Yeah, check this out.
No, you're not. You're just trying to win silly points.
Wait.
It's not helpful.
Wait. Hang on a second, dude. Okay, your words literally in that sentence were these observations. Okay, which observation?
These observations. What were we talking about before? These observations. What are these observations in that context?
You want me to play it again?
We were talking about.
No. What are the quote unquote these observations? What are they?
You can just play it back.
That's what I'm asking you. What did you mean by that?
Before that, I was talking. I invoked the intricacies of the physics around us.
No, the shape of the earth is what you said.
Because we were talking about the Earth. The reason why we're... Bro, check this out.
Prove that it's a globe. That's nonsense.
Second, dude.
I'm here to figure out why you think it's flat. Because nothing that I've seen about it is conclusive enough in any way, shape, or form. It's just
But did you look through a microscope?
Reframed.
Dude, the reason why I'm asking you, okay, is because right before that, we were talking about the Earth. And the reason why everyone's laughing is because when you start talking about microscopes, okay, it's because we're all talking about the Earth before. So if you're not drawing a connection between the two, then there's no reason to talk about it, right? Unless, of course, you had something else in mind that you just failed to articulate.
Yes, I did before I could get to it, and then you just started being clowns. Yes, that's what happens every fucking time. Because you come on anything you can to run a fucking circus.
Dude, calm down. Okay, when you use the words these observations right after talking about observations, we're going to think you're talking about the ones we were just talking about, right? So you
because you're retarded. Why? Why would you not want to try to break down the context a bit more?
Are you sure, or did you fail miserably to frame context? Which you're saying?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I didn't have time to articulate very well, for sure. Yes, fine.
So you failed to frame context. Okay, so you are the source of all this fuck up. Thank you very much.
Somewhat,
and now, if you want to continue and actually provide us right with that context that you failed to present, that would be great.
I can't even remember now. And it's
here we go. I got you. We'll just play it back one more time.
In a flat Earth debate discussion,
to tools and resources that are necessary to do these observations with our own eyes, as you guys seem to require.
No.
So at some level, we have to.
Which tools? Can you give us an example of one of these tools?
Yes, I misspoke. I badly articulated. It changes nothing.
I love this. Dude, I love this. Right? You're mad at what you said. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. All right, well, go ahead. So, what do we do with our microscope again?
I don't know. I was given an example of a tool.
I want to hear. I just want to hear like what.
That's not what the context was.
No. I was an example of something we could use.
What
figure
about
out what's
To
around
determine whether he literally asked you if
figure
that's
out what's
what, if we
around
can use a microscope to determine the Earth was flat. You said yes.
We could.
How so?
Yeah,
How
we
so?
can
I'm
get
just
there.
wondering.
Yes, we can start from that point, and we can. There's things we can do. I can't be bothered to articulate those at this point.
How so?
I'm here.
Oh, wait. So how can we take you out of context if you don't even want to? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
The problem is, right? If you can't even form a logical train of thought starting from microscopes, why did you bring it up in the first place?
I don't.
Yeah, and we weren't just naming random tools. Well, that's what you said in the chat. We were just naming random tools. Like, no, we weren't.
And I couldn't finish it. Yeah, well done. You got me.
Not really. He asked you. Here we go. Here's the context one more time.
Example, one of these tools.
That's not the context.
Microscopes. Microscopes. So we're going to determine the Earth is flat or round from a microscope.
Boom.
So what about?
I mean, that's crazy.
What about them? Like, what train of thought would you follow to like? What train of thought would you follow to make them prove that
we
you're
figure
the
out
globe?
the behaviors of tiny things, and then we scale them up, and we hypothesize about why they act differently.
Okay, go ahead.
For example, and then we make it bigger and bigger, and then
go ahead.
So which tiny things?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you demonstrate that?
I'm not about to like do a whole thesis here for you guys.
Well, yeah, because when I look at the microscopic scale, it actually doesn't match anything.
Your brain's
throughout the universe. There's
no points.
If you put an ether there, then everything is correct.
Then what's an ether? What's an ether?
So what
here we go. Here we go.
things are you clown shoes looking at? You don't care.
No, we can't be bothered to explain it to you. We can't be bothered.
No, you think? No, here's the thing. Check this out, right? You know, this could have all been mitigated if you just said, I slipped up and meant to say telescopes. Because
I didn't mean
that's what you
I
meant.
didn't mean to say telescopes. Telescopes is another example, yes. But no, that's
it would have been a lot easier if you just said that. Because now you're in the dumpster.
We can use
now you're in the dumpster. Because now you're in the dumpster fire of trying to reconcile
and help us to see things closer than we are able to.
You can't look up at the sky. Hey, look! If you look at the lights on your ceiling, that doesn't matter what they do or what they look like. That doesn't mean anything to the fore. You do agree with that, right?
No, that doesn't make sense.
How so?
Well, we could determine some things about the shape of the space we're in.
No.
Okay, go ahead. How?
By watching what they do and recording them.
What do they do?
Such as making the patterns that people have made out of them. There's obviously the flower shapes for the celestials, and there's the circle shapes for the celestials. And when we throw a ball, it doesn't seem to loop back on itself. It seems to just go in a singular arc.
Yeah, because you're assuming gravity. Okay, whatever.
I'm assuming gravity.
You understand what a torus field is?
Oh, look, I made an observation.
You know what a magnetic torus
don't loop
field is?
back on themselves when you throw them.
Wait. If you look at a torus field, you can get those exact same patterns.
What the fuck is a torus field?
Okay, you don't even know what a torus is.
What the fuck is a torus field? Go on, what's a torus field? You're invoking nonsense.
How long have you been in Flat Earth? Like, looking into this?
I just love listening to his nonsense. Oh, Les, this is your nonsense. We look at things that make patterns, and if you throw a ball, how the shit does that prove the shape of the ground?
Wait, let me drop a video where it shows how if you map the planets within
you want it?
A torus field, it actually works. It matches perfectly.
Either way, can you name a single resemblance between the Earth and anything in the sky? We'll wait.
Yeah.
Also, what you're talking about is exclusive to. It could be quote unquote exclusive to heliocentrism, not flat or globe. Because like things like retrograde, what does that have to do with the Earth being flat?
Yeah.
Or a globe.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Yeah, go for it.
Why are all the other planets balls?
Oh, brilliant chat. It's been a good discussion.
I'd just like to know how we linked all these patterns to throwing a ball to proving that makes the ground curved.
Is the ball in the magnetic field? You should.
The balls seem. There seems to be something about our reality, but like we call it.
Yeah,
physics.
it's measured as flat.
No,
Also,
we can get to that later. We can get to that later. We can get to that later. But like,
wait. Also, wait. Do you know what the
Hey,
neotite?
Salad, bro, Salad. I feel like you're not helping right now, dude. Like you're throwing a bunch of stuff out here that he's gonna try to tap dance away from. Like we're gonna hold.
Well, I mean, what he said was he said that the things don't go backwards on themselves. And here they don't even need to go backwards because if you map the planets from a geocentric position with the planets going around the sun and then the sun moving around the Earth, you get the same retrograde.
so they go around the sun, but we don't.
No,
yeah, because
nothing
we
goes around
aren't
the
the
sun.
planets. Because we aren't the planets.
So the other planets all go around the sun.
The other
No.
planets, that's where therein lies the problem. The other planets.
The
Is
other
Earth
lights
a
in the
planet?
sky. The other lights in the
Earth
sky go around the sun. Let's
planet?
use your.
No,
I don't.
it's a
I don't
salad,
care
salad,
whether
bro.
they're planets or not.
Salad,
Like,
Salad,
no,
salad.
they are.
Just
Let's use
take a
your
backseat for a second.
axioms.
I'm not talking. He's
hold
he
on,
was
it's-
talking the entire time.
No, I'm just saying, like, just relax for a bit because this is not helping right now.
So our friend here's got a microscope. He's zoomed in on a tiny little grain of sand. He's zoomed in, he's zoomed in, he's zoomed in. He's found a little red dot on this grain of sand. He's zooming in and he's looking at it.
Dude.
How does that prove the shape of the ground?
You're over 40, dude.
Pay attention. We're holding you accountable to the things you said. All right.
No,
time to back that shit up.
No, I don't.
Should I play it one more time? Should I play it one more time?
I know
And have
what
you
you think
spiral out of control?
Fine, it's fucking.
All right, I'll play it again.
I want to know what these lights are. These lights go around the sun, yeah? Let's figure
You want
Lights
to
in
tap
the
dance
sky,
away
what
from
you
what
do?
you said. Got it.
No, this all should interact. This all should.
You told us
coincide.
that your
Exactly.
microscope proves
All
the
of this
shape of the
stuff,
ground. I'd like to
all
know
of it,
how.
All of it.
All of this
should
stuff.
coincide.
You're using a microscope to look at lights in the sky.
No, that's not what's happening. You're conflating words I've said.
No, because you're sidestepping. Get back to the microscope. I want to know how you
don't
believe
care
that
to
this proves the shape of the ground. I'm trying to understand that. Earlier on, you said, listen carefully. Earlier on, you said, dude, listen to me. I would like to listen. Earlier on, you're okay. Thank you, whoever did that. Thank you. Earlier on, you said this was taken out of context. I would like to know the context so we can put it together. How you're telling
Here's
us
the context.
microscope proves
Okay,
curvature.
I get the question. Can I answer it? You don't have to keep talking, all right? I said microscopes, yes. I said microscopes as an example of a tool we could use to determine the behaviors and parameters of our surroundings at a small scale. And we can also use telescopes at a bigger scale. We can use different tools at other scales.
So
cameras,
let me get this straight.
lasers.
All you heard was- All you heard was the word tool, and you just thought you'd throw any random shit at it, hoping it'd stick and someone would just leave you alone.
No. I said tool, and then somebody
That's what it
asked
sounds
me for
like
an
to me.
example of no. Listen, dude.
Someone asked you for an example of a tool, and you just started rattling tools off. You heard the word tool.
Yes, because I said it, and somebody asked me for an example after I said it of some tools.
So how does your microscope prove the shape of the ground?
Sorry, I gotta stop him. This is false. We played the clip multiple times now. The context was we're making observations to determine whether the Earth is flat. You need tools for that. Indio asks, okay, what tools then to determine the Earth is flat? He says microscopes. He's trying to retroactively change the context. Oh, no, I was just naming tools to determine things in general. That's not it, bro. We will play it again. I'll play it again if I have to.
So how are you using your microscope to prove the shape of the ground?
I don't know. Let's scrap that one.
Just such a let's just scrap.
Fuck it, throw the flag.
All right, we're good. All right, you got sufficiently cooked on that one, so you can give it another try if you wish. But you definitely lost that last round.
Fine, this is a game. Sure, stay stupid.
Last one. Complete the mission.
All right, cool. That clip is going to last forever, chat. Incredible.
Fine, it's retarded. Like, fine.
Yeah, no, you said it. It was retarded, wasn't it? Yeah, I agree.
I'm telling you, it's retarded. I'm telling you, yes, it's nonsense. It's irrelevant to anything.
Facts.
Keep it, play it as much as you like. It means nothing.
So the things you say means nothing. Got it. All right, cool.
Yes, the things I say mean nothing, okay? Yes, that's true. The things you say mean nothing.
No, that's what you said, remember? I'll play it again.
Determines what reality is.
Do we have to clip?
Wait, I thought you said we have to appeal to greater minds. So is it what other men say that matters?
No, I didn't say we have to. Okay, I said that.
Wait, Shag plays that clip back?
Oh my goodness! For fuck's sake! Yes, the wrong fucking words.
I said it wrong. Okay, try to say something right then. Why every time we hold you accountable, you say, "Oh, that's wrong. I meant it differently."
Fine. I'm interested in these lights in the sky. All right, they go around the sunlight. No, seriously. Let's go with
the power. I know the lights in the sky.
They go around the sun. Yeah, the lights go around the sun, but we don't. Yeah. What causes these lights to go around the sun?
Well, I asked you earlier to name a resemblance. Name a resemblance between the Earth and those things. And well, wait.
The Cavendish experiment.
No. What the fuck?
Where's the question on the Cavendish experiment?
Name a resemblance between the Earth and anything you see up in the sky.
They're going around the sun.
No. But you don't observe the Earth going around the sun. So that's not the Earth itself anyway. Like, okay, so if we see like, let's say we see a resemblance between like two animals, so they both have fur, right? That would be like a resemblance. So that's the question. We have the Earth, and it has all of its components and different things here, and then we have things in the sky. So can you name a resemblance between something you observe on the Earth and then something you observe in the sky? Go ahead.
Atmosphere. Clouds.
You don't observe that in the sky.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, you see clouds? You see clouds on like planets?
Yeah. If you use telescopes, you can see like things that resemble clouds.
Can you post it in the chat?
Jupiter.
I don't see any Jupiter like anything here on the Earth.
That's that. Look up Jupiter. What do you think? What do you think that
I don't think that's gas in a vacuum.
What do you think it is?
I don't know, but it doesn't resemble the Earth in any way, shape, or form. So there's that.
It's like a storm. It looks like a storm. We can observe the storm over the years. It behaves like a storm. It behaves like tornadoes do or hurricanes do from our satellite imagery or Satelloon imagery, whatever you want to call it, or a plane flying over a tornado. Like you can see that it looks like a storm. It looks exactly the same.
Okay, so check this out, right? Even if it looks like a storm or it looks like clouds, right? If you
It's
take
just
those
magic.
images,
It's just not that. It's just something else.
That's not what I said.
What are you saying?
It's not what I was going to say, right? So number one, you have to take a telescope, you zoom really close into Jupiter, and then you see this stuff, or are you referring to those kind of like crystal clear, crisp images presented to us by like NASA and shit? Which ones are you
there's
looking at?
loads of amateur photos of all the planets.
Okay, cool. Okay, so in those really low resolution photos or stills or
I actually
whatnot,
have to do some work here.
No, I'm asking. I'm just pointing out, right, that in these amateur shots, they would be of lower quality.
I
than
don't think
anything
you
else.
understand what amateur means.
Yeah, you have to. You can't appeal to amateurs. You must appeal to greater minds.
I'm not appealing to amateurs. I'm not appealing.
Yes, that's right. You can't appeal to amateurs. You need greater minds.
I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out that, like in the context, an amateur photo is not going to be the same as a professional photo, right?
Not exactly. No, amateur photos can be better than professional photos.
Okay, cool. Okay. So even if you do have one that's of sufficient quality to see particular contours and stuff, right? How do we know that these things that we're looking at are what we think they are? Like these little white spots, right? You think they look like clouds. How do we confirm that they are clouds?
they behave just like them.
In terms of movement and stuff like that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. So how do we confirm it?
Well, it's not necessarily that we need to confirm it. Like we get precise enough.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Exactly, not exactly. That you can't confirm it. There's nothing that you can
Yes,
confirm.
we do. We need to confirm it because you're claiming Earth is the same as those, so we need to confirm what those are.
That's not.
Well, Manitetrix, he said you can't confirm it. That's fine. All right, that's fine.
Otherwise, Eyeless, you got to understand, right? That unless you confirm it by some means, some method, you're simply drawing an inference. You're inferring that it
so
must
you
be
confirm
like
it as precisely as you're able.
You said
and how would you do that? By looking at it and then drawing a similarity and saying,
that's one way. Sure, that's one way.
Okay. So you're drawing an inference. It's not proof of anything, right?
Yes.
It's your best guess, your best assumption.
Yeah.
Okay. So running with that set of suppositions, right? Of things that you didn't conclude yet. How do you go about confirming them to be able to move forward with confidence?
You can observe them, and then you can make similar observations in your vicinity, and then you can with other information gained from microscopes, for example, you can make correlations between the information, and then you can test it at the scale you're able to in our human reference frame here on Earth.
Okay, so how would you test these things in the sky, right? Because that's what we're looking at.
Well, you observe what you see on Earth, and then you can manipulate the way that the wind blows, or in your small experiments, or the way certain particles move or interact with each other. And if they look like what you're observing in the sky, you can make a reasonable assumption.
Thank you very much. So you're still assuming. For now. Yes. Okay, so it's a temporary. Okay, so it's a temporary.
You are assuming.
It's a temporary. No, I'm not assuming jack shit. Don't put words in my mouth.
You're assuming the Earth is
flat. You're assuming. So you're. I didn't
not
say
really.
Shit.
That's observed.
Okay. So it's a temporary assumption, meaning that at some point it's no longer going to be assumption. Or at some point, it
meaning that at some point it could be confirmed.
So a law, at some point, it no longer became an assumption. So I'm curious as to when that time was, where it was actually confirmed that it is or is not what was previously assumed.
So, are you familiar with the story of how electricity was discovered?
Here we go.
Non sequitur.
It's not a non sequitur. All of this information, it all ties into this.
Yeah, you can go into Edison and Tesla and all this shit with fucking whatever. Okay, it doesn't fucking matter.
No, it kind of does, man, because if you can understand how this works conceptually, you're able to see these patterns throughout nature. You're able to see how everything you experience is tied into everything else you experience. The reason that a ball falls down is controlled by the same physics that control why the winds blow why they do, and
okay, so
water falls to a level.
Do you mean to say that there was no period? Was no time, right, and at which these assumptions no longer became assumptions because they were confirmed. It just stayed an assumption, and we're operating on.
No, that's not quite. That's not quite right. What I was alluding to is the story of electricity. Briefly summarized, is electricity was obviously always available. The laws of it, the reason that electricity occurs, has always been around since either 6,000 years or 1 billion years. It doesn't matter, okay? It's always been there. But then humans figured out how they could harness it reliably, all right?
Yep.
And that didn't bring electricity into being. It just made it useful because we were able to harness it.
We discovered it, right? So we did. Thank you very much. So we discovered it. We didn't invent it, right? So in this case, when did we discover, right? Confirm that this thing in the sky that we're calling Jupiter has clouds on it because they have these little milky white spots that we think look like our clouds, right? When did we go from assuming that these little milky white spots were clouds to confirm that they are indeed clouds?
So I mean,
taking a long time, dude. You got to do better than this, man.
If you're willing to accept that they've sent a probe to Jupiter, then we could go with that.
If you want to prove that. But the thing with that is you would still have to ask, when was it confirmed that it is something in the sky to send something to prior to sending it? Maybe we can start with there. When was that confirmed? Or did people invest billions of dollars on a hunch that there might be something out there?
We can look at it.
Or was it confirmed? Was it confirmed that there was something out there to send this thing to first?
Yeah, I mean, yes, you can with your own eyes and a telescope in your back garden, if it's decent enough, you'll be able to observe that there is something there where Jupiter is.
Okay, so we look up, we see a light in the sky, and we assume that it's a giant ball, and then we invest billions of dollars into sending something there without actually confirming.
No. You observe it. You observe it as it rotates, and you see that it rotates like a ball.
Thank you very much. So we're assuming that it's a ball because it looks like a ball. It looks like it rotates like a ball, but we're going to go on the hunch that it looks like a ball, so it must be a ball, and then invest billions of dollars in this thing tube. Or did we actually confirm that it is?
Oversimplifying it a little bit. They confirmed it enough. They confirm it enough with different types of imaging.
Thank you very much. So show us the confirmation, right? And the method.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You're making me back up the things that I say.
I talk out of my ass, and then when people ask me to back my shit up, I can't. So I'm gonna play the victim. Fucking pathetic, dude.
Fine. Stay stupid.
I'm stupid. You're the one talking out of your ass. You don't know jack shit. You don't know anything that you're talking about. And the thing is, you can't even. Dude, you're so full of hubris that you can't even accept the fact and openly admit that you're assuming these things with confidence, and that they're not bits of knowledge. They're assumptions, because that would be fine if you said, "Dude, we think this. We don't know." Hang on. Let me finish. If you say that, that's another thing. But you're coming in here saying that we know this for certain. I'm asking you how you know it for certain. It's a big difference.
I don't think I said I knew it for certain.
Oh well. Do we not know that we're on a ball? Do we not know that Jupiter is a planet? Do we not know that there's clouds on Jupiter?
No, well, apparently not. Not by your
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we don't know these things.
Exactly, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you very much. So that's it. The only reason why we're here is because you're talking like as if you know it. So I'm asking you how you know it.
No. You keep trying to frame it that way.
Yeah. I'm not strawmanning, dude.
No, you are. You keep misframing.
Okay, let me ask you. Why did you bring up?
I'm not here to prove anything.
Why did you? Okay. Why did you bring up Jupiter?
Because it's a good example. There's a lot of information available about it from professionals and amateurs alike.
Like what?
All over the fucking photographs of it.
Everything, it's all encompassing in one.
The numbers, the figures, the fossil record.
What information can we draw from that apart from assumptions? Right? Because apparently we know that it's a gas ball. Or are we just assuming it's a gas ball? Apparently we know that there's clouds on it, or are we just assuming there are clouds on it?
They look very much like clouds.
Okay. Thank you. So they look like that.
Yes, this is what I've said from the start. Oh my goodness.
I know. But your worldview hinges on that assumption, but people come in here and speak like as if they know that. Oh, okay. Well, if you're not ascribing to the whole heliocentric model, that's okay. It's fine, but you're arguing as if you do. Okay. So if we don't know these things, that's cool. That is fine. Then you just gotta say we don't know, we think so, and we're pretty sure it is. Okay, that's very different, dude, and we can accept that. I respect that. It's not a problem. But, you know, that's it. You're allowed to believe that.
Thank you.
I mean, you know, that's not a secret. You know, everyone's entitled to their own beliefs and shit. We're just asking how you and why you come to those conclusions. And if you happen to actually know something rather than just taking stuff, you know, by leaps of faith. That's all.
What I find interesting there, 20, he looks through the telescope and he looks at these fluffy white clouds, and because he thinks they look like clouds, therefore they are. How about you walk outside? If it looks flat...
It doesn't look flat.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't look flat.
So you see curvature? Can you visibly see curvature?
You can see the consequence of it.
The consequence.
No, that's not okay. But what do you actually observe though? Instead of like strapping a story onto what you see, what do you actually see? Do you see when you go to the ocean, for example, and you look at the horizon? Do you see the horizon curving or do you see it flat?
I see.
Be honest. Be honest.
And what I understand of it is it's...
No, we're not asking you what you understand and want to add on. What do you actually see? Remember, because you said I look at clouds and then I look at Jupiter, and this is what it looks like. So when you see the horizon, do you see it curving or do you see it not curving? To answer the question. What do you observe?
I can't determine that with my eyes.
No, I'm not asking you to determine anything. What do you observe?
I observe that there is the sky.
Okay, we'll just ask you this then. What color is the ocean water, for example? Since we're struggling answering basic questions. What color do you observe? Blue. Okay, got it. Okay, so great. Now is that water curving? Like, do you see it curving or do you see it flat across the horizon?
I don't have enough information.
No, but you have enough information to determine whether it was blue. So what's the problem here? Well, should we post a picture? Let's get a picture in the chat so you can see. Let's do this one.
There's lots of pictures, both.
Okay, great. So maybe you haven't been to the beach. That's fine. Well, it's no problem.
Yeah, I live right next to one.
So you have seen the water. Okay. Let's grab a picture here and see what you think here. Because remember, you said you could just look at something and this is what it looks like. So what do you see here?
There's a simplification of us.
Now we're struggling. So look at the chat there. What do you see here?
I'm doing something.
Is that curving left or right? What's going on here?
I mean, it does look kind of curvy. So
it looks curvy.
In Photoshop. Let me put it in Photoshop and then I can squash it down and I can see what's happening.
Oh, so we need to edit images now. Okay, got it.
No, we manipulate the images as it is on known axes.
Why we manipulate it? I mean, have you never been to the ocean? I mean, I can post pictures that I've taken myself. I mean, I got you.
Actually, does he know what happens? Les, then, when you take a photograph, if you put the horizon above the center line of the camera and take an image, and then you do the same thing but below the center line of the camera and take an image, if you go back to Photoshop and squash them, as you are planning to do, you do know that you get different effects.
No, I know how Photoshop works.
Chat, look at how he's squirming though. Look at how he's squirming, chat. He's saying, well, I see a cloud, it looks like a cloud. I look in the sky, it looks like a cloud. But then we say, okay, well, how about the ocean? Oh, I don't know. Let me put it in Photoshop. It's cute. You do observe a flat Earth. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. So I don't need. It's not anything different. It's not anything different. Actually,
I can explain.
You're just being dishonest. We don't need you. I'm just gonna pop you on mute because you're being dishonest in front of our chat and the YouTube. Everyone on Earth observes the same thing. Every single person. So you don't get to come out and say, well, I see something different than everyone else sees. It's very obvious that you observe no curvature. You do observe a flat Earth. If you want to take it to somewhere else, well, I could explain it like this, whatever, that's fine. But even the most honest globe earther has to say that the Earth appears flat. They'll say it seems locally flat. So we're not going to let you be dishonest about that. If you want to lie to yourself, that's fine, but you're not going to lie to our panel or our YouTube.
That sounded like fear. The truth does
It's
not mind investigation. It is a lie.
sounded like a liar was getting schooled.
Literally, we investigate every single day. We discuss this in an open panel with people all day, every day. There's nothing to be afraid of. Why would you be afraid of the ocean? I mean, for other reasons maybe. But it definitely appears flat. We're just holding you accountable to the things you say. Not afraid of you. It's just that you're going to flat out lie, no pun intended, and say, well, I don't know, I can't see the flatness. Well, every other person does, even the most honest globe earther. We've spoken to many of them, and they'll say, yes, okay, from local level, it seems flat. Cool, even for a globe earther, there's really no issue with saying that. You wouldn't be able to see curvature anyway, so, like I said, lie to yourself, but you can't lie to us.
Sure, it looks pretty flat.
There we go. Finally. Holy smokes, dude. Well, you see how you have to twist their arm to be honest about reality? So you do, this is what you observe. And you said earlier that, well, you just assume it. No, it's what you literally observe in reality. So if you're saying that I see clouds and this, whatever up there looks like a cloud, so therefore that's probably what it is. Well, that seems like your baseline for having a standard. Well, how come you don't apply that standard to the Earth when you see a flat horizon? Why?
I do.
You don't. You're saying that the horizon is actually, what did you say? It's like the result of curvature or something like that?
The consequence.
He sees the consequence.
No, because of the consequence that would involve
so check it out.
A hill of water.
HCB. So when you're looking at the horizon and it's flat, what part of that is the consequence of curvature?
The fact that things disappear behind it.
You're looking at a horizon.
You're standing on the thing.
You're looking at a horizon. There's nothing on it. It's dead flat. Which component of that is the consequence of curvature?
The fact that things disappear behind it.
There is nothing there. There's nothing there.
Oh my,
you're out on the beach.
Listening.
Okay, you're at the beach. There's nothing on the water. You look out and you go, wow, look at that. That looks really flat. That must be the consequence of curvature.
No, that's not what I've said. I've literally given a bit more substantiation. That's not what I've said at all.
How can you substantiate nothingness? There's nothing there to look at. There's just a horizon. There's just a horizon. That's it. You've gone to the beach. There's no little boats. There's no big ones. There's no yachts. There's nobody surfing. There's just you, the beach, and a beautiful horizon. Where is the consequence of curvature on this beautiful horizon?
When I see things that do go behind the horizon.
You don't actually see that, though. You can't actually see. If it's behind it, you're not seeing it behind it.
I watched the sun do it.
That's not the sun going underneath the Earth, which is retarded to think also.
Going under, it goes behind the horizon.
So, okay, at night, if you had to point your finger to where the sun is, where do you point?
Probably down towards the ground.
I'm going to clip that. Brilliant. Another clip, gold. But you just said it doesn't go underneath. But then you just said it's underneath. No. It just contradicts exactly what you said. Hold on, I'm going to ask you one more time. So you're saying the sun goes underneath, right?
I'm saying it goes behind the horizon.
Wait, so where's the sun when it's at night?
It's behind the Earth.
So if you had to point your finger, where would that be?
Towards the ground.
So the sun's going underneath then?
The sun is sure. It's going below my standing position, sure. But that's only relative to the Earth itself. Gravitation.
Incredible. Hopefully you can see what you're saying, because I think everyone else sees it at this point.
So I'm in Canada right now. To be fair, right? The sun's out. You're pointing down? You're pointing at the ground?
It would be towards the rise in the east, sets in the west. Oh yeah, Canada's in the west to me. So yeah, it's going to be below the ground.
I mean, it really is pointless.
It's just under the ground.
Say, oh, okay, he thinks it's going below the ground. Ha ha ha. I mean, that doesn't really help anything.
So it's not in the
actually
sky.
hilarious. So it is hilarious.
So it's not in the sky then.
Yeah, but
it's not in the sky.
It's not really
yes, it's in the sky.
Oh, it's in the sky. It's in the sky under the ground.
Yes.
I mean, well, does it really? Maybe you should show why it's not true. I
I
don't
didn't
know.
say
Like,
it's under the ground, though. I said it's below my standing position.
Yeah, so under the ground.
Not exactly, no.
I don't really see why we need to just do okay, haha.
Wait, should we just have you bring up like ether and toroidal fields again, or what's the next move here?
No, I'm saying basically like, what's the point of just saying haha? It's more of just turning him off.
Oh, that we're not here to try to turn him on.
Bro.
Maybe he'll realize what he's saying. Yeah, it is crazy to say that, to be fair. But we can also talk about the horizon and what it's not. It's not a hill of water that blocks boats and buildings. Yes, that's the point. That's the next step. It's clearly not. It's clearly not. When the behavior of water in all bodies of water, it lays flat. It doesn't form into a convex body of water. Hold on. In any reference frame, hold on. So hold on a second. Every body of water behaves the same. So bathtub, swimming pool, pond, lake, ocean, they all lay flat. They're not convex.
Tiny compared to the
I don't know why you're cutting me off.
Because you're chatting shit.
Not really. All bodies of water behave the same. So it doesn't get to a certain point where it changes and does something opposite of what happens in a reality. So if the swimming pool is flat, then the ocean is flat as well. So what you're trying to say is that the ocean is a convex body of water, which sometimes I joke and call a hill of water. That's what you would require to have it block the sun. Hold on, it's not.
Wait,
okay, I'll ask you this: what's blocking the sun then? When you're looking over the ocean, okay, so that'd be the water, right? That we're seeing the ocean.
The water is a single solid body. Like it's lots of billions of little parts.
Okay, here, let me post a picture in the chat then. Can you look at the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, if
this is over the Pacific. Hold on a second, Sally.
Yeah.
This is over the Pacific Ocean. So what's blocking? What's doing the blocking in this example right here?
The Earth and the water on it.
Okay, that's exactly what I said. Thank you very much. So then that would require the water to be curved, correct?
No, that's not. I mean,
what?
Not quite.
No, but yes, but no. Okay. Jesus Christ, this guy's retarded.
So think about this. If you're on
I'm not misunderstanding. Hold on,
you are. I can hear that you are.
Not really. You're saying, well, no, but yes, but no, but maybe.
What you're doing is you're applying to reality.
Is the Earth curving in this example right here?
Yes.
Yes. Hold on, Salad. No, dude, relax, bro. You're saying the Earth is curving in this example right here. Okay.
I'm fairly sure.
And then is the water then curving in this example?
Yes. Sure.
Okay, what we see on the local scale of water is what you would expect on a sphere, honestly. And I'm trying to steel man the globe because
you're not helping, bro.
It's really a good argument because
that's true. On a gravitationally affected
you're not
sphere,
helping,
this
bro.
is what would happen.
Because if it level to relative to the sphere, if you're on a local scale,
you're not helping yourself. Okay, word salad. I'm going to put my foot straight on this.
Yeah.
What's local?
Oh, you were chatting logic, Salad. Oops.
He's not saying anything that's like not understood. We know that on a globe you wouldn't see curvature at this level. What we're trying to tell you is that water behaves a certain way in reality, and that is not where it's convex.
No,
in any scale.
You're not
in any scale.
If you're on a gravitationally affected sphere that's massive.
Okay, then I'll ask you this.
Water,
I get what you're saying.
Would be flat, okay, but around the globe, relative to the gravitationally affected sphere, it would all be level all the way around.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Are you saying that all bodies of water behave the same, or it gets to a certain point where? Okay, so even the water in the swimming pool is curved, convex.
Essentially, yes.
Can you prove that?
No, because we don't have the ability to view this as precise as we need to.
Well, remember you said you can use tools earlier, like microscopes. So go ahead, whatever tool you want to use. So what can you do to determine that the water in a swimming pool is convex? Go ahead.
Here's what you could do. You could look into the parameters of LIGO. And if you built a swimming pool over the same scale, there would be curvature. it would be about 2 foot higher in the middle than it is either side, or 1 foot or something. I can't remember the exact numbers, but yeah, yes, there
How
would
big's
be
LIGO?
a curve. You what?
How big is it? Length?
It's 2 kilometers. It's 4 kilometers, but as I understand, it's 2 kilometers east in like a right angle.
So,
but it might be 4 kilometers along one.
In the Black Swan
axis.
image, there's over 10 miles of zero curvature, but yet in 4 kilometers, there's going to be 2 foot.
Yes, yes.
And he said yes to that. Oh my god.
So with this Black Swan example, why are there not thousands of images of like this of much further observations? No, there just simply isn't, because we can't.
There's classic.
There would be an abundance of images much further than this if the Earth was flat. It would be there'd be everywhere. There'd be so many good examples. Show me some.
There are.
Hey,
show me some.
How far do you believe you can see?
I mean, depending on what the atmosphere is doing, I mean, up to, I don't know, what's a reasonable amount? I don't know, 50 miles seems like a reasonable amount. With some obstruction.
You might not understand the Black Swan analogy in this case.
No, I understand.
Hold on. Okay, great. Hold on.
I'm saying is that
hold on. Let me stop you right there. Hold on. Let me stop you right here. Because it's a principle of falsification. If the idea is that only white swans exist, and then you see one black swan, you've now falsified that idea that only white swans exist. You're saying, well, no, there must be thousands of more. I need to see like 10,000 more blacks before I will agree. Like, that's not how this works. We do have more than just the black swan, but the idea alone, it's a principle of falsification. Look up a gentleman named Karl Popper. Hold on a second. It is simple. If you have only white swans as the claim on the table, and you see a black swan and another one, you don't need to say, "Oh, well, I need to see 10 more." It's literally the principle here on the table.
No. You.
That's why why do you think it's called the black swan? That's why it's called the black swan, dude. When you say no, there must be 10,000 more, or it's not true. That's not how it works, bro. Kingsley, you do have an open mic. Go ahead, chat.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's just ridiculous to say, oh, no, okay, so you presented one black swan. Okay, well, I need to see like 1,500 more or it's not true. Crazy.
Now, do you know what I love about that black swan image there, CB? What I absolutely love about it is, you remember every single time a glober says ships go over the horizon? I'd like to point out a little black dot that's just to the left of Platform Hill House. Something that should be behind the horizon.
He's doing it again. Oh, I never said the words that I said. Do you want me to get the clips going again? Where he's gonna start getting mad because, well, you're taking what I said out of context. Hey, you said it, bro, not me. Sorry. He said there must be 10,000 more. Okay? How many more do you need? 10,001? Nope, that's not enough. I need to see 10,002. Like this is just bad faith, dude.
Has he seen any of the Jay Tolan media infrared stuff? Or does he just hand wave that and go, nah, it doesn't count because an amateur done it?
Well, remember earlier he said, like, oh, well, professional pictures could sometimes not be as good as amateur, but you don't understand what amateur means. All right, bro. I don't know who muted him. You guys can take it.
I'll unlock him. I didn't do it, but yeah, anyways.
So that wasn't what I was saying. I wasn't saying.
I guess I'll just go make the clip then. I'll just go.
Can I explain what I was trying to say?
Yeah, sure, whatever.
So what I'm saying is, if the Earth was flat, okay, it would be very simple to have many, many images of 20, 30, 40, 50 miles.
Why?
There aren't.
Why would it? Hold on. Why?
No. Go on,
I want to know why. I want to know why. You've made a claim. You said it would be very easy to do. Why? Why would it be easy
Basic
to do?
observation of trigonometry. Like, if
No, you're talking about photographs. You're talking about photographs. If the Earth is flat, there'd be an abundance of photographs showing these excessively long distances. Why would there be an abundance of photographs showing excessively long
Because people
distances?
would want to take pictures of such things. It's fascinating.
All right, sure. We'll
People
get some
do
more for
take
you, but
pictures
hold
of
on.
long-range
Get your
stuff.
P1000s,
But in order to do so,
P900s.
I'll just
We'll just
got one
get
in the back pocket.
microscopes, telescopes. We'll get all kinds of scopes.
Yes.
Well, let me stop the show. Hold on. If the Earth is a globe, how come there aren't any observations of a horizon at 1.22 miles for a 1 foot observer?
Because there are other factors like refraction in the atmosphere.
Whoa, if it's a globe, there should be many examples. What? There's none? Not even one? Oh, okay, post it. All right, post it.
Every example you see is...
Wait. What about the black swan?
What? Show us. Post it.
You're saying every single example of a long distance observation shows a horizon at 1.22 miles. You're saying every single one?
Look.
I'll clip it.
I know you'll clip it, so I'm trying to be precise about what I'm saying, but you're not.
You already said it.
You mute me.
You already said it.
Starts happening.
You've said
No, you already said it.
Okay, let's take this example. You've posted an example. Someone's posted an example.
We want you to post your example.
Oh, for
Yeah, post the
fuck's sake,
example.
Please.
Yeah,
let's address
post the
yours.
example.
Let's go with your axioms. Okay, this should.
Let's go with your example that you're going to post.
Oh my goodness!
You made the claim. You made the claim.
You don't have to bleat in the
Earth's
chat.
horizon happens at 1.22 miles at 1 foot. Post up your evidence.
Yeah, you know what? I think we're going to stop. Yeah, there he goes. It's the transmission.
He had none.
Yeah, dude, that was the biggest load of shit. Oh, no, every example is the horizon at 1.22 miles. That's the white swan. Like, I don't think he understands the falsification principle. He's literally saying that all swans are white. Yeah, well, we have an example where that's not true.
Hey,
Debunked.
CB, I'd still like someone to actually post up an example where they've got a marker that proves the horizon happens at 1.22 miles at an elevation of 1 foot. I'd be happy with that.
Let me just get I was going to make the clip now because I know he's going to already say, no. I didn't say that. Let me just get the clip. I'll be right back.
I don't know who made that one, but that is the one I like now.
Take a look and see what just breezed in the door.
And he's forgetting that he did debunk his own refraction, because I did ask him, can you see what is behind the mountain? And he said no. He did said no, you have to go around. Oh, so I said to him, you did just debunk your refraction. So yeah.
And the worst part, Miguel, as soon as he does find any image where the horizon is exactly at 1.22 miles, the whole lot of us are going to bombard him with Sky Freeze ships where the horizon is like only 5 yards away. I can see it coming already.
It was spiraling, you know. We were talking about observations, looking curvature, and he jumps to, you need a microscope, and then it jumps to the sky, the lights in the sky. Yeah, running away from proving the curve.
How did that Francisco fella go last night? Did he end up speaking up or did he just crash out? Grit was trying to get him to talk. I think it was in politics.
I was not there. I was working, maybe. Francisco, is a Spanish or Portuguese?
I don't know. He had an accent. I don't know what he was. I've no idea, mate. But he was having a bit of a sook. He wanted to go 1v1. They offered him to talk to Crit, and everyone else had mute up. No, I want to do it on another channel. All right. And that's when I left.
But it was fun talking to that guy. Christian Bale has a new clip from that guy. So the guy is saying, because we don't have a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles, he's saying because of fraction. So you see, like, I can see easily 25 miles to cities, you know, from left to right. What refraction is talking about it? Actually, I can see. I have to know the distance to the other city because I can see, let's say, far away 3 cities doing like a triangle, and when I am looking through my binoculars, those buildings are perfect vertical and the horizontal. So very interesting.
Clips are in the side chat. Damn, my mic was not great. It should be better now. But yeah, no, that was hilarious. He said that the reason why there are no examples of a horizon of 1.22 miles is because of variables like refraction. Wait, but no, there are. And every example shows that. What's the point of talking to these people, bro?
Great clips.
I did save it. I did a new folder.
He's the new Rumpus, or what is it? Rumpus? Yeah, we do. We don't. You gotta make up your mind, dude.
I did, no. Go on.
Well, when we pull him up on it, even show him the clips. Well, you're taking it out of context. That's not what I meant. Just say it right the first time, then.
Like 1 hour ago, I did ask him can you see what is behind the mountain? And the guy said, no. Okay, so, but now he's saying you can see farther away because of fraction. So, yeah. So we can see beyond the geometric horizon because of refraction. When he did debunk himself 1 hour ago. I did say to him, you just did debunk your refraction right now. I did the trap, you know.
Look, chat, my way to
address the refraction thing, it's like you can't forget that they're claiming that the horizon is geometric. They're saying it's the physical curve of the Earth, just like when we showed him the sunset over the ocean. He was saying that that was the physical curve of the Earth. Okay? So our argument is that it's optical. And I don't even know how many variables, but I'm assuming there's a lot of variables that factor into why the horizon does what it does and appears where it does. And the only variable that isn't there or isn't factored in is some sort of, geometric physicality of the Earth curving. So when they say things like, oh, but there's refraction, well, that's our point. That there's optical phenomena taking place when it comes to the horizon, not something geometric. So they're going to sit there and argue all day that it's some sort of optical thing happening. Yeah, we know. Thank you. The only thing you really need to sit here and defend is that it's geometric. But they refuse to do that. So it's like they don't realize that they're kind of proving our point.
Exactly, but they don't want to prove you the curve. They are running away. They say refraction because it's just an excuse. They cannot prove the curvature, and they have to grab something else. But when I ask, show me that refraction, making a ball appear flat, and do they have that? No. So they are talking about something, a fantasy. It's just a fantasy. So it's how you say? They are just running away because they cannot prove it. And it's cognitive dissonance. They will defend. No, they don't. They have no proof. They will defend the fantasy. They always believe it. It's more. In the end of the day, it's more. Psychological. Even it said, "I'm not here to prove the globe." Okay,
Yeah, I don't buy that. I never believe when they say that.
Yeah. I'm going to the kitchen. Just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, be aware that they're usually capping when they say that. Well, I'm not here to. I'm not defending the globe, but that's. I'm just asking questions. Almost 9 times out of 10, that's false. I'm just interviewing. I'm a third party. I don't actually have a stake in a horse in the race. Then you start answering their questions, and they're like, no, that's wrong. It's like, okay. I thought you were just interviewing. Yeah, very rarely is that the case. That they're just here asking questions. They're just neutral. Extremely rare. You probably heard the one where they're like, "Oh, I'm just doing like a report for class." Like, okay. All right, well, that concludes a great roast session. There are clips in the chat. If you guys want to take a listen to those, brilliant. Feel free to, we can go back to speculation mode as well if anyone has speculation.
You can come back now, word solid.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but dude.
I know, I get it. I know. It was doing my head too.
You picked up on that as well. I mean,
oh yeah,
yeah, but like, what about the ether? And like the toroidal fields, and like there could be like planetary, like I don't know, but I've seen this before. I just don't think it's all that helpful.
I've got no problem with him throwing all that shit out. But when you've got a full-blown, I just want to talk about everything and prove nothing anti-flat earth clown in here, you don't. You just hit him directly. It was making me twitch.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's like you do all the work getting them on the hook. Like you hook them, and they find some way to get them off the hook. Especially with guys like that, they have their tap dancing shoes on. They're going to clickety clack around everything possible. But when you finally pull them up on something, you're drilling them on it, and then you say something, then they're gonna latch onto that and swing away from the drill as quickly as possible. So just be aware of that, man.
I was trying to find my tap dancing sound effect earlier.
Is that it? Nice. Yeah. Crazy.
The drill,
It's just
or in this case, the what was it? The telescope? No, what was he using?
the microscope. That's what it was. Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Is like we played the clip where he said you can use a microscope to determine the Earth is flat. And well, what about like planets? Oh well, yeah, I would know what planets are. Da-da-da-da. No, dude, we're going to drill you hard. Pause on you saying the microscopes how you determine the Earth. No, we were just naming random tools. You're not understanding. No, we weren't naming random tools, bro. What are you talking about? I think he said that in the chat. I'll see if I can get a screenshot. He's like, no, you weren't understanding the context. We were just naming just tools. He left the server, guys. He left the entire server.
What? He's wild out completely.
Yeah, that's hilarious. He'll be back.
You got way too many clips of him then.
Yeah, he's cooked for life on that. Where is it? Well, you need tools for observation. Flat earthers think they can you could just like observe things without tools. No, I didn't say that. Oh, okay, here's the clip of you saying you need tools. Well, but it's like there's no way around this. There's a screenshot in the chat. So we're just naming random tools. He said, at that point in the discussion, yes.
Wow. That's crazy.
Oh my god!
Well, we'll put him on the mentally ill list.
Yeah, I think he put himself there. Microscopes was one of the craziest things I've heard in a long time.
There's a lot of them that do that, CB. You'll be describing something or halfway through a sentence, and they will grab one or two words out of that sentence and then reconstruct their own ideas from that. Have you noticed a few of them do that? Like, the context was name a tool. So all of a sudden, all he heard was name a tool. So he just started blurting out tools. Instead of taking 1 second or 2 seconds to take a breath, have a think about it, he just blurted out tools. Like, why not just afterwards go, yeah, I stuffed up. You got me fair and square. Instead of carrying on like a clown for 25 minutes and having you repeat the clip over and over and over again.
I know.
He could have just went off the first hand, oh, sorry, I meant telescopes, not microscopes. Like, that's it.
20 cups, exactly.
Okay, you made a mistake, so what? Nobody's perfect. But yeah, I just think it's interesting. He could have just went, yeah, my bad, I was talking about telescopes. We look at things in the sky, and I think things in the sky are the same as the ground.
Yeah, that would have pretty much wrapped it up right there. My bad, dude. Not my telescope, sorry. Like, you got me. But he tripled, quadrupled, double, quintupled down. Okay, fine. Just gonna mock you now.
Yeah, here's a 20 on the Quinella, and I'm going for it.
I just thought it was funny, like, he was playing the clip back, and he's like, you're not. That's you. Like he was like getting all stressed out by the clips. I was like, dude, this is you. This is what you're saying. Oh no, you're twisting it.
You're straw manning it. You're steel manning it. You're taking it out of context. It's like, nah, play.
Really? Okay, let's listen again. No, you can't do that. Don't be mad at me. This is what you said, bro.
Oh shit!
So glad to record this stuff.
So when I'm rich and famous, I'm going back to the west coast of the United States, and you could probably come down too, CB, since I'm not far from your house.
W.
And I'm going to go to where they do the Black Swan. So I'm going to bring some equipment with me. One of them, a laser. Another one, an infrared camera. Another one, a standard camera. So we can redo the Black Swan. So we shoot a laser across it. So everyone can go, but refraction. And then once all of this shit's all set up and we can see the laser shooting across, then we stand back and we take a photo of the whole setup. Or film it, even better. So when they cry refraction, we can question, well, is the ground refracting up or is the laser refracting down, conforming to a 8 inches per mile squared curvature? Because you can't have both of them. And when they say, oh, but refraction, we can go, you wouldn't believe it? Here's the infrared camera that was right beside it. Where's your refraction now? So all the excuses just get kicked to the curb and they'll have absolutely nothing except these beautiful long-range shots. You're supposed to hit the dream button there, CB. You failed.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, I'm back. All good. But yeah, what would be good with an IR camera is to do the Black Swan and go, here's the Black Swan in IR, boys and girls, and pan to the right and show the island over the back. That's 27 mile out?
I love that observation. I think the Black Swan is incredible.
One of the comebacks to the Black Swan that I heard was, that dude actually went out and took 128 photos, and he just chose that one. He cherry-picked that one photo, which I find interesting because apparently he takes photos there all the time, like he lives nearby. But he just cherry-picked one because it had the highest amount of refraction. That's why I put it in side chat for you. That's why I like that shot there. Off the Finland test. And when they bark refraction, you can go, okay, is the ground refracting up? The laser refracting down? Which one is it? Or is it just perspective? Yeah, CB, that the Earth is the biggest thing. Yeah, I wanted that to get pushed also.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to discuss that. I noticed Indio sort of like was trying to talk about that as well. Just was not. There was so much meat on that bone of like the microscope thing. I just wanted to kill him on that. Low key pause. Sorry, but
yeah,
I just wanted to really cook him on that. But
roast
yeah, I mean,
out of him. Yeah.
the Earth being the biggest thing. I actually do think the Earth is the biggest thing. Like, what would be bigger? Because that's just silly to think that.
He's still thinking that we believe pancake in space.
Yeah.
They've got to get that shit out of their head. Oh, the Earth's not the biggest thing. Well, what is? There's
name one thing bigger.
But Jupiter and Saturn and
yeah.
Excuse. Yeah, I thought when that was when that come up that it wasn't the biggest thing, I thought, here we go, he's gonna get cooked here. Feet up, grab the popcorn.
Well, Uranus might be bigger.
Ayo.
Pause, nigga.
I'm sorry, that's how they pronounce it, isn't it?
It's the accent, I tell ya. Welcome to our new person. Who was that? Kaylin. Oh, you got the flat tag? No.
Hello, nice to meet you.
What's your stance on this, mate?
I'm undecided, although I'm very open to the idea of a flat Earth because, as far as I can tell, there are more proofs of the flat Earth than there are of the globe Earth. Or at least I find the proofs of the flat Earth more compelling than those of the globe Earth.
It's a shame you weren't here for the last chap. He had no idea.
Oh, damn. Did the flat Earth get destroyed?
No. He got destroyed. He actually left and then deleted himself from the server. He was that upset.
Is this a globe person then, I guess?
Yes.
See, this is why I love it, man. I love it. That's what I mean when I say that there seems to be more credible evidence for the flat Earth than there is for the globe Earth, and that's why I'm loving this whole debate because although I'm still undecided, I'm loving the proofs and the evidence from the flat side.
No, good. That's what we like to hear. So have you gone out and done any of your own checkups or long distance observations, or maybe you're rich and famous and you've bought yourself a $40,000 laser so you can shoot it across a large expanse of water?
I was thinking I would maybe buy a yacht so I can test the yacht theory, but I've not got around to it yet. But
yacht theory?
The boat going over the horizon. Listen, I am joking. I understand that the boat going over the horizon is already disproven by the flat people, which I love. But no, I haven't got around to it yet, and I fully intend to. I fully intend to verify it for myself, because what I've learned through tuning into this topic of discussion is that I've taken things for granted. For example, we live on a ball, and so therefore here is all the other information. And the fact is, I can't verify that I live on a ball. I only have my own experience to go by, which does appear to be that I live on a non-rotating flat plane.
Well, our last chap believes in curvature because it's he doesn't see the curvature, but he sees the consequences of it.
Which consequences might those be?
Oh, ships going over the horizon. So when we questioned him and we put a bit of weight on him, you're looking at the beach, there's no ships, no surfers, no waves, one of those beautiful clean days. There's absolutely nothing out there. You look out, you see a beautiful flat horizon. Where's the consequence of curvature? Or what is the consequence of curvature? Not observable. That's the correct answer. I love it.
I love it as well. I think it's fantastic.
So no, I mean, by the way, on a good meltdown. So yeah.
So there is one globe argument that I do think. I mean, until I verify it for myself, it does appear to be pretty compelling on its surface, and that is that if you are on, from the globe perspective, if you were on the southern side of the ball, and you were to look up, then you would see a different sky rotating in a different direction than if you were on the north
the old
side.
stars spinning the wrong way thing.
Yes.
Well, how about this? How about you can do this and verify it for yourself. All you have to do, my friend, tonight is walk outside, and I want you to face north and have a look at which way the stars appear to be rotating. And then, my friend, after you've done that and you've established which way they appear to be going, turn around and face south and do exactly the same thing. See which way they appear to be rotating, and you will notice they appear to be going in the opposite direction. It's all based on yourself. It's observer-centric. That's all.
So, I mean, it sounds good, but then what I can imagine, so I've heard someone explain this in the sense that if you imagine a clock above your head, then, so let's just say you're facing north, and then when you look at the clock, 12 o'clock is at the position you would expect 12 o'clock to be in. 12 o'clock is at the top. And then you turn around and then you face south, and then you're looking at 6 o'clock. But then, basically, as far as the globe argument goes, and again, I haven't verified it for myself, but the globe argument is that it will still be going in the same direction. Whether you're looking at 12 or whether you're looking at 6 o'clock, it will still be rotating clockwise.
Yep, their argument is the clock's really small and you're looking at the entirety from the outside. So if you're at the left-hand side, it's still going one way. You just move all the way around the other side and look at it, it's still going the same way. Where in actual fact, the clock is freaking massive and you're standing inside it, within it. So when you look at the middle of it, so imagine the hands are that big that you can't see the ends of it. So when you face towards where the centre should be, the clock will appear to be going in one direction, and when you spin around, the clock will appear to be what?
See, I don't know, because if it's going clockwise, then if you look up, it doesn't really matter what way you face it, it will still be going clockwise if it was flat.
Excellent. So when we look at the stars, they appear to go east to west. Yeah?
Perhaps. I haven't heard that, I haven't verified it, but I'm willing to accept it for the sake of your argument.
Yep. Well, when you go out tonight, and hopefully it's clear, you can have a look for yourself, mate.
So by the way, I'm currently outside and I do see stars, but of course stars move very, very, very slowly, so I don't really see them moving. I'm sure if I sat here for a few hours and paid strong attention to it, then I would see it. But right now, I doubt I'll be out for hours. I will be going home before I see a star move, basically.
Bit too fresh for that. Nah, that's fair enough, mate. Well, I gotta go. It's that time of the day. Apparently, some flat earthers have jobs, believe it or not. But anyways, guys.
By the way, so I can tell from your accent. Well, I mean, your accent leads me to believe that you're from Australia. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what time is it for you in Australia right now?
21 minutes past 8 in the morning.
Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. So I'm in Scotland, as my accent might have betrayed. And let me see what time it is. Right now it is 20 minutes past 11 at night. So it's very dark over here in Scotland.
Yep. Anyways, mate, I gotta go. There's a couple others here that'll probably have a chat to you, and you get to listen to some Aussie accents floating through the mix.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Alrighty, lads, catches.
Bye.
I wanted to come in sooner with that, and I thought that CB would have done it. But, yeah, you're slipping today, slipping. Oh, he's on deafen.
to the beef. And then the list of reasons to distrust these space agencies goes on and on and on and on. So yeah, all of that, we can't validate all of these space stories, but what we can validate is that there's no curvature. So yeah, that's like a basic rundown of where we're coming from. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but that's the basics. Yeah, so Joker, yeah, obviously the Earth has topography. So when we say flat, we don't mean that the entire surface is like a 2D plane in that sense, right? We have topography, but then most of the surface of the Earth is said to be water, right? That's where the flatness comes from, right? Obviously, it's like a topographical plane.
Everyone is silent. What happened? I'll just say one thing and I'll leave. Please hear it very clearly. Earth is spherical, not circular. Indeed, and that's why it is not flat.
Yeah, you got any evidence?
Yeah, I have.
No, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Are you tired of being lied to? Are you tired of being manipulated? Are you tired? Do you want your freedom back? Or are you worried about what people think about you? Amish Space Station! A lot of my kids wanna kill themselves. Bill Gates, they don't need your help. The new normal's a prison cell and your jab won't go over well. Things like reducing child to death and just shoot them right into the vein. Hold on. First off, Bill Gates, viruses are dead cell debris, and you telling me it ain't a felony to perform experiments on humanity? Hold on. Let me back up. I don't talk big or even act tough. If you ain't heard about the flat earth or the resistance, that's us. Neil Tyson, I don't like him, always lying. Pseudoscience, now they claim helicopters flying somewhere on a Martian island. Don't they just love NASA? Astronauts in swimming pools splashing. They get a huge bucket of cash, and we gotta survive on only rations. Sorry, lost my composure. Tends to happen when I start exposing. Fields of passion just start exploding like the Challenger, but they're alive and going. NASA, what a moon mission tapes. Oh, you threw them all away? Getting 8K from Mars, but 5G towers are 1,000 feet away? Killing trolls every day. We are not out in space. We are not on a spinning ball as shown by Eric Dubé. And if you ain't on that level, better get up out my way. When you break up out that matrix, the truth is on display. If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that means any horizon distance measurement is currently on trial and can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's why the black swan killed the globe. And here's how we know, cause the horizon is beyond 9 miles from 1 foot, you clown shows. Glovers, annihilate them. Space is a second law violation of thermodynamics while you're waiting. Research entropy and educate them. Oh, and Newton's gravity was changed by Einstein. Don't be mad at me. Look up his theory of relativity and then you realize the globe's your enemy. Shout out to the freaking Lions. Killing trolls every day. We are not out in space. We are not on a spinning ball as shown by Eric Dubé. Level, better get up out my way. When you break up out that matrix, the truth is on display. It's on display. Truth is on display. The truth is on display. Earth is flat, give me my mind back now. Earth is flat, Earth is flat. Earth is flat, give me my mind back now. Earth is flat, give me my mind back. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Amish Space Station. This is Quick Debunks, and we are going to debunk space. Space is a violation of natural law. Let me explain. It is impossible to have gas pressure or air pressure without a container. What does that mean?
that means that the pressure has to have something to press against in order to build. Kind of like if you're blowing up an air, a balloon, you have to have the balloon outer container to hold the air. Same as a basketball. If you do not have the container, you cannot have the air pressure. It fills the available volume. The same as if you light a cigarette on one side of the room, it spreads throughout the rest of the room. It doesn't stay in one small, tiny area. So our air should go to fill the available volume called space. But our air does not, even though Earth is an open system. So if we can travel outside of Earth, that means our air should be able to leave Earth and fill the available volume as it does in thermodynamics, high pressure systems, low pressure systems. You cannot have gas pressure without a container. Space debunked. Welcome back, everybody, to the Amish Space Station, and we got another quick debunks. This time we are going to be debunking Einstein's space-time. Now, let me give you the definition of conceptual. It means relating to or based on mental concepts. Philosophy deals with conceptual difficulties. Synonyms: theoretical, philosophical, hypothetical, speculative. Okay. Unrealistic, irrelevant, useless. Oh, do I need to continue? I don't think I need to continue. Space-time is a conceptual medium, meaning it is a thought experiment. This is what Einstein thought up in his head, okay? And decided to make it into reality. Even though there is no proof. You can't give me a box of space-time. It cannot be altered. It cannot be experimented with. It's a creation of thought. Okay, it's a story. It is a concept. Look up the definition for concept for yourself. It's what I just read. That is what conceptual is. That is what a conceptual medium is. It is a idea in your mind that you've created because you can't explain what's outside of Earth, so it's your best guess as to what is outside of what we see. It is a thought experiment. You cannot manipulate it. And if you can, please show me a box of time. And if you can show me a box of time, please alter and manipulate that, okay, as that is part of what you need to do for it to be considered a real experiment, which you can't do. Space-time debunked. Sorry, Einstein. All right, welcome to the Amish Space Station, and this one is going to be a little bit of fun. Today we are going to be debunking astrophysics, and it's going to be really easy, okay? It's right in the name. Anyway, the definition for it is the branch of astronomy. Oh, God. Didn't we already debunk astronomy? Okay, so it's a branch of that. Doesn't that automatically mean it's debunked?
I think it does. But for your sake, let me continue. Concerned with the physical nature of the stars and celestial bodies and the application of the laws and theories of physics to the interpretation of the astronomical observations. Oh, God. So what it just said is it applies, right? Okay, you listening? It applies the laws and theories, right, of physics to what you see. It just sticks them on there. Just sticks them right on there, right? You don't have to prove it. We see a little thing that looks like a moon. Well, it's just like Earth, and it has a lot of gravity, and it does this and it does that because we see it. And we're gonna say that what happens here on Earth also happens on the semi-transparent moon. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. And you know, if the Amish station bullies come back up, Amish space station guys, you know what we're gonna do to them? Like, guys, come on. Like, come on. It just applies real laws and theories to the interpretation of observations. Like, it's just the way you interpret it. So that means if I see it differently than Neil deGrasse Tyson, that mine is just as valid as his. See, if he sees something and he calls it a Magellanic Cloud, and I see it and I say it's a dust of fart floating around, you see, it's up to interpretation. Do you guys see the problem here? It's not science. And you cannot run any tests. Astrophysics debunked. God.
How to get job in Google.
I was told nothing exploded so long ago, and it's noted that as a child I believed that what they said, they could show it and prove to me without a doubt that they finally figured out our origins and who we are. That's what science was all about. But they lied about what science was, and they lied about what it does. The scientific method's clear about all of that kinds of stuff. Step one of that method: observe a natural phenomenon. Evolution debunked. Let's put an end to your insomnia. Darwin just made up stories, Freemasonry, homo orgies. He knew it was important for brainwashing and abortion. Make you think you a monkey. Now you feel like an animal eating on other corpses. Now you feel like a cannibal. Homo erectus, Neanderthal, it's all a method. Carefully constructed and intelligently deflected. Darwin's buildings erected. Teaching scholars the message that we all come from nothing and nowhere is where we're headed. Show me the definition of evolution. Any of the evidence ever been proven? Knuckle dragging Darwin constructed illusions to take your mind and rape your mind. Now all we need is a revolution, overthrowing authorities, prostitution. On the sleeping masses with truth is a movement to free your mind and realize
the lies your mind hides behind your blind eyes. You'll find a fine guy who tries to fly high like pies and white skies, but sighs and denies, then sides with Bill Nye. Come on, let's not be an idiot. Darwin's dead, that guy is illiterate. 8-man frauds were all illegitimate. Lucy Pill found time to get rid of it while on trial. Pickle admitted it, forced his drawings for he submitted them. Fooled since birth and paid for the privilege. You got duped and now you're a simian. That is what you think you are. Magic dust within a star. Big Bang shot you from afar. Now you're driving in a car. Monkey with a typewriter. Tilting on a turning ball. Throwing poo against the wall. Yep, that's what you think. Your uncle was a monkey in the fucking missing link. Your gullibility's driven me to the brink. Macro revolution isn't even a thing. The snakes in the hood and you're getting hoodwinked. Believing bullshit must just be a kink. With 4 hairy fingers stuck up in the pink and opposable thumbs getting lost in the stink.
Show me the definition of evolution. Any other evidence ever been proven? Knuckle dragging Darwin constructed illusions to take your mind and rape your mind. Now all we need is a revolution, overthrowing authorities, prostitution. On the sleeping masses, but truth is a movement to free your mind and realize destruction has never created anything. All it did was cause more division like social distancing. Running from all their sentencing. Sodomites aren't worth mentioning. Poisoning all our children with lies. Meanwhile they're censoring. Truth is all over creation. The ones who are no longer trapped in the matrix. Sending their robot algorithms to eradicate us. Cause we discovered that the earth ain't spinning? Or was it because we discovered that Hollywood girls aren't women? Or was it that viruses aren't living and cannot survive hot conditions? Or was it all of the fake moon missions? Or was it exposing prison systems and the politicians? Or the sacrificing of so many children? Or was it the fake feminism? Or was it the fake anti-Semitism? Because we broke out of your mental prison? The truth is right here if you take a second to listen. Information is supernatural by definition. Show me the definition of evolution. Any other evidence ever been proven? Knuckle dragging Darwin constructed illusions to take your mind and to rape your mind. Now all we need is a revolution, overthrowing authorities, prostitution. On the sleeping masses, but truth is a movement to free your mind, realize.
Hello.
What's up, Sheik?
I'm good, and you?
Yeah, hanging in, buddy. Good to see you.
Nice.
Sporadic's doing some DJing, I guess. How you doing, Sporadic?
That's cool.
Sounded good. Selections there. It was wild to have so many people in here with nothing to say. It was kind of the weirdest part of having so many people in the chat. Nobody wanted to talk. It appears the other guest. It's a Friday. I guess people are taking advantage of the weather. And starts playing. We start playing some music, and then a room full of people dissipates. But they weren't speaking. Nobody was miking up. It was just like a text chat instead of a voice chat. 3U5T, welcome to the room. Good day to you. That's a great meme there, Flat McCann. Between like sailing from one like port and let's say off of one of the coasts of like South America to like one of the ports of Africa, how would that differ like compared to like distance wise basically? I guess it was something to that nature, right, Kingley?
Yeah, just more so like we know the airplanes like the Southern flights, like essentially if you wrapped a ball around to the bottom of it would be really close together, right? So they have to make up that time somehow. And I guess they think they do it with like tailwinds or flying faster and slower and stuff like that. And I was just kind of curious how ships get away with it. I kind of looked into it like a little bit, and like there's not really much for ships, but yeah, that was kind of my question is how are ships getting away with it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can mic up sporadic. I know you got stuff going on, but yeah, my thought was like there's like flight corridors, right, where commercial flights have to stick to certain paths where they don't really fly over like vast expanses of open water. If my memory serves, like I've heard that before, but then like where like ships, they're just direct line of sailing, so kind of just go where you're going. I don't think there's the same traffic control with stuff like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Oops, I'm here. You want to talk about maps and coordinate reference systems and distances and all that. I love talking about that. Right, so
Kingsley,
let me ask. So how do you know where the ships are? How do the people piloting the ships or airplanes know where they are? I think that's a very good fundamental question to ask. You know,
I would assume they do it with the sky map, right?
Yeah, whether they're using GPS or they're using an old-fashioned nautical map, they're using latitude and longitude. They're using a convention. They're using a coordinate reference system that has its origins in the ancient Greek days, going all the way back. We're talking like 2,500 years. Hang on a second. Oh crap. Did I leave my, never mind. Sorry, I'm getting in my car. Give me a minute. I'm going to switch to Bluetooth. Okay, Ted, you with me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So systems. This is kind of fundamental, and this will, I guarantee, help answer your question. And it's going to happen in a way you didn't expect. So, about 2,500 years ago, Hipparchus. Yeah, we have to go back to Hipparchus. He looked at the stars and he's like, you know what? I don't know if we can triangulate the distance to them. I tried and I failed. I think those stars are infinitely far and they're freaking huge. And he kind of took the Pythagorean idea that Earth is a ball and is floating in a massive void. And he assumed that the stars were infinitely far and very far away. And this is the origin of what's called the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is an idealized perception of the star field that's above our heads. It's not the only way to perceive and to construct the stars. You can do it other ways, and I can get to that much later. So the celestial sphere was the way that the ancient Greeks, even Egyptians and Babylonians, conceived of the heavens. Basically a sphere that's of infinite radius. And they found that they could measure angles. They could measure angles to the stars over time. And they noticed that the stars would move at a fairly uniform 15 degrees per hour around two axes, the North Celestial Pole and the South Celestial Pole. These are dark spots in the sky around which the stars appear to be rotating. Whether or not they actually are is another point of discussion. So they conceived of Earth as a ball within this greater ball, and they conceptualized longitudinal lines that connect the poles and latitudinal lines that run orthogonal to the longitudinal lines. That's 90 degrees. So in astronomy, this is called declination, which is latitude, and meridians, which are longitude. Sailors in the age of sailing figured out that, hey, if we're going to map the celestial sphere to Earth, and we want to do successful triangulation of distances, we're going to need to treat Earth as a ball too. We measure Earth flat, we see it flat, but you know what, damn it, if we're going to make this celestial sphere work, and in most cases, we're going to have to preserve the topology. Make sure the topology is equal, because if you try to map a spherical coordinate reference system to a flat world, you're not going to be able to successfully triangulate distances. Your triangulations are going to leave your triangles either open-ended or with curving lines, and you can't do that with triangles on a flat plane. You just can't. It's not triangulation anymore. So they devised math to do this. They used sine and cosine tables. In fact, a guy named John Napier in the 1600s invented the logarithm that we have for mathematics today to simplify these calculations for sailors. That's right, the logarithm was invented to help sailors map a celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere to preserve angular distance relationships. So this is kind of the origin of the latitude and longitude system that has been used throughout the ages and is used today in modern GPS systems. Today in GPS, there's something called WGS84. WGS84 is a coordinate reference ball where they've taken all the latitude and longitude lines from the sky and they've brought them down into Earth. Back in the olden days, you could read from ship logs, from captain's logs, where they're describing themselves as sailing underneath the equator, sailing underneath the 45th north latitude, sailing underneath the Tropic of Capricorn. For them, these lines were in the sky because that's how they map things, from the sky. But today, in our modern times, we kind of think of these lines of latitude and longitude as being on the Earth itself. And that's where things start to go haywire, because they're not. So when I ask, like, how do these ships know where they are, if you could say it that way, how do airplanes know where they are? They use a coordinate reference system. And the most commonly used one today is latitude, longitude, a spherical coordinate reference system. Now, the funny thing about coordinate reference systems is they are mathematically arbitrary. You could conceive of the sky as a potato chip or a dinosaur shape. And as long as you use that coordinate system, if you use it consistently, then you will be able to map and use flat Earth by that coordinate reference system. The fact that a ball is being used as a choice, it's by convention. It began by how people conceived of the stars. And the funny thing is the celestial sphere itself is not something that astronomers today actually believe in, even though the Greeks conceived it that way. Today, astronomers are like, no, the stars, star field's a gigantic field of stars that exist in this vast ocean of nothing. And they're actually competing systems with latitude and longitude that you can use. There are celestial coordinate reference systems that are Cartesian, meaning they're not spherical. And these actually map well to a flat Earth. And it's funny because drone systems use some of these. High altitude balloon projects use some of these, and even some satellites are claimed to use these. Now, I've never verified it, but this is what they claim. And one of these systems is actually called Gaia, like the Earth, Gaia. It's what's called a Cartesian 3D vector-based coordinate reference system that uses the stars and maps the stars to any surface, whether a flat Earth or any shaped Earth at all. It doesn't matter. So, is there longer distances in the south than there is in the north? Well, this idea comes from people who think flat Earth might be an azimuthal equidistant projection of that spherical coordinate reference system. That's not what we think flat Earth is at all. We don't think that flat Earth has an ice ring called Antarctica that encapsulates Earth. That idea is kind of a failed conception of flat Earth. It is based off of people's ignorance of how these maps are drawn and created. So the celestial spherical coordinate reference system has 2 points of origin. One is in the north and one is in the south. The azimuthal equidistant Frisbee map takes that second point of origin and blows it out into a ring, so it's no longer a point, it's a gigantic ring. You can't use it as a single point of origin anymore. And it effectively creates one single point of origin underneath where the North Celestial Pole is. And this is why it creates distortions on paper. But those distortions only exist on paper. If you look at an azimuthal equidistant map of Earth, where all the southern hemispherical landmasses are distorted, you'll notice in one of the corners of this map is something called a scale. And that scale is non-uniform, meaning the scale holds different depending on where you are on this map. So if you're in Australia, the distances are actually global conformal. They conform to a globe. If you apply the non-uniform scale to Australia, the same as you would in North America, you'd apply it, and the distances would scale. But many flat earthers and globers negate this fact. They ignore or forget about or never knew about the non-uniform scale. The azimuthal equidistant map, the entire coordinate system, is in fact based off the celestial sphere. It's just been projected out. There are other ways to project this. You can project the globe, the celestial sphere, in many ways. It doesn't just have to be a Frisbee. There are hundreds of different kinds of projections. And they're all valid for different reasons, as long as you understand how to scale them. As long as you understand, too, that all of these different projections come from the latitude-longitude dual origin spherical coordinate reference system in the first place. And that itself is an arbitrary choice. So what are those distances in the south? Nobody's actually measured those distances. In fact, all map distances over sufficiently long distances have been calculated. They haven't been actually measured in real life. Nobody's actually measured the distance from, let's say, Los Angeles to New York. Those are all calculated map distances. Those are all calculated map distances. And people will use GPS to quote unquote verify the distance and say, look, therefore Earth is a globe, but GPS is also using the same coordinate reference system, is also calculating distances, not actually measuring them. If you're going to have to measure Los Angeles to New York and you want to validate the globe coordinate reference mapped calculated distances, you're going to have to use an external means of validation. You're going to have to move away from calculation and do actual measurements. I'd recommend planar geometry. I'd recommend using planar survey. And that's something that nobody's ever done in history. So hope that gives you a better understanding of the question that you asked and why it really unfurls much more than you probably anticipated. Like, this discussion can get extremely complicated and deep. It gets into the mathematics of projected geometry.
Yeah, holy shit, dude. That was awesome. I've kind of been, like you said, looking at it wrong.
Yeah, many flat earthers don't know this. And I mean, we in 24/7 are like a teaching hospital. We're here to help people understand the finer points of this. You know, a lot of folks I see on like TikTok and Instagram and Facebook talking about flat earth still discuss the concept of an ice ring. They still show the Gleason's map and say that's flat earth, and that's a very ignorant understanding of our world. They're still operating within a globe paradigm when they do. They need to walk it back. They need to walk back to Hipparchus and Pythagoras and Aristotle. They need to understand that the celestial coordinate reference system was an arbitrary choice based off of interpretation of the sky and a little bit of EM propagation and its interplay with the biological biology of the eye and the human brain's perception. When we go to actually measure the Earth itself with lasers, with infrared surveys, with planar surveys, with aerial infrared photogrammetry, for crying out loud, and microwave links, we measure Earth flat. We use it flat every time. Every time. So we know that the globe coordinates are likely incorrect. We know that the distances, the calculated distances of a global coordinate system derived from the celestial sphere are likely incorrect. And so we look into systems like inertial navigation systems used by airplanes and satellites and boats. We unpack how they work and we see how they do it. We see the trick. Here's the funny thing, man. Airplanes and boats and even satellites, whether they're on balloons or otherwise, they're using a suite of measuring devices that use Euclidean angle measurements, azimuth for your heading, and elevation for your pitch. These inertial navigation systems will take all of these measurements and they will start mathematically contorting them to a model of a globe called a reference ellipsoid. And then the output for the user in today's technology, this would be like a screen readout showing a globe ball Earth. It will present a globe to the user, but the user is actually navigating a flat Earth. If you've ever used like GPS systems back in the day, this is kind of analogous, but not quite. If you used old school GPSs, you'd be driving and maybe the little car on your GPS isn't quite on the road, or it looks like it's veering off a bridge or off of an on-ramp. And then a moment or two will snap back to the road again. Well, these inertial navigation systems operate independent of GPS. They can. And these INS systems are snapping to a global grid what people are actually doing with flat Earth angle measurements in reality. So the end user is watching an airplane go around a ball, but in reality, they're flying over a flat and stationary Earth. And all the corrections are taking place computationally within the inertial navigation system subcomponents. It's freaking nuts.
Yeah,
and everybody, like the people that design these systems believe Earth is a globe.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, so listen, people say, well, is everybody lying? Like, is NASA lying? Are all these people lying? I say, no, dude, I think it's actually worse than that. I think they're all delusional. Like, I think this is a big fucking delusion. I think everybody believes in the globe so much that they take all of these real world observations and they're shoehorning them into the globe concept. They're doing whatever they can. Like, if you look at the subcomponents of these inertial navigation systems, they are accepting Euclidean reality and applying multiple mathematical processes to transform them into geodesic curves in a non-Euclidean model. People have confused the map for reality, the map for the terrain. Some of these corrections include, first off, the transit rate. The transit rate is a calculation that's applied to the ship or the aircraft to account for curvature, the pitch correction of curvature around the Earth. It doesn't exist and is not being picked up by the avionics. Secondarily, there's a Coriolis correction, which is also not picked up by the avionics. It's applied to compensate for the perceived rotation of the Earth. Third is what's called Schuler tuning. In fact, a lot of this is packaged up into something called Schuler tuning, which is basically a fancy way to do error correction for the globe. So all these corrections are being corrected within a larger framework. There are other corrections that are being done. One is for like gravimetric corrections to correct for what's called deflection of the vertical. That's another topic I can get into later. But basically, they treat the globe Earth as an uneven distribution of mass. And so gravity is going to be stronger or weaker at different points, and your position relative to those stronger or weaker points is going to result in a shift of gravity pull here and there. So they actually model that in. They do all of this in order to present to the end user a ball Earth and a coordinate reference system that's spherical. But everything that the airplane is doing relies on a flat and stationary Earth. This is the extent of the delusion, man.
It's pretty crazy to think of how they, derived all this shit. It's wild.
Yeah, 2,500 years of a mass delusion. People wanting to believe the globe is real so much that they'll do anything to uphold this philosophical choice, this preference.
What do you think gave the idea? Like, do you think just looking up and it's like our personal dome? Like, did that give them the idea? Do you have any thought on that?
Yeah, that's what happened. People looked at the stars and they're like, wow. The Greeks did this. They said, wow, those things are rotating above my head. It's almost like I'm inside of a gigantic black ball and there are holes poked into the surface and the light of God is shining through. The Greeks wrote that.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah.
I want to start reading a little bit more about the coordinate system and all that. Do you just think the home server page is probably best? There's probably a bunch of info there.
Yeah, there's stuff I've shared and others shared on there that you can find. You can also DM me if you want to know more about this too.
Yeah, I will if I once I get into it a little bit and get a better understanding. But that was awesome. Thanks, man.
Let me blow your mind real quick before I got to step out again. How GPS works, really. GPS presents for every receiver, every device that's got GPS is actually operating on what's called a local tangent plane, a flat surface. But all these flat surfaces are mathematically tied together in a gigantic asset control system called Earth-Centered Earth-Fixed, ECEF, where they map everybody's flat local tangent plane to an imaginary ball that exists using 4-dimensional hypergeometry.
4-dimensional hypergeometry?
Yeah. So here's the idea. In a higher mathematical dimension, you could take every point on a plane, on a flat surface, and have it be equidistant to a common point of reference. Even though if you were to try and diagram this out, you would have different length lines. If you were to take a point below a plane and draw lines to every point on the plane, each of those lines would be of different lengths. Because the parts reaching furthest away from that point of reference would be a longer line than the line that goes directly up perpendicular to it. But in higher dimensional geometry, you can treat each of those lines as the same length, essentially having curved radii. And this is how ECEF functions mathematically. And they call that common point of reference the center of Earth.
Holy shit.
Everybody's using flat planar coordinates.
That's where some of the distortion comes in.
That's where the claim distortion comes in. Yep.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Anyway, got to step out for a bit. I'm listening.
Thanks. Cheers, buddy.
Thanks for that, man. That was awesome.
Hell yeah. I was telling John last night that I really enjoy listening to Spur. I think he's a super smart guy, and pleasure listening to him.
Yeah, man. It's amazing. He's so good at explaining it as well. It's one of those things I'll have to rewind it on the live stream and listen to it like 50 times. So it makes sense to me.
For sure. But it's like he explains it in a way that just like a light switch just clicked in my brain. I've been looking at it wrong the whole time.
Yeah, probably, high 90% of flat earthers are looking at it wrong, I think. Like outside of our 24/7 community, if you're going on YouTube or anything like that, they're all still going by the, the AE map, the AE style map.
Yeah, they show it like floating and then like warping down into a ball kind of.
Yeah, all sorts of stuff.
Huh. Wild. My mind is blown.
Like when you look at the AE map and you see Antarctica spread all around the edges, and then the flat earther, like Jaren or something like that, they'll try to put just a regular, like a sun and a moon onto that map and have it like spinning around. But they don't realize that if you were to place the sun right on the outer edge of that map, like due to the distortion, it would actually wrap 360 degrees around. Or something like that. I don't know. I forget the exact amount that it would wrap around, but it would be like a big, giant, like banana-shaped sun. Just because it's all stretched out. The further south you go, everything's just more and more stretched, and then it's just extreme once you get out to the extremities of the AE map.
Yeah, and no one's really traveling out there anyways, so it's not like crazy to me how it's hidden in plain sight.
Yep. Yeah, Antarctica could well just be an island for all we know.
Yeah, exactly.
So where's the edge, guys?
Edge.
Yeah, like
how long have you been here for, bro?
Like a week.
You've been here for long enough to know that we don't claim an edge. I know that.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, so what? I mean, like, flat requires an edge, right?
No, it doesn't.
No,
Hey,
no, bro, that's not our claim. Don't strawman us, dude.
A geometric edge, like in the sense of a topological manifold?
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about an edge, like an edge.
Yeah, sounds like you don't know what you're talking about, but I do.
How?
So are you just gonna like spout word salad and talk about like topological manifolds?
Yeah, Google it. Google this phrase. Edge. Google edge of a topological manifold.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're literally just saying
Yes, I do. I actually spent about 10 minutes just talking about the mathematics of coordinate reference systems. I just spent 10 minutes talking about the mathematics of coordinate reference systems.
You're not Eric Weinstein.
Eratosthenes was a dumbass, if he even existed. You know why?
Yeah,
because he assumed parallel rays from an infinite body in space.
Yeah,
and
no.
he assumed also curvature that nobody measured.
No, but once the you're claiming that it's like divergent, like it is parallel once it hits the atmosphere. Like you're claiming that light is divergent when it's not. They're not completely parallel, but they're practically parallel for the purposes of what his experiment was. Yes.
But hold on,
how
can you say that when you rely on them being divergent to measure angles that are differentiated from each other?
Divergent. We rely on them being parallel.
No, you rely on them being divergent to measure different angles to the sun at the same time.
Yeah, but when
how do you have
traveling through the atmosphere,
how do you know that?
How do we know that?
Listen. Eratosthenes claims to have measured diverging angles. How can you say they're parallel when they're diverging?
Did you say you claimed to measure diverging angles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So how can you say they're parallel, and how could he assume they're parallel? What would be necessary geometrically for that to happen? The answer is Earth curvature, which you have not measured. Eratosthenes didn't measure. We have measured it, and it's flat.
Yeah, but you're just saying you've measured it and it's flat.
If it's parallel, you require curvature, but they diverge, so it's flat.
Yeah, but you understand scale, right?
At scale. So at scale, what? Does diverge become parallel at scale? Can you prove that?
No, I never said that. I'm not talking about divergence. I'm just talking about, you're talking about it's measurably fat. I'm saying it's measurably fat at our scale. Yeah.
Oh, at our scale. Okay, so what scale is it not flat, and how do you prove it?
What scale is it not flat? I mean, like, we've taken images from really far up and been able to see that it's not at that scale and that perspective, it's not flat.
Yeah, how high up do you have to go?
I don't know. I'm not a fucking physicist, right? Like I don't claim to know that. I don't claim to know the specifics. I just know you can go up and see.
No, you don't know you can. You just said you don't know how. You don't know anything.
Exact. Sorry, I didn't come here prepared.
Because you got baseless claims. Why should I accept any baseless claim?
Your claims are baseless. Your claims.
How are they baseless? I can provide measurements.
About the topological manifold of edges.
Yeah, maybe Earth doesn't have an edge.
What's a topological manifold? What's a topological manifold?
Manifold is the surface of a shape or a surface of an object.
Okay.
Yep, and it's got topology. So guess what? Earth has topology. The surface
of a topological manifold.
Two-dimensional manifold. The topology. Do you know that the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional?
The surface of a sphere is two-dimensional? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, the manifold of a sphere is two-dimensional because you can express your position on a sphere using two dimensions, x and y coordinates.
Yeah, but does that make it two-dimensional in
X and y are two dimensions. Z would add a third, but you can use two dimensions to express your position on a sphere. The sphere has a surface that's two dimensions.
Yeah, but you're talking about the manifold of a sphere.
Guys.
Yeah, you asked me about a sphere. You asked me about a manifold. I'm telling you that, that the surface of a sphere has a two-dimensional manifold. Do you know what makes a sphere a ball?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The third. Okay. Keep going.
You know what makes a sphere a ball?
What makes a sphere a ball? The third dimension.
Right. The answer is volume.
Which is the third dimension.
Yeah, which I told you before. I'm glad you're listening. See, you can learn anything from flat earthers. What else do you want to know?
Yeah, no, but this is not true. Like, you're just saying that because the topological manifold of a sphere is 2D, that therefore makes it 2D. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so is a sphere an open or closed surface? Does it have an edge?
Does it have an edge?
Or is the whole thing an edge?
I don't know how to answer that, actually.
Well, the whole thing is an edge, and one thing that makes a sphere unique about a manifold, fairly unique, is that it is looped. It's a closed loop in every direction. You can end up where you started by going along it in two dimensions. You end up where you are. Nobody's actually proved that Earth is that case. Nobody's proved that you could go in any direction on Earth and end up where you started again.
Yeah, but you're talking about two-dimensional in the sense of like a mathematical term, like you're talking about like in the sense of like a manifold, like a topological manifold. Like this is not in essence. We're talking about if you take a ball, right? Is that ball 2D or 3D? It has 3 dimensions to it.
Yeah, well, how do you know that?
Well, we mean, how do you know that? You can measure it in all 3 dimensions.
How have they done that for Earth?
What do you mean, how have they done that for Earth? We have I don't even think it's approximate anymore. It's pretty much non-approximate. It's pretty much guaranteed that the diameter is what, 12,000?
Yeah. Well, cool claim. I mean, if you can go in a circle on the surface of an object, you can claim that you've gone in a circle on the surface of an object.
Yeah, but I mean, like all these people that are involved in these, all these people that are involved in these experiments,
so just appealing to consensus. You're just going to appeal to consensus. All these people.
I'm not going to appeal to consensus. I mean, like you can go through the experiments yourself. I just don't feel the
we've
need
measured
to because
it.
I can appeal to consensus.
We've done laser tests. We've done microwave links. We've done infrared observations.
Yeah,
we've got thousands and thousands of observations posted to our home server. The 24/7 flat Earth community is not your typical flat Earth community.
And you're just going to say that like your data overrides the overwhelming data that the rest of the world has? Like,
our data is verifiable.
But so is the rest of the data that's...
really? What's verifiable about a picture from the moon?
What do you mean, what's verifiable about a picture from the moon?
That's about how far you think you have to go to see the Earth, right? Just throwing out a number.
I mean, you could see you could see the Earth curvature from the moon, can you not?
Well, can you even go to the moon? How do you verify that you can?
This is conspiracy.
No, it's not. I'm asking for objective evidence.
I mean, I've watched I've talked to people that watched rockets fly up into sky. What are you talking about?
Yeah, me too. I watched the Delta Heavy lift a satellite payload up into orbit with my own eyes. Have you?
Okay, and you don't believe that's true?
I mean, I watched it with my own eyes. Now, what it's actually doing and where it actually goes, who the hell knows? I can't verify that it's in an orbit. You know, one way that would help verify that it's in an orbit? A rotational vector. It's an attitude adjustment with respect to a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, like
none of this exists in any telemetry data from satellites.
Vector. What are you talking about? Like, you're saying there's no rotational vector. What do you mean?
There's no rotational vector for satellites.
There's no rotational vector for satellites.
Nope, not in any telemetry data that's ever been presented to all of humanity. This means satellites are effectively just moving over a flat Earth. Yeah, go get me the rotational vector around a ball. This would be called a measured, not calculated transport rate.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yep, it's called a transport rate in inertial navigation systems. It's calculated based off of a model, WGS-84. It's not measured.
Yeah, but just a few moments ago, he was calling you a dumbass.
Hold on.
But he has to go Google.
Satellites absolutely have rotational vectors. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you claim that they do. Can you show me the data?
1 second.
You both keep saying rotational, but it's rational vectors. Just saying.
No, it's just saying it's rotational because they have to maintain down with respect to the surface of a ball. This requires them to complete a somersault at 360-degree rotation. Think in terms of omega and not theta. Think in terms of omega, right? It's rotation. So if you got a low Earth orbit satellite around a ball, it's supposedly completing an orbital pass every 90 minutes, which means if you were to look at it and strip out some of the movement and look at it in stationary reference plane, it's actually doing 360-degree somersaults every 90 minutes without the translational motion.
I know what a rotation is, but all I'm saying is that the phrase that you're trying to you're referring to is called a rational vector, not a rotational vector.
I need a rotation. Because I'm not just discussing any rational vector. I'm specifically calling for a rotation.
I know, but I'm just no. You're misunderstanding.
What makes you think he doesn't know what he's talking about?
I'm misunderstanding you.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. The phrase rational vector is what you use to explain the rotation. It's not rotational vector. Rational vector explains the rotation of satellites around the Earth. That's all I'm saying. You're using rotational vector isn't a term. That's why you can't Google it and find it. Look up rational vector. That's the correct term.
We're trying to find the satellite's position with respect to down and its attitude in free space.
Dude, again, I know.
Rational vector doesn't necessarily mean that.
Are you talking about angular velocity?
But there is no such thing as a rotational vector. That's not a measurement.
Angular velocity is...
Yeah, there is. The rotational vector is called the transport rate.
Listen, dude, you can literally just do it right now. Just use your own fingers and look it up.
Here, what is a rational vector? A vector where all of its components are rational numbers.
What? 1 second.
Yeah, you're wrong, dude. Okay, let's move on. Transport rate. Give me the transport rate and the telemetry data. Show me how it was obtained. And I can show you that it's actually calculated and doesn't exist in reality.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So, for instance, Boeing and Rockwell Collins are two manufacturers of something called an Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, a DRU. It's part of a strapped-down inertial navigation system for like the Boeing 777. All right, this thing has several subcomponents to it, where it accepts all the information being fed to it from azimuthal and elevation angles that are taken by compasses, gyro compasses, essentially, and attitude indicators. And it's fed into the system, and the ADIRU starts applying corrections in order to map the coordinates to WGS-84 to present a nice, friendly globe for the end user on a ball. Meanwhile, the whole aircraft is flying over a flat and stationary surface. But the end user thinks they're on a ball because all the coordinate reference system data is based off of latitude and longitude, which is a spherical coordinate reference system. In order to apply that consistently, you're going to need to start bending Euclidean geometry in a non-Euclidean way. And that's what all of these subcomponents of the ADIRU do. Embedded within the Schuler tuning component,
yeah, I'm not going to lie, bro.
Transport rate calculation and the Coriolis correction, the gravimetric correction, a couple other corrections.
Salad.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not.
I mean, you're just saying big
I do
words
say
and
so.
thinking it
Yep,
makes sense.
Google the phrase transport rate INS. Google that and tell me what it says.
Okay.
Transport rate INS.
You're talking about transport, like you're talking about actual transportation?
Well,
talking about transportation.
It sounds like
right
it
now.
knows. Transport rate is a very specific lexical term in this industry. It specifically refers to a curvature correction. You'll see it because INS tells the search engine inertial navigation system.
Okay, maybe I just typed that inertial navigation.
Go ahead and ask Google if it's calculated. Is it calculated off of WGS84?
Yeah,
The answer is going to be yes.
If it is, then what?
Well, then you have a situation where in the philosophy of mathematics, it's called underdeterminism. It means you've got a model that's being reified into reality. You've got the map preceding the territory. Congratulations, you've just committed a concept reification fallacy with your entire avionics suite.
Yeah,
by transforming all the Euclidean measurements of flat Earth into a pretend globe. They can't do the transport rate without first assuming that Earth is a globe. And they're using measurements taken from the aircraft that are not based on Earth curvature at all.
But why are you saying that scientists should do measurements based on a flat Earth theory? That's stupid as hell.
No, they actually do. And they twist and contort it into a ball so that
it
they
doesn't
feel
work
good
on a flat Earth?
psychologically.
Wait, but see, are you saying, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Are you saying that because they do tests from like, so they use the global, whatever, their tests on the global scale, but then they do it on the flat Earth model and it doesn't work on the flat Earth model? Is that what you're saying?
They've never tested it on a flat Earth model.
They don't, yeah. And I'm saying why would they? That doesn't make sense.
Because they believe Earth is a globe. I mean, they're committing mathematical underdeterminism.
Well, yeah, that's how. Yeah, but see what you're saying. I mean, but like, let's just look at like the groundwork of what you're saying, right? You're saying we've done our own tests on a flat Earth model, and it doesn't work when we use their mathematics for their global model. They don't have mathematics for a flat Earth model because there is not a single scientist on Earth that believes in the flat Earth theory. So there's
not
no
entirely
mathematics.
True, but I get your point.
It's entirely true. All I'm saying is like there's a reason that they
you don't know which scientists are flat earthers and keeping their mouths shut. They're just anonymous on the internet.
I mean, dude, what reason would they have at this point? There's definitely a pedestal to stand on, especially if you were the only scientist on Earth.
Try telling your friends and family members you're a flat earther. Talk about a pedestal, dude. Are you kidding me?
Imagine.
No,
Okay,
listen,
I get that.
Coordinate reference systems are arbitrary.
Look, if my cousin came to me...
Coordinate reference systems are arbitrary. So if you just say it works as a pragmatic fallacy, you'd be wrong again.
Hold on. Let me explain what I'm saying, right? I understand what you're saying. Like it would be hard for somebody to come to like their family and people to be like, hey, I'm flat Earth.
I don't care about that. Let's move back to empiricism.
No. Let me make my point, man. Look.
Yeah, no, listen. There are flat earthers who are scientists and engineers.
There's no scientist.
Yeah, there is. You don't know if you've met them because they don't talk about
I'll tell you, there's nobody that's come out as a flat earther.
You sound like a dumbass right now, talking out of your ass when you don't know, right? I can post you videos right now of engineers and scientists
that talk about these fallacies. You're saying that because we don't know there could be, okay. But what I'm telling you is the fact.
Hold on a second, dude.
The fact of the matter is that there is no mathematics on a flat Earth theory because nobody believes in it that would do math.
All right, it's not going to work out if you overtalk
to meet this guy.
Yeah. Okay, you're spiraling out, dude. Right, so don't act like you've interviewed every single scientist, right? You're just talking legit, like straight out of your ass, right? That's what you're doing right now.
Yeah, and he's doing it to avoid having this difficult conversation, DJ.
Exactly. Right, he's having to ask you what INS stands for. Google it on the spot and act like he knows once he Googles the response. Now, he's just talking out of his ass, right? I'm going to post some videos.
He's telling me I don't know what I'm talking about.
That.
Fuck, dude, I'm like driving in my car, like getting ready to mow the damn lawn. Like, this is all off the top of my head, folks. I'm not using Google. I'm sitting here. This is just raw sporadic echo giving you my freaking raw intelligence. Take it or leave it. And I'm having to educate these globers coming in with the smarmy as fuck attitude, telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm educating them on what INS stands for and the context of navigation and map coordinates. I'm dropping context cues like Rockwell Collins and Boeing, air data inertial reference units, subcomponents involving Schuler tuning, involving Coriolis corrections, transport rates. I'm describing this in details as best I can. And they're telling me I'm a fucking dumbass and ignorant. And then they're asking what inertial navigation systems are.
Yeah, well, he types and fucking drools on himself.
Maybe we should move on to something else like laser tests. Because we can invalidate the globe right here and right now with a good laser test or a long-distance infrared observation. How does that invalidate the globe? How does that invalidate globe distances and debunk GPS? Because flat planar measurements are not topologically compatible with non-Euclidean geodesic curves. We know GPS reliant on WGS84, absent of corrections, is not correct. But GPS systems actually have on-the-fly corrections, updating everybody's local tangent plane. But we know that the different distances on a globe, as provided by WGS84, that the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate reference system applied to WGS84, we know those distances using Latin long and using the Haversine or Vizzenti formulas to calculate distances between any 2 points on that curving surface. We know that that is not going to be correct because we measure Earth flat. We've got observations of mountain ranges 760 miles away in infrared from high altitude. Mountain ranges that should be 180,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth, whose horizon should only be about 230 miles away to 260, if you want to give atmospheric refraction. Mountain ranges, islands, peninsulas that should be obscured by horizon 230 to 280 miles away, whatever. But we see them over 700 miles away, and it's flat beyond that. Infrared. Good luck claiming refraction. We've got machine learning models that can take stereoscopic images and can calculate the topology of Earth from 2 images, rendering them pixel by pixel out to the horizon line. We can feed it stereoscopic images of Earth. And guess what? It's not rendering a model of a curvature. It's modeling Earth that averages flat in accordance with mean sea level, y equals mx plus b with a slope of 0. Some of my favorite proofs of flat Earth are these high altitude, long distance infrared. It just removes so much garbage out of the conversation. You want to claim refraction? Fine, we'll use infrared. You want to claim you're not high enough? Fine, we'll go up in an airplane. You want to claim we can't zoom in far enough? Fine. We'll slap that infrared lens on an infrared modified P900. We'll go up to 40,000 feet and we'll zoom in on that fucking horizon over a desert where the air's nice and thin and the temperature's relatively stable because it's in the tropical zone or close to it, right? And we will zoom in on that horizon. We will see beautiful contrasting images, the beautiful terrain below. We'll see the water, we'll see the terrain. The water looks black in infrared. We'll keep zooming and zooming and zooming and zooming. We'll zoom past the 260-mile curvature horizon. We'll zoom past 300 miles, 400 miles, 500 miles, 600 miles, 700 miles, past 700 miles. We'll keep on going. We can see the Earth, dude. It's not curving. You know, and these are just flat earthers, right? With high-tech cameras. Imagine what the military has. Flying this shit in airplanes around Tora Bora, zooming in on the horizon, trying to find terrorists in their hidey holes in the caves. Man, you better believe some people started asking questions back then when that was going on. I probably said too much. Anyway, I gotta mow the lawn. I'm gonna listen. Done ranting.
Sporadic just cooked
Thanks
you.
for sharing that. Thanks for sharing that, brother. Appreciate it.
Yep, great listen, man. So yeah, seems like we got some spiraling globies in here at the moment. Don't like being schooled by a flat earther. It must hurt the ego a bit. Coming in here with a preconception that flat earthers are dumbasses and finding out the opposite. And then you have to resort to tactics like, oh, it's just word salad, further showing like you don't even know what word salad means. You heard Professor Dave or someone like that say it incorrectly, so you thought you'd come in here and parrot it. Just like you parrot
talking about, dude? I don't know what you're talking about. I just joined in here 5 minutes ago, bro. Chill. Talking about some weird paranoia crap. It's probably why you believe in this shit, because you're like stuck in your head.
No, bro. I'm talking about
Okay,
oats.
let me just ask like a fucking plebeian question, right? This is just like a theoretical kind of thing. Why, if there's a big wall, why have y'all not gone on a trek across the world to fucking touch the wall? Huh?
Dude, nobody in here. We don't claim a wall. No, like
But
I
what
don't
the
know what
fuck
you're
happens?
talking about.
Okay, so wait, what are y'all claiming happens on a flat Earth? Where the fuck does everything go?
Yeah, so coming in, not knowing any of the opponent's talking points, right, and then trying to debate against them isn't usually going to go well. Let me explain it to you, bro. Look, let's have a reset and try to have a normal conversation. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming a flat disk in space or something like that you might have in your mind. Okay, we're not claiming that. Flat is not a shape, right? We're talking about the surface area that we can actually test, right? We can physically test the surface of the Earth where there must be curvature. And when we go and do that, there's no curvature whatsoever. Hundreds of feet of missing curvature. When we go and do these long distance observations, right? We're not making crazy claims about a spinning space disk, and all that kind of thing.
Well, okay, well, what is the claim? So flat, right? Everything's got to go somewhere, because clearly, so how is everything contained in the flat Earth? Whatever y'all believe, or let's just speak for you, because I don't,
I get you.
You're right. Not everybody believes the same thing. So for you, what do you think on the edge of? Because there's got to be an edge. There's got to be a containment. You don't believe in gravity, right? That doesn't. Or am I missing that?
Yeah, we're not.
Gravity's not-
Well, it depends, right? That's a whole separate topic in itself. But okay, so like if you have a pond or a puddle, what's containing the water? It would be the low spot in the land, right? And the water gathers in the low spot in the land, and then the water is flat across the surface area of the puddle. Now we can scale that up to a pond or a lake, right? And it works the same way, whether you have a sea or a giant lake, right? It's the same thing. The water is occupying the low spot in the land, and then, basically when there's no wind on a giant lake, it forms a perfect specular reflection, a mirror surface across the top of the lake. Okay? Sure. Now, we could go to, say, a 20-mile lake, and then we can calculate, okay, based on the radius value, we can calculate how much curve there should be over that distance. Now, over that distance, I think it's about 270 feet of curvature should be present.
Sorry,
so we can start...
Because I don't mean to interrupt, and be a dick about it.
No, that's okay.
I want to stay on, the track of... Because here's the thing, you made a good point about the in a body of water, right, there's, a depth, and that kind of, for the most part, maintains... Some things need, dams and shit, whatever. But for the most part, there's still... The thing is the depth keeps it level, right, or whatever. Water is a specific thing. It kind of forms or whatever. But there's always a barrier. There's a containment, or it becomes water just keeps going, right? So on a map, there must be a containment, even if the depth is different.
It's called the coastline.
Huh?
It's called the
So the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's called the beach. You're thinking too hard. The one thing we're not going to give you...
You're breaking up. I said...
Say again?
You're breaking up. I didn't hear... Or maybe I'm breaking up. I didn't hear what you said. You said it's called the beach?
Yeah.
Well, I get, the beach is the edge, but you see what I'm saying is there's still got to be an edge. The water always has to have a container. It's almost like...
it's called beach, bro. Because other than a lake...
So are you saying that we live on the ring? So, would we be living on the ring? Is anywhere their land is? Is that the ring?
Words in my mouth. Waste your breath for time trying to...
No, I'm asking. I can't even really hear what you're saying because you're cutting out.
I mean, does it make sense to ask a million questions that I may say no to versus just listen to what I'm telling you straight up?
Well, no, you said the beach, right?
Yeah, and you're saying, well, the water's got to be contained. Yeah, water's always contained in a depression of something.
Sure, but there's also, in order for it to be contained, it has to have...
Well, just slow down for a second. Fuck. Just slow down for a second. So, when I'm at the beach, that's sea level. Okay?
No.
And when I'm walking in, it's an average. I know. What's mean? I know. But the bottom line is, when you're there, 1 foot above the water level, you're 1 foot above sea level. Period. No matter where you are. So the
no. Again, that's not how sea level works.
No, that is how. If you're at the beach, and you take a height measurement, you are that height because it's not like you have terrain to work with.
I see what you're saying.
So that's all I'm saying. So again, you're thinking too hard. The bottom line is, I'm still trying to say what I'm saying. So the bottom line is, it's the depression of land that we call the ocean floor, the continental shelves, and all of that, which is lower than the level of the sea, or where the elevation of land starts. It's lower than that. That's where the water
all that explains is how we have water, but it still needs to be, what I'm saying is, it's still, yes, the depth can allow it to have more water, but in order for it to be sitting in one place, on a flat surface, it would still need to be in
You mean like a lake? You mean like a lake?
You could make...
Well, hold on, because I'm talking about like a lake. I'm talking about like a lake.
A lake is still always surrounded by land.
You go to, exactly. So is the ocean. That's my point. But you can't imagine that. Oh my God, the water at the beach works exactly the same way. So water at a lake. The only difference is there are some lakes that you can see the entirety of the lake, and guess what? Some lakes are 10 miles, something further, and you need binoculars or something to see the entire lake. The bottom line is, again, it doesn't matter. You know why? Like, it doesn't matter. This is what matters. Whether there's measured curvature or not. Why does that even matter? They're the ones claiming that there is curvature out there. They tell you exactly.
I still just want to clarify, because you're saying, the water is touching the beach.
Clarification is nobody's telling you what the limits or the outskirts of the entire Earth is. So if you're trying to get to that, dude already told you we're not telling you what the shape of the Earth is. You know, a sphere is a shape, right? That's the shape. That comes with dimensions.
Potentially the Earth could be infinite?
No.
Okay. But what you are saying is that water has to touch the beach always in order to be contained in some way. So there has to be like...
No.
Well, what happens to water that's not touching the beach? What does water become when it's...
Okay,
but then water becomes a river, becomes a lake.
I'm not saying anymore. I'm just saying. If you go to the ocean,
water is not completely surrounded in containment, it will keep moving. You see what I'm saying?
You're not saying,
I get what you're saying is like the edge is the beach, but then that would
mean anything's hard. That's the problem. Okay, so water has to be contained, and I said, that's the beach.
Happens. Like, who was originally explaining what they thought? Like,
nobody's explaining it. Listen, it's not a thought. The water ends or begins at the beach.
I'm trying to get clarification on what is believed. There has to be an edge or something.
No, there doesn't. Listen, you were listening to me earlier.
No, we're not
I gotta say,
it was a British dude. Not you. We already had this discussion. It was a British dude.
We're not talking about an edge because we don't claim to know the dimensions. We don't care about whatever edge you would be imagining.
So it could potentially be infinite.
I'm about to start. I want you to click on my heels, and I don't want to click on yours. So in order for me to relax and slow my conversation down so that I'm not cutting you off, you got to stop
talking for 5 minutes,
I can even do that with a mute on the mic.
You can do whatever you want, bro. You can do whatever you want. You've been talking for 5 minutes. I've been silent. What are you talking about?
So I'm just trying to answer your question.
All I want to know is what y'all believe is what's the belief?
He just lied.
I don't know. I came in here and said what
he just lied.
Maybe you don't know what I said. I came in here and said, why have y'all not gone and touched a wall? Because I thought that everybody believed there was like an iced wall.
Listen, you're trying to strawman Elijah and all flat earthers. You couldn't find a more patient. You couldn't find a more patient discussion partner than Elijah.
What you believe.
Listen, man, Elijah was a dude I used to love to listen to when I was new to flat Earth because
I don't know who fucking
the simplest way you could possibly imagine. He is so good at this, dude. You have no idea. Elijah's smooth as fuck, and you're not listening to him. All right. Yes. Dude, Elijah's a fucking legend, dude, and you're just talking over him, rambling like a freaking Mongo. You couldn't ask for a better discussion partner right now. Freaking shame, dude. Sorry, man, I just had to interject. There needed to be a third party, another dynamic thrown into this to stop it, to monkey wrench it. Go ahead, Elijah.
Thank you, man. Thank you for the kind words. I don't understand why the conversation is very simple. Continuously curved surface or a plane. What are we working on a day-to-day basis? That's it. So where's the edge? Oh, We don't know anything about that because we're not claiming a shape, so we're not claiming dimensions. Globe, that's what a dimension claim is.
Yeah, you don't have to explain anything. I got you.
So I thought
easy out to any argument. Easy out to any argument. We don't fucking claim to know anything, so we don't have to explain that.
I thought he was gone because he's not gonna have a conversation.
He thinks
he wants to cry about the fact that I told him, oh no, we don't have any shape claims, therefore we won't be talking about the edge or where the edge is. And if you want to know where water goes, it goes into the depression of something lower if there are edges. You can consider that any way you like, whether it be a cup, whether it be the lake, whether it be the beach. It's all the same experience. That's all we have for you, bro. That's it.
He wants explanations, man. He wants explanations because he's so used to getting good bedtime stories about Santa Claus and globe Earths from everybody he looks up to in life. Truth is not determined by the force of an explanation. You guys, all you millennials come in here and you think truth is determined by a force of an explanation. The best explanation wins. Guess what? Con artists, criminals have fucking awesome explanations. They get cuffed, they get yanked into the precinct, and they're interrogated. They've got explanations that would convince an entire court. And they're found to be false by the facts in question, the facts of the matter. And we flat earthers in 24/7, we have gone out there and we've investigated the facts. We're debunking these baseless fucking explanations by con artists, by criminals. If you want explanations, go listen to your fucking ex-girlfriend. She's got explanations a fucking mile long.
You got any more interest in talking to this guy?
Yeah, let's see what this clown has to say. As long as it's focused on whatever he says is proof of a globe Earth.
Let's see what this clown has to say, dude. Chris.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, all I wanted to know is what y'all actually believe. It's pretty simple. Go ahead.
Just wondering what proof of a globe you might have.
Dude, I'm not doing this. I don't care enough, man. I just want to know what you actually believe. It's you don't believe in an ice wall around the whatever. Okay. What do you believe?
The Earth is measured to be flat. The Earth is measured flat.
Sure. Okay, it's flat, but is there an edge? What's at the edge? Because I don't want to be ignorant, you know.
That says who your mic is. It sounds like you're in the wind or something.
That's not my mic.
Dude, these guys. Okay, so this is just a hard reset. These guys just told you it's not a shape claim, so there's not a claim of dimensions, so we wouldn't know what the limitations or the extremities of it are, and you're just resetting. So I can see why they muted you.
What? They muted me because I want
there he goes again.
Explanations for things? That doesn't.
Dude, it's not a shape claim.
I don't care about the shape. I'm just asking what you believe, man. Why is that so hard to...
Don't believe in a shape, so don't believe in some sort of extent.
You asked me, right? You asked me what I believe. I believe in gravity, and that's what keeps the Earth and everything on it in where it is in its place in the universe. That's simply what I believe. It's very... So tell me what you believe.
Why do you believe that? Is there any evidence for any of that, starting with the globe itself?
There's a lot of evidence, but I mean, I'm not a scientist, man. I'm a pretty simple dude, gonna be honest. I'm on Discord. It's 3 p.m. I am not a fucking learned person. I'm going to be honest.
There's evidence.
I don't
All
think
right,
anybody in here is really like a fucking top-notch scholar.
Just say no.
Huh?
Just say no, I have no evidence, because that's all that amounted to.
Dude, I'm just asking what you believe, man. I'm not going to sit here and fucking spew out why I think what I think. I told you what I think. You don't have to explain why you think what you think. I just want to know what you think.
This guy's
I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm asking you to tell me. It's so crazy that you can't say it. It's so crazy. I hope you guys are streaming this.
This guy's an absolute waste of time. Simple question. Globe Earth, any evidence for it? I want to know what you believe. Why wouldn't you tell me what you believe? You're having a mental breakdown. Go see your counselor.
Yeah, before he wanted to know what we believed, he was accusing Sporadic of not knowing what he was talking about. So that's when I said something. It's like, then he claimed to say no scientists believe that the Earth is flat or know that the Earth is flat. It's like, dude, you don't know every scientist in the world and other baseless claims. So, yeah, it's whatever.
What would it matter anyway? Wrong category. We need a biologist to tell us like what shape the world you're in is. Need a chemist to go out and measure the Earth. Yeah. Okay.
He was white knighting for Oates anyway. That's how it all really started. He had to white knight for Oates because Oates was having a conversation with Sporadic about, and it was just all interjected because Sporadic was basically explaining how maps work and what the misconceptions are in the communities. So that was basically the backstory. If you wanted a summary.
Yeah, it started off in good faith, or seemingly so. Then he took it into a bad place. So I took it even to a worse place. I took him to hell and dropped him off.
A square foot, do you have any evidence of a globe? Without going on a long, rambling tangent as to why you can't provide any or what you want from us, is there any evidence for a globe that you could offer?
Dude, there's plenty of evidence. I've said it multiple times. You can Google, but you don't believe in it, so you don't believe in the science that's shown.
Like what?
Any of the measurements, the mathematics behind gravity.
What measurement? What measurement? Specifically, what measurement?
Gravitational constant, 9.81 meters per second.
Oh, my fucking...
Oh, my God.
Phone is disconnected. What? No, there's literally, dude, there's so much evidence for what globers think. That's why it's such an uphill battle for
what measurement?
Man.
What measurement?
9.81 meters per second, 9.81 meters per second, 9.81 meters per second.
Eclipse of the eclipse.
So 9.81 meters per second squared
around the moon. Dude, it's just like there's so much evidence against what you're saying. You know,
gravitational acceleration on a flat Earth. Great, good job.
But what I'm saying is because at the core of what you're saying is you don't believe in globe Earth, which is fine. But of course, none of the science is going to make sense. Or it's just like if I don't believe in aliens, I'm not going to care if people fucking see an alien.
Get this retard on.
Yeah. Hey, he belongs on the back of the bus.
The bottom line is the Earth is measured flat. I don't give a shit about anything else. So when he's talking about you guys don't believe in the globe, that doesn't make any sense. What you need to fix your mouth to say is you guys have measured it flat, and that doesn't make any sense. Because my response to that is I don't give a shit.
They think when you drop something, it drops curved.
Do you have any measurements of a globe Earth, or measurements that would support the claim of one?
No, I don't have them in my pocket. I'd have to go Google it, man. Do you want me to? Do you want me to post links?
Yeah, I think that's why.
But if I do, I mean, I've been in here before, man. Like I've posted links in here. I know the whole rigmarole, dude.
My God, why can't he just answer the question? Sorry for yelling. I know it's supposed to be more of a dial back tempo in here, but something's wrong with this guy.
It's okay, man. I was swearing like John Candy in the movie Planes, Trains, and Automobiles earlier. The guy was really pissing me off.
I just find that wild that he can't just come back with whatever measurement. I don't know why he's got to start talking to you guys and this and that. Who cares about any of that, dude? What's your globe measurement?
Sean Pettit in
Just say you don't have
space.
it.
Well, my problem is I think I get roped into too many good faith discussions that are not in good faith. It's a good exposition, though.
Yeah, this guy clearly doesn't have shit. I think we made that obvious enough.
Well, Sporadic, you were talking to Oates first, and he's not good faith.
I wasn't even
He's been
looking
here the last 3 days, just losing it.
Shoot, if I'd known that was Oates on the outset, I wouldn't have gotten into all that, because I'm in my garage, like, messing with my lawnmower and talking about Schuler tuning and transport rates. Like, what the hell am I doing with my life? I need a beer. Yeah, Oates has been in here being a dumbass. I think the anti-flat Earth short bus found us, and the clowns are emptying out.
Yeah, I've been saying that same thing, Sporadic, for a few months now. I definitely need a beer.
Every time I try to curtail my drinking, some anti-flat earther comes in. What?
Highly recommend for anybody, regardless of what you believe, stay away from the alcohol, brother. Shit's bad for you.
Thanks for that irrelevant interjection.
You guys keep on muting me, man. You have the power in here. I don't know why you do it.
Just the globe measurement, dude. You've been chat skanking forever. Just give us a globe measurement, man.
Let me see if I can pull something up real quick for you.
Yeah, like on Google. Like, dude, We've been on Google for like 10 years looking for this.
Do I need to go to the library and pull up books and then show it on camera, or what do you?
You should know what you need to do. You've already got the claim.
Saying don't use Google.
You should know what you need to do to support
This is the
it.
world we live in, man.
All right. So Square Foot, you want us to define your
You're
metric
right.
for
I guess
success.
I should have all the measurements in my head, or the Coriolis.
Yeah, you want your counterparty to define your measure of success for you. That's brilliant.
I didn't hear what you said. It cut out.
You want your counterparty to define your measurement of success. You want us to tell you how to succeed in providing globe curvature measurements.
I still don't think you're understanding what I'm asking of y'all. I'm not asking you to explain.
You sound drunk,
anything
dude. You're
in
telling me
measurement.
that I need to curtail my drinking? You're like slurring your words worse than a Roman Catholic priest at confession.
Yeah, dude, I've been sober for a while, man. But I mean, I was just trying to help out, man. I mean, it's not good for you. You can do what you want, but you know, I don't need you to explain. I just wanted to know what you actually believe. It's not an ice wall.
Yeah, guess what? We don't believe stuff. We don't like to believe. Beliefs is what got us here in the first place.
That's fucking crazy. Okay.
Yeah, I know,
You
it's
don't
crazy,
believe
right? Guess
stuff.
what? We are a community of rational empiricists. If you want to bring your faith beliefs to the conference,
Yeah, I'm too.
you're going to have a
stupid
bad
even know what
time.
that means.
You can leave them at the door because we only want what's verifiably true. Okay?
Seems like
Yeah,
that's-
we are not TikTok flirfs. We're not the flirfs that McToon interviews. Guess what?
What's a
McToon
flirf?
avoids us.
What's a flurfin McToon, dude?
Oh, you never heard of these things? Great. Well,
No,
bless
I
your
have no
innocence.
idea what you're talking about.
Bless
I don't
your
really use. I
innocence.
use Discord and YouTube, man. I don't use social media.
All right,
Also,
good-
would
good, 'cause
highly
it's
suggest getting away
cancer.
from that shit too. That shit is
Yeah,
cancerous.
I mean, we do. We use
TikTok,
these
dude,
tools in
brother,
order to
dude.
spread the flat earth truth. What do you think of that?
I mean, dude, it's why I was explaining in the chat. The only reason I really come in here usually is because it's in between shit I'm doing. I like discussing. I like having discussions with people. I like talking to people. But I also know y'all stream this shit on YouTube, and I know kids just like scroll through YouTube, and I feel bad for those kids hearing this shit that might believe it, man. Honestly, because it's just, you know, I mean, I just don't believe in what you believe, and I think it's actually a dangerous
Let me
thing to
ask you
do.
an honest question. Do you see curvature?
You can't, no, not in the scale. No, I don't look outside. Well, I mean, it depends on what you're looking at, but I mean, no, I don't see the curvature of the earth. No, of course not. Just
Yeah, no, of course not. Great. Okay, so if let's say you got bonked on the head and you woke up, and let's say you have no memory of what happened, but your brain tells you that you're wandering out of a cave and you're gazing upon a post-apocalyptic hellscape.
Hell yeah.
All right. Would you think that Earth is a spinning globe in outer space and an endless vacuum void?
Oh, dude, I don't even know. I've actually thought
Probably not,
about
right?
what people
Probably
used to
not.
think back in the day, but there's, dude, like, who knows what people believed back in the day? I mean, there's
Probably
so
not,
many-
dude. You'd look out, you'd be like, this is my world.
Yeah,
This
of
is the
course,
realm,
you're
dude. This
standing
is
on it.
it.
This is your reality. But I mean, the cool thing I think about like just life in general is that there's just so many unknowns. And like again, I'm not, dude. I'm not a learned person. I'm not coming in here with like fucking.
You don't have
book
to be.
knowledge
I
and
mean,
shit.
kids get flat Earth.
Anybody can understand either side of the equation. I mean, if you explain it to a kid, especially, I mean, kids are so malleable. There's like sponges, dude. They
You can
literally could
explain
hear
flat
it
Earth
from the
to a
right
kid, they
person.
get it. But you know what you can't explain is the globe. Because the second you start explaining it and opening your mouth, you're going to contradict yourself. You're going to contradict yourself. 100%.
I'm not the right person to explain it. I'm not a scientist, dude. I'm not.
All right, then why don't you sit back and listen to us have discussions with these globe scientists that come in here, and you can hear for
Is there
yourself.
actually
they will
scientists?
every, point that they go on, and it's lengthy, but worth it if you have the time.
He's also Dandelion. He's the one that broke down the Professor Dave Weiss debate and came up with 282 logical fallacies by Professor Dave versus 11 by Dave Weiss.
Oh, okay, it's that guy. Oh, well, then I'm already a fan. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, another good debate that he breaks down was with ex-military guy, but he was Michael Sartain. Are you guys familiar with him?
I am not, but I'm not familiar with a lot of things. But tell us.
Oh my God, it is probably my favorite breakdown of any debate that I've ever seen. Yeah, he breaks down Michael Sartain's debate, and man, I don't know how he can ever recover from that.
At least Sartain made a video basically saying, if you're going to debate or if you're a PhD in physics or anything, if you're going to debate a flat earther, you better be prepared. He admitted that he got freaking stomped on by fucking Zerka, no less. Fucking Zerka. You're getting crushed by Zerka, dude. You got issues.
That's how fallacious he was. That Zerka stomped him.
Well, Indio, do you want to see if Amphibious wants or needs the flat earther tag? Do you call yourself a flat earther, Amphibious?
Yeah, I mean, if there's no curve, what is it? I just am hesitant to take on that terminology when, half the community thought that the TFE was a psyop. So I just, I think being called a hashtag flat earther, I'd rather just, be known as a truther, I guess.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I don't actually know what you mean about yeah, maybe these people don't want to talk about that. I don't know what you mean by half of them said it was a psyop. I mean, you mean like said they didn't actually go. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there was a lot of schizophrenic reaction to that whole thing. And it just showed like a lot of people that push this flat earth narrative, also just, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying I'm right. There's obviously a possibility that I'm wrong. But it was just like my discernment showed me that the people that were so adamant that it was fake called Jaron and Witsit, agents, and they sold out. And the reasons they came up with it was just didn't sit well with me, just because there was supposedly a 24-hour sun. It doesn't take away the fact that years before there were fraudulent videos that were pushed as a 24-hour sun. You know what I mean? So it's still like there's so many holes that weren't accomplished, that weren't like rectified.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, mainly people around here in the 24/7 channels. We just aren't really too concerned about the Antarctica trip because it didn't really, definitely doesn't prove the globe. So, nothing about the sun is going to prove anything about being on a ball, because you can easily come up with many other explanations for phenomena you might see in the sky besides standing on a ball, which we all clearly know we don't stand on a ball because no curvature's been measured, So, yeah, I don't know. I've been known to have opinions in the past, but, in general, what other people have chosen to do, I don't know I was taking a break. I wasn't even around when they were doing all that stuff, so I don't even know all the ins and outs of it, but none of it has to distract from the lack of curvature.
What do you mean you were taking a break? You were on a yacht?
I wish. If I was on a yacht, you guys wouldn't see me. I would never have come back. No, I was just taking a break from Discord, really. Not paying attention to the flat Earth news. No, I was not taking a break from life, like you said. I was doing a lot of things in regular life. Yeah, I was not on a yacht. How long have you been investigating this topic, Amphibious?
A whole 2 years.
Wow, nice. 2 years. And how did you originally come to find the information?
Saw a video on my YouTube feed, and there was a debate. And I was like, how's this flat earther going to even be honest at all? And Wixon, she was demolished.
Hey, man, I'm going to play that Michael Sartain clip.
Yeah.
If you had 3 PhDs in astrophysics over here and you had 3 flat earthers next to them and they were doing a debate, the flat earthers would win every single time. Even though the physicists are completely correct in what they believe, the flat earthers are better debaters and they just ignore science. The physicists, they're bound by science and truth, so it actually limits what they can do, and they're not trained as debaters because they're PhDs. So I was wondering, how is this flat earth thing catching steam? Because it's obviously the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. We did land on the moon. I can prove we landed on the moon. I'll show you the proofs of how we landed on the moon, and they won't know any of them. The reason why is they only research one side of the story. They never research both. 600,000 people working on Gemini and Apollo and stuff like that. It's very easy to prove that we landed on the moon. But it's one of these situations where they'll only look at one side. And the other side is so convincing because they're so flashy and they make really good YouTube posts. Whereas the people who put us on the moon, a lot of them have passed away and they're PhDs. They're not there to debate.
Sartain, dude. Couldn't take the L. You know what I just watched the video. He said, Flat Earth was created by Russian agents because they know the United States has the worst science education in the world. Dude, this fucking the cope, dude. This is after he debated Zerka. The total freaking mental cope is hilarious.
That is really funny. It's interesting, that he's acknowledging or interpreting it as flat earthers just have better debate skills, even though, you would think, if their side was backed by science, fact, so on and so forth, that you would think that you could win a debate, right? If you actually came with facts.
Michael Sartain admitted he researched Flat Earth for 200 hours before he debated Zerka. Zerka's a fucking clown. Like, debating Zerka would be like debating, I don't even know who. He's a half-ass clown. Like debating Mark Sargent or something. He just, with all due respect to Zerka, he sucks, dude. He just sucks.
And that makes the cringiness of Sartain that much worse. It's like at that point, it's exuding from. Man, he's so bad.
Yeah, dude, that's one of the things we deal with, right? This is one of the obstacles, is the ego. These guys that we deal with, they can't take a loss to a flat earther because we're considered the dumbest of the dumb. So if they take a loss to us, they're even dumber than that, right? So how the fuck can I be the dumbest of the dumb? I don't want to be the dumbest of the dumb, even dumber than that. Like, they can't take it. So they'll say stupid things. So, Amphibious, we had this guy, he's a PhD in physics, right? AI overlords telling him how the horizon moves around and changes. Now, either the horizon that ship's supposed to go behind and the sun sets behind is physical and the earth is changing size, or is purely optical. He said the most reasonable thing is that the earth was changing size. Absolute, because they can't take a loss to a flat earther. I just can't do it. Can't take a loss to a flat earther. I'll say something fucking absolutely stupid. I had a guy say that to prove circumnavigation, prove the globe, he said circles are impossible on a flat surface. Circles. You can't do a circle on a flat surface. That's how crazy they get. They'll just start saying the craziest nonsense. Because they can't take the loss. They can't say, okay, I was wrong. Circumnavigation is possible on a flat earth. They just can't say that.
Yeah, and all of them just expose themselves as, even though they're touting science like this guy that you just played, they just expose themselves as not really understanding the nature of science because they're incapable of setting aside all preconceived notions and just examining the question on the table with an objective point of view. It's just so blatant that that they've never even considered the possibility that there could be no globe, which it's weird that these weirdos that you talk to, like the brain in the jar guy, the no hands guy, that they allow their brains to go to these insane places of absurd philosophy, but they can't allow themselves to think maybe there's no globe. They'd rather think maybe I don't have hands, or maybe I'm a brain in a jar than maybe there's no globe, which is not an absurd position at all. It's what we all experience. We don't experience a globe at all. The globe is absurd. It's a science fiction construct. And I just find it, very sad that people can't see that.
Yeah, I think at the base, the root issue that they have is that the implications, if we were lied to about the realm that we live on, they don't want to accept those implications. It completely shatters their worldview, obviously. But then they feel all these negative feelings. They're flooded with, how can the authority that I trusted in be malevolent? How can a government actually not be looking out for its citizens, but exploiting and seeking to control it in any means necessary, their citizens, for more power? It's all they care about. So the implications is that the powers that be are evil and they seek power by any means. And that's the state of affairs that we are in. So they are so weak-minded, it seems. I will say that just from what I think. I just think they're so weak-minded that when they come to understand the implications, they shell up. Their mind shells up and becomes closed and reverts back to all of the propaganda that we were told. And it just reverts back to that old coding instead of processing and digesting that pain of realizing what is actually going on. And so I just attribute it to a weak mind, a mind that is so poisoned, it doesn't want to process the actual, like, painful truth. You know what I mean?
I totally know what you mean. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, I mean, because the psychological aspect, yeah, it can't be denied. But I think the way you put that was good because it applies to so many things, because unlike, other like way out there ideas, like I was mentioning, brain in the jar, no hands, all those kind of abstract things, like this actually does get to a security issue that people have, like not just about the lack of a globe, but, other things I've noticed in the past when you challenged the mainstream narrative, whether it be like geoengineering, false flags, 9/11, JFK, any of the stuff, where you're challenging the mainstream story, like the people who can't even question it, I think it is what you just said. Like, I can't even conceive of thinking that the government's there, primarily to help you, like the story goes. Like, I can't even conceive of that. Like, it's been so long since I thought that, since I was 12 years old. Like, I barely even remember. It was such a major part of my development to realize that they were not actually there to help you. That was a huge lie. That I don't even know what that's like to get to adulthood and still think that. Like, to me, it seems like a childish view, but I'm aware that there's a lot of people that still think that, and then they'd have to realize they had to take responsibility for their own lives, that they're really just there on their own 2 feet, that, if somebody tries to harm their family, maybe the government will come over to, count the bodies, but they're not actually going to protect you, like, that's a hard thing for people to grasp, especially if they somehow made it to adulthood without realizing that. Like, that's got to solidify it even more.
Yeah, well said. And, as one that self-proclaimed vaccine injured, I was born when, the vaccine, the childhood schedule went parabolic. I was one of the first guinea pigs. And man, I need my tonsils removed. I needed tubes in my ears. I remember just being so fucked up from like these shots that I got. My parents never put it together, but looking back, like I know, they really had a negative impact on my infancy, on just growing up. Luckily, I recovered.
Yeah, good. Yes,
And I accomplished a lot of good stuff. I went into the Navy. I underwent SWCC training, passed first time, and served in our service for 13 years. So I was able to do a lot of good things, like unfortunately there are too many vaccine injured kids that don't recover. And it's such a
I don't want to shut you down because I don't want to I'm not trying to deny your lived experience, just the restrictions of Discord and their terms of service forbid that particular topic, which we, in order to continue to try to get out information to the public, we adhere to that, not just for Discord, but for YouTube. So that's just the way it is. But yeah, I hear you. I mean, I think that also highlights, just in general, people are, I mean, we want people to regain their natural born right to use their own brain, logic, reason, will to direct their lives, to try to figure out the truth about the world around them, to accept their own reality the way they perceive it, and not to farm it out to the powers that be. But I mean, even though I do complain about people and their stubborn refusal to accept very simple truths about geometry, like, I get it that people are like, it's a difficult world to live in,
Purpose that those simple truths.
Yeah, exactly. We were trying to say that to a guy last night about circumnavigation. Like, sometimes I don't know, like, how else I could explain it. Like, yeah, you can draw a circle on a flat surface. Like, try it for yourself and see. I mean, I just don't get it. Like, I just don't get why people think you have to have a ball to get from one place to another. It's so weird. Yeah.
There are some people that just love that sort of thing.
They just love balls, Dr. Barrington. It takes a long time for them to come, only on occasion. It's on my Globe Belief bingo card. I just love balls. It's one of the squares. But it's rare that they'll just admit it. They do sometimes. They're like, I just like, balls. I just like the story. Spheres are cool. I've heard them say it. They usually won't be that blatant about it. But occasionally they will. It's a special day when they admit it.
A lot of people take more like the superhero position. It's probably in their subconscious with all the hero movies, saving the planet, save the planet from this, all the world economics, globe politics, and all this kind of stuff. People kind of take in the background of their minds like the hero position. If you try to take their globe away, you kind of look like a villain. And they're the hero. They're trying to save the planet from you, the villain. Taking the space away and the planet away from them.
I had a really good visual of that. Somebody who makes memes, I think they could make a good meme for that. The flat earth villain stealing the globe. Yeah.
Yep.
Compressed is here. They just joined us. Welcome. I'll try unmuting you in case you would like to say hello. Oh, you just joined us today, September 21st, 2025. And you just joined Discord today. Welcome to Discord. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. I unmuted you in case you want to unmute yourself and say hello. Oh no. Are you going to disappoint me, Compressed? I think they are. They're just going to cough. You're going to make me mute you again? Is that the plan?
Classes that the students will be coughing while you're speaking, right?
At least he's not throwing a spitball at me.
Yeah, just the sound of it. You don't need to deal with any spit, fluid, or anything like that.
Yeah, no fluids. Oh, Compressed is talking to me in the lobby, but you can't talk to me here? I see he's tagged me in the lobby. Let's go see what he said. He can only cough here. But in the lobby, he can say sentences. Spheres don't have valleys. That's what he's told me, Compressed. Oh, Compressed doesn't think Earth is a sphere. Okay. So you think it's a sphere with valleys. Yeah, well, if you're interested in an answer to that, when we compare the spherical geometry and we debunk it due to the radius that we are given of 3,959 miles, we recognize that the mainstream pseudoscience has said that it's not a perfect sphere. Unfortunately, for anyone who is a globe advocate, that does not solve their missing drop over distance problem. When you calculate the difference between, for example, a spherical model and the WGS 84 model, I will put, hopefully you can get to the, actually you don't have a role, so maybe you can't see the live stream voice text. Maybe that's why you're talking to me in the lobby. So I'll put it in the lobby for you.
Dandelion S. You can,
Yes.
you can mark me as a flat earther.
Oh, okay. Maybe Indio or Gemzy or AI Arden could do that. We just talked to him, Gemzy. He's definitely a flat earther if you want to give him the role. Do you think you could? I mean, unless you want to talk to him. You can talk to him if you want again.
If you put the seal of approval, I mean, it's not a big deal. Just
ask me questions if you want.
It has to be at least 7 days. It has to be at least 7 days since you joined the server.
Did he pay the
He's been here a while.
fee?
He's been here a year.
I'll send you my crypto address so you can send me the fee.
Hey, hold on. Listen, I'm just a flat earther. I don't know which is bigger, a year or 7 days. Okay.
Oh, I know. AI Arden. So yeah, you wouldn't probably meet the criteria for the thing that Indio was asked to apply to.
Well, 7 sounds more like A. So probably 7 is the magic number. Oh, yeah. Let me check on the manage role. Wait, what was his name again?
Amphibious. He's up there at the top.
Amphibious. Sounds good.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, Amphibious is cool. I'm glad you came in.
Yeah, most amphibians have cold blood, so they gotta be cool. If they get
That's
too
right.
hot, they'll.
Yeah, I overheat easily.
Yeah. Our other buddy has changed his name to Curvy Semi-Solid, or maybe somebody else changed it. I don't know. I was trying to get him a picture. I almost had it. I don't know. Maybe I put it somewhere else. I was trying to put it in the lobby for him. I don't know if he's still listening.
Wet noodle for short.
Okay, so yeah, in the lobby, Mr. Curvy, I put there, this is a screenshot from a PDF from the FE Core laser experiment, measurement 7, which was a 25-mile laser test. So you can see there curvature correction, WGS 84, and MSL. Tells you there the radius of Earth, 3,954.726 miles. And then they show you the calculation they did, the calculated difference of curvature drop on WGS 84 to the spherical model from laser to target 4. Oh, I'm sorry, this was, measurement 7, target 4. Plus 2.56 millimeters or plus 0.101 inches. So, in other words, the difference between your curvy semi-solid and a sphere is negligible at the distances that we're talking about. So you don't have to worry about the valleys when we're debunking the radius of the globe. Oh, Yoder's
Yeah,
posted
PBS.
something else.
You got some rolls. Welcome. You got some extra ones there. Hopefully you like them. GG. Welcome.
Yeah, he gave you valued. Very nice. Popcorn.
Any
he gave
complaints,
you
you can
space,
speak
yeah.
to Dandelion.
Thank you. He gave you space aids and space herbies. Yeah, that's part of the hazing ritual. Congratulations.
I mean, he was mentioning that he got the V shot, so maybe he got that included. Anyways, just joking.
Yoder put some more stuff in here from the Dr. Shiva. Did you guys see that?
Wait, what happened with Dr. Shiva?
Well, India came in here
Boy's
earlier.
not acquitting himself well, man. He's fucking falling off, man.
I bet he's a lot of these people Dr. Shiva, MIT, Massachusetts, the mind virus is spreading.
Yeah, well, he's not
fast.
doing well right now, man. You're not hip on this, man? Where you been?
No, I was hoping. Recently, I was like, I just wish I could hear like India speak to someone like Dr. Shiva, maybe. But I guess I'm getting the news now. What's going on?
Oh, he proposed this. Well, he's debated. Well, talked to Dave Weiss. You know that, right?
That was a train wreck.
Yeah. So now, instead of doing this experiment with him, he decided he's going to have an open summit. The scientific method to figure out the shape of the Earth, or some shit like that. 5 Globers, 5 flat earthers. He's got all the Globers, and he started saying that the flat earthers are backing out, whatever. DM'd them, and they Heather, his assistant or something, sent me a thing that they want. I'll show you. They want your where is it? Must be up a little bit. They want my name, social media handle, photograph or headshot, city, state, country, email, phone, brief one-page bio, and your educational vocational background in order to participate.
He's a public
in the
figure,
open
so he's
summit.
gonna want all that. Yeah.
Yeah, tough shit, dude. What the hell does it got to do with a site? What step 1 of the scientific method? Give me your name. Step
Give
2
me
of the
your email.
scientific method. Give me your social media handle. Step 3 of the like. He said that the purpose was anybody that wanted to adhere to the scientific method was invited. I do. Giving my name is not part of that shit.
Yeah.
None of those things, none of those items are relevant to any to the scientific method.
In my mind, when I was thinking about, I was like thinking that India should have a conversation with him, and I was thinking, he's gonna ask India to be in a camera for his real name, that kind of stuff. I was thinking about that, and
Yeah, I thought about it earlier too, even before he actually explicitly said it in the DM. I was actually talking to somebody about it. He's gonna ask for camera, he's gonna ask for name, he's gonna ask for a bunch of shit.
The Earth is curvy. It's erratically curvy.
You all right, bro?
Is it compressed curving?
You're compressed, bitch.
Ooh.
You're such a disappointment, Curvy. Such a disappointment.
Compressed. You should change it to depressed.
Server muted him and deafened him. You can fucking go piss off.
Oh, what a waste of time. He started a new account today, went through the trouble of setting it all up just for a 2-second little rant.
Yeah, at least be a better troll. At least be a better troll. Oh, he's got a new name now. Oh, it went away. That was quite funny. I don't know who gave him that name. Was that you? Curved and flaccid. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we're
Anyway.
back. We're back home, AI, giving people naughty nicknames. Very nice.
Yeah,
I mean, hot mic, dude. You're
is
freaking
that the hot mic?
ripping sheets of paper or something.
Since that's the case, I guess wouldn't someone like I don't know Quantum will feed that because his name is out there, no? Quantum might feed
Right.
kind of like
What, the Dr. Shiva thing?
yeah,
He
like
can't
your name,
participate.
your email, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but why would he participate in something that says, let's use the scientific method to adjudicate the shape of the Earth? Like, why would Quantum Eraser participate? That wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah. I was thinking that Quantum will burn him on. I mean, before opening the door, I guess. But I think Quantum made a video about that kind of stuff, just reviewing the conversation with Dave Weiss, I think. So I can only imagine. I didn't watch that, but I remember Quantum speaking about reviewing Dr. Shiva's conversation about the scientific method with Dave's. Well, there's something there. Someone gotta do it. I mean, I'm not a scientist, but I'm here in Massachusetts. I'll go speak to him. I'll give him my name. Who cares?
I got a test they can do if they want to. Because the only real value that Dr. Shiva has, one is clout, of course, but the second is access to resources. That's the most important thing he can provide. But the first thing he needs to provide is a lobotomy, because he's not getting it that we're not going to use the scientific method to solve this problem.
Yeah. He's not getting it, so I mean, who's talking to him and telling him that? Anybody directly speaking to him about it? Because I guess he's just looking at comments and not taking them seriously or something. Or because I remember Dave talking to him, Dave didn't even correct him when Dr. Shiva said that the first step was making a hypothesis or something. I think if I remember their conversation, I was thinking
we can invite him. We can invite him here for an interview.
Yeah.
Which will be closed, which means only certain people will speak to him, not an open forum. So that somebody snipes in, somebody comes and be like, which gravity? Which gravity?
Yeah. No, for Dr. Shiva will have to be someone like yourself or Indio, and like that's a schedule thing. Cause he's like he's a public figure. I guess he's up in the status of people in the.
I think people wanted me to do that shit to Blitz is go, which gravity? You don't know what an experiment is. What's a hypothesis?
Yeah, everyone was upset. Yeah, they didn't follow their script. Yep, that's definitely the case. Yep.
Very upsetting. There's only one approved script.
The thing about Blitz is that he asked, I remember he asked, what would we like to talk about? And you said, and I think you said like whatever. And whatever? Neutrinos or something like that. Like, oh bro, like, no, don't. I mean, I was like, just bring, next time someone in here that is going to speak to those people, just make sure you bring like 2 or 3 topics that are specific and you're going to be talking about that. Because if you let them ride the boat, they're just going to drive, ride it down the black hole. Like
he said he didn't want to have a debate. He pulled a bait and switch, dude.
Yeah.
He said, I want a discussion, and then he labeled it on his end a debate. As in on his stream. And if you listen to the opening DJ saying we're just going to have a nice discussion, blah, blah, blah. Like, it wasn't supposed to be a debate. So, like, bring 3 things? What 3 things? It wasn't bringing anything. Anyway, I re-listened to it anyway.
I'm just saying because he talked to the neutrinos and that kind of stuff.
Like, go re-listen to it again and listen carefully. He got smashed.
Yeah, he got smashed.
He tried to convince me I was talking to myself. And he said, can you prove that? He's like, who's it? Like, what am I also interrogating myself at the same time? I mean, that's how absurd his ideas are. That I could be a brain in a jar and there's no external world. Well, that means I'm talking to myself right now.
Yeah, even he got smashed. I agree.
Right? You or me interrogating myself, telling myself I can't prove there's an external world, and that me myself is actually part of the internal world that I'm just projecting as the external world, which is fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Dude, when Planet Peterson was reviewing that, when Planet Peterson was reviewing that, he made a point to tell his audience, these people are so stupid. They think you can actually know what's real. They're not smart like us, who can't know anything. I'm paraphrasing slightly.
These dummies. But how can they know that? How can they know that we know? We're even saying we know what's real because we might be fucking part of their imagination. We could just be their internal subjective experience of the brain in a jar. We might not even actually exist.
That's how I know they're low tier, is if they say I might be a brain in a jar. That explains everything I need to know about their level, because if they were actually on a higher level, they would say, I might just be a disembodied consciousness, because they're already assuming a physical necessity for their existence as being a brain. They're not transcending the brain as if reality, all physical reality, could be an illusion of the mind. That's how lightweight they are.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a jar, right?
The bottom. I don't know. It's like.
Yeah, because
Anyway,
who made the
Kiva is
jar?
not doing a good job, man. Jamsey. Kiva's out embarrassing himself. I hate to say, he's like being like 2017 level Gold Earther.
I heard the conversation, the whole thing. Yeah.
No, I mean like on X. I mean on X, dude. He's not
on X.
quitting himself well. He's putting it as an open summit. Any flat earther that wants to adhere to the scientific method, figure out the geometry of the Earth, is welcome. It's open. Okay? But he put this list of personal biographical information that you have to complete. That makes it not open, because none of those things have anything to do with the scientific method. My compliance with providing them or not providing them does not change the scientific method, does not change the scientific nature of inquiry, doesn't change anything. It's fucking completely irrelevant. My name could be fucking Zorro, and I could fucking be role-playing fucking as Jesus Christ, and you know what I mean? Like, I could be anything. It doesn't even fucking matter. I could be absolutely crazy in an insane asylum. It doesn't mean I can't adhere to the scientific method. My name don't matter, my email don't matter, my phone don't matter, none of that shit matters. Has nothing to do with the scientific method. I've never seen step one of the scientific method is post biographical information. Step 2, observe a natural phenomenon. Is that step 2? After biographical information, or does the biographical information come after the natural phenomenon? Is that part of the hypothesis? Maybe it's part of the theory. I don't know. What part of the scientific method is it?
Yeah, I mean, if they were serious just about, if that is their criteria, it's just people who understand the scientific method, yeah, they should just ask for you to submit either an essay or a voice recording explaining it, and or samples of your work. Like, obviously you have thousands of hours explaining the flat earth and the scientific method, and obviously they're not really interested in the criteria they claim. They just are playing whatever weird little game they're playing to maintain the illusion that they're trying to maintain. That's what it seems like to me.
Well, Vitali called it out. Vitali said, you're just clout chasing. You want some big name flat earthers, and you're going to try to, siphon them off. You're going to try and probably hoping Witsit and or somebody, or Dave or whatever. And then he's going to clout chase them.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, that he's right. I didn't know that he'd said that, but that actually makes perfect sense. Yeah, he doesn't want necessarily the people who are best at arguing. He just wants more exposure for whatever it is that he's trying to do.
No, it's just low tier shit. They're like these people. They're just not. Look, they just deal with like they're in the environment they've been in, politics, whatever, and then they step in this environment, flat Earth versus globe Earth, and this shit's a whole nother level. Okay, this is the no BS zone. Like nobody here is falling for BS. Okay, but they try to bring those freaking gimmicks and tactics and antics into this, and it sticks out like a sore thumb. It's right away. It's visible to us. Now maybe it's not visible to the low fucking tier people that chase around fucking politics like morons, but on this side of the world, it's obvious what they're doing. And I've asked them 3 times now, how is this relevant to the scientific method? No answer. Just don't participate. I'm not gonna, but still, I still want an answer. How's this fucking relevant? You're not getting away. This ain't going away.
I see. He's saying they need one more FE side character.
And Heather, whatever his frickin', his lackey, said, Dr. Shiva's just facilitating. Okay. He's facilitating people. She said he's facilitating that the scientific method is carried out or executed. Okay. So why does Dr. Shiva have a criteria that has nothing to do with the fucking scientific method? How do you have mission creep before the mission starts? In case you don't know what mission creep is, it's when you start with what fucking mission, and as the mission progresses, it creeps into fucking a whole nother mission. Because people keep adding bells and whistles and conditions and freaking criteria, and now your original mission's gone, and you're on some other mission. Right? We just started. He just started this shit. The mission hasn't even started. It's already mission creeped into getting biographical information instead of adhering to the scientific method. Why is that? Because the fucking scientific method was never the goal in the first place. Some other bullshit.
Yeah, it seems like he's already way ahead of time trying to portray flat earthers in a certain light, as being afraid of the conversation when, nobody's afraid of the conversation. I mean, to the contrary, we're in here day after day. Bring it on. Let's have the conversation.
We got accused of that by one of his lackeys of being scared. Are you scared to use the scientific method? Are you scared? Like, motherfucker. That's not the scientific method. Scientific method's measurement. It's like, okay, let's use that. Are you scared? Like, we already did that. Scared? Why would I be scared? Like, just because you're ignorant of what's already been done. So this is the problem. They don't know it's already been done. They think that, flat earthers have been sitting on their ass for 10 years. We're going to come in here and we're going to figure it out for them because they haven't done anything. Because if they did do anything, everybody would think the earth is flat by now. Because everybody would have just saw the results and been, yep, the earth is flat. Let's just go on with our lives. The earth is flat now because the results of some test. Well, we did tests. And then we have disingenuous shysters mischaracterizing them, suppressing the results. All sorts of shit, like you said, Dandelion. There's been hundreds of freaking laser tests, and they've all debunked flat Earth. Sorry, I'm ranting.
Oh yeah, no, you deserve it. I mean, it's ridiculous what they're trying to pull here.
But do they count? Do they count a view? Do they count a view on Netflix as a new laser test?
What?
I said, do they count when someone views a Netflix documentary as a new instantiation of a laser test?
Maybe, yeah.
So,
That
so
must
hundreds
be.
of laser tests.
Yeah, this was.
TikTok view.
Oh, you saw those comments, AI, it was in that troll video where the girl came in here. It was talking to Indio and Elijah and other people. Yeah, that was one of the comments under
kitty
that.
cat lady.
Yeah, that was one of the comments under that video.
Yo, listen, you can call me stupid. You can call Flat Earth stupid. Don't call us fucking lazy, dude. That's the bridge too far. We're out here doing shit. What are the Glovers doing? Whining, complaining, playing games, straw manning. The fuck are they doing? It's insulting, man. That's seriously insulting. Dudes, like these dudes legit think we haven't been doing anything. Now we're gonna do the real laser test. Now we're gonna do the real experiment. 10 years later, now Dr. Shiva's gonna get 5 flat earthers and 5 Globers together. They're all gonna go on a Zoom meeting and talk. And they're gonna make out the scientific method. And now we're gonna do the real experiment to figure it out. All those other fake ones. All those fucking no good ones. Now we're gonna really do it. Shut the fuck up. Dude, I'm going to ask Shiva where he is, his name and address. Like, I'll participate if you give me your name, address, phone number, and fucking email. I'm going to go over there and slap him in his fucking head.
Yeah, he's going to fix the problem. Yep, it's like he's going to bring...
Metaphorically.
I know he's in chamber somewhere.
Yeah, metaphorically, that's what AI said. Yeah.
Wait, you're saying that he's discarding all the other tests that have been done? I mean, is that the position? Ignore all the other tests and
doesn't know about any of them.
He doesn't know
they don't exist.
Okay. Well, I guess whoever from those 5 people that are gonna be sitting down should bring this up. I guess.
No, one of his lackeys was interacting with me simultaneous to Shiva, and he was like, "What are you afraid to do tests? We already did them. What are you talking about?" So I posted a bunch of them. He hasn't replied since.
I mean, just I guess this one is gonna happen. I mean, there's gonna be 5 people talking in Zoom, and then they're gonna go somewhere and do a test. Where are they going? I mean, I guess that's good.
They're gonna talk about, right?
They're gonna set it up.
As far as my mind is, it's gonna have to be better than what's already been done, right?
That's a possibility. I mean, maybe that can be done.
If you want to do better than what's already been done, but they're acting like they're they're discovering this shit for the first time, because they are discovering it for the first time. They've assumed that nothing's been done. If you watched any of the little brief bit of the interview with Dave I saw, she was going, "We should get together and have a test. We should do a test." These tests have been done. You want to do them again? Fine. What do you need us for? Oh, you want to do a better one? Yeah, I'll participate. If we're going to improve what's already been done. You want to do 75 fucking miles? You want to get a fucking 500 megawatt laser? Shoot it fucking 75 miles across whatever? Fine. I'll participate. You better get call me or
I got it. We get a 1 terawatt laser, and we tell the Glober, if the Earth's a globe, you can stand here and not die. So do you trust your predictions or not?
Well, don't they have an X-ray laser at frickin' what do you call it? Now that would go through the Earth Fuck. There's some sort of X-ray laser at the frickin' linear accelerator at Stanford.
Ooh.
Well, whoever's gonna do this should. Dr. Shiva has a decent reach, and I guess take it seriously and propose the correct way of doing it. Whoever's gonna go do this, and I imagine he probably can have some reach to certain people that they can provide good tools like good lasers. Because if they're gonna do it, I just hope they do it correctly and come to the correct conclusions about the test, and don't mess it up like they did with the Netflix.
Man? Use a proton beam, fucking shoot some protons across the ocean. Not neutrinos, fucking, that aren't even directly detected. We can directly detect protons. So why don't we shoot some freaking protons? Are they gonna like fall? Are they gonna take parabolic arcs? We're gonna have to fucking shoot protons like a fucking cannonball. I actually have some ideas using interferometry and fucking iridescence. I actually got a few ideas, but no one's ever gonna freaking hear them because Dr. Shiva wants to fucking anal probe me. So no thanks.
Still like my gyro truck idea.
So you're not talking to him
Gyro what?
directly. You're talking to. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I know he's gonna blame everything on Heather. Poor fucking Heather.
Yeah, you build this box that's got like all the different types of gyros, right? That can sense attitudinal orientation relative to when you leave. And then you mark it where you're at. Let's say the East Coast, let's say Boston. And then you go, I think it's I-40 all the way to Washington, right? That's like 3,500 miles on a single highway. And then you go all the way from Maine all the way to the tip of Florida. And then you see if all these gyros recorded the correct rotation displacement, that the vehicle should now be in a different attitude when it arrives at its location. And that's a significant portion, because we definitely have sensors that can detect 15 to 45 degrees displacement easily.
I actually like that idea. I mean, there's probably a bunch of variables, obviously, but everything can be taken into account. Yeah, it can be really well controlled and do those long distances.
Yeah, and it's all of them. It's gonna be like a fiber optic, a ring laser, different mechanical ones, accelerometers, etc. So you just get like a pickup truck or a van or something, you put it in the back, start it up, and you also build into it some monitoring systems and live cameras. So like the whole thing is on the up and up. There's no chance for people to say, "Oh, you switched it out," or "Oh, you altered it."
You can actually
you could have two of them. Yeah, you could have two of them. You could have the globe earthers and the flat earthers be on different teams, and they each get a unit. They're all taught how to do it, and then they basically do the legs of the trip, forward and backwards, because you got to go there and back. Might cost, some of these equipments are like in the 20 grand range. So, if you have 3 or 4 of them, you're looking at 100 grand for the box with all the equipment in it. So, I mean, it's not going to be cheap per se, but it's doable and it's accessible. And what I mean by accessible is that the equipment already exists and we're going to have our hands on it the entire time. It's not like we're sending something somewhere and then it's coming back later with data and we have no idea what happened between then and there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I guess the community is gonna be paying attention to the Dr. Shiva thing. There's gonna be some efforts put into that, so proposing something to like the one you mentioned, I think might be a an extra one. He has a lot of people across the US and across the world that he reaches, so that might be a good tip about the one that you just mentioned. If they are serious about doing the test. I mean, because they label it. If you do a laser test, it's a laser test. Then they saying let's do the scientific method, and they're gonna be using those terms. So, what are you gonna do? Doing the test. It's similar
what
to
that means. Okay. What is it?
The Brazilians. The Brazilians kind of said that
measuring the surface of the Earth. Independent variable, dependent variable, control variable, null hypothesis. Right? What do those means in the context of measuring the Earth? Nothing. They're meaningless. They don't mean anything. What's the independent variable? What's the dependent variable? They don't even mean anything. There are no variables. We're looking for a constant. We're not looking for a variable. Pretty sure the ground is solid, right? It's constant. It's always like that. Doesn't vary. Unless you talk to AI. And dude says the most rational thing is that the Earth is changing size. And this dude is a university graduate, allegedly.
so. Setting up the laser at a location at a specific altitude, pointing towards a certain distance or target. Can they label that a variable within what they're trying to say is the scientific method?
Has a varying output. You could say the frickin' air is a confounding variable because that does vary.
Yeah.
Then you can quantify that, right? Or you can characterize that some way, right? Because you can just get two lasers, right? You get a blue laser. You get one at one end of the spectrum. I mean, better yet, you could get probably ultraviolet and infrared. Then you're far into the spectrum, right? And then if you get two identical cameras at the other end, same height, same frickin' identical cameras, everything's the same. And then you take an image, and based upon where the displacement of the laser would be, you can precisely determine how much refraction is based upon how different, where on the sensor, higher or lower, right? Like the infrared hits 1/3 down the sensor, and the ultraviolet hits 1/3 up the sensor. That angular difference you can take, and you can determine exactly how much refraction there was. And there's ways to do this. This isn't freaking complicated. Because refraction being wavelength dependent, you can determine by the difference of spatial displacement how much refraction there was. Because it'll be one for one beam, one for the other, and there's only going to be one fucking refraction value that's going to cause that difference. So you can quantify that. That would be the only variable, but you're not measuring, you're not trying to figure out what's causing that, right? You're just trying to, that would be what would be called a confounding variable, okay? So those can exist in measurements. That's not a problem. But when you start talking about independent and dependent variables, when you're just trying to figure out what something is, then it stops making sense. Unless the thing you're measuring, supposed to be the Earth, is varying. Because we're trying to measure the Earth in relation to a laser. Where is it in relation to this laser? Along its path. Okay, what is the laser path? Okay, we can precisely figure out what that is. And then we can precisely measure the difference of that path from the surface of the Earth. And then we can do the difference in those profiles, figure out what the Earth is. Pretty freaking simple. It's not complicated. Simple. But the Globers think it's too simple. It's got to be more complicated than that. Got to be.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The Globers are gonna want to complicate everything, and I don't know.
I've been hearing.
I'm actually interested to see what happens.
It's way like, hey, just measure the curve of the Earth. No way, it's way more complex than that. They've come to believe, through propaganda, that the shape of the Earth is not only a super complicated question that's very complex, but it's also so simple, a fucking baboon can understand it. So how you can be both of these things at the same time, I don't know. How you can be simple and complex at the same time. Shiva, man, I liked him, man. But now, man, I think he's got fucking globetardia, man. The globe makes people crazy, dude. Swear to God. It's literally like a fucking mental illness.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with him, but this weird behavior is not how he normally is. He seems like super emotional about this.
I mean, he is fired up and emotional, but I'm just saying is like he's usually measured and, you know, pretty fair from what I can tell. Even though he has been kind of in decline a little bit and he's a little more dogmatic. But this is just corny what he's doing.
Yeah, like his posts seem really childish.
Well, he's a grassroots promoter, right? Against power structures and top-down hierarchies, right? The fucking the biggest indicator of a top-down hierarchy is collecting personally identifiable fucking information. Papers, please. Right? He's doing papers, please. The fuck does any of that matter?
For his campaign, they were collecting all sorts of information for people. It's part of the politics, so I guess he's operating with that mind frame and mind.
Well, they have to. If you're doing political donations, you need the names and addresses of all the donors. Plus, if you want to do any type of polling or you want to match registration rolls to people that are, you know, part of your campaign, that's legitimate data that you need. We're not doing that. This isn't a political campaign. But, you know, maybe he made a system and it's like he's trying to do one size fits all. Which is like against his own rhetoric. Of how society should structure itself. That, like, medicine uses one size fits all solutions. That's one of his freaking things. Now he's just trying to do this, but he's using a one size fits all fucking, and I guess freaking execution of his freaking science summit.
Still sounds like it's gonna happen. So, what is gonna be the best outcome of it? The community has to engage and try. I mean,
the best outcome would be for him to drop that shit, come to the fucking senses, dude, and just drop that fucking goddamn doxing shit. Irrelevant.
Yeah, requiring that kind of stuff
The only thing that should be required is the best fucking idea. What's the best idea? It shouldn't be like who's the best dude with the idea. What's the guy with the best credentials to the idea? What's the best? It should just be the best idea. Don't matter who it comes from. It could come from some fucking homeless crackhead in the alley. Who cares? don't care if it came to someone's head through a fucking fever dream. That doesn't matter.
But that idea can still reach this panel of 10 people if one of those 5 people from each side, or 10 people, one of those people bring the ideas, and it's used within whatever they're gonna do. This still can happen.
Yeah, it's November 8th, so there's lots of time for him to, like I said, see the light.
But I think it kind of sounds like a kind of like, we've seen this before. People behaving like this, like kind of like. I mean, he's saying let's do the scientific method, so he's kind of like being skeptic about both sides, I guess. And I guess he can do that. I mean, he's sitting on the table with both sides and gonna listen or whatever. But obviously, he has a bias because his beliefs kind of sounded, for the conversation, kind of sounded like he's been a Globe believer for a long time. So I guess we've seen this from other people, like they are kind of like exploring the information, but they still holding their beliefs in the Globe, not a clean mindset coming in. Even though I've heard him speak in multiple topics, and he sounds like open-minded for that kind of stuff. And if he's having this conversation, I guess, yeah. I mean, what other way could it be?
I've heard him talk about flat Earth. He thinks it's a waste of time, dude.
Okay.
I've heard him explicitly talk about flat Earth on his own show that he does. I've watched him a lot. Yeah. I'm well familiar with his stuff, and like.
So why is he's even doing it if it's a waste?
It don't matter because, it's still the fucking swarm controlling everything. Yeah, well, that might be true. but it doesn't change anything because flat Earth does matter. Because if people are lulled or freaking hypnotized into that their fundamental reality isn't real, what fucking chance you have of waking them up to the fucking swarm? They can't even figure out what the outside is. They can't figure out what's between their legs. That's another one. Tricking people, like, you think they could, you think they could trick people into not knowing what's between their fucking legs?
It's a globe spell.
If they believe their own senses?
Yeah, it's a globe spell. It's the spell of the globe, the mind virus of the fantasy ideology. The globe.
Yeah, and the first step is to getting people to believe that there's something wrong with them. Something wrong with me, man. I see the Earth is flat, but it's not flat, dude. There's something wrong with me. Oh, I'm a little tiny ant on a giant fucking beach ball. My eyes are little teeny freaking pinholes. Oh, obviously I can't perceive that because I'm not good enough. Oh, I'm also not good enough to perceive the rotation. I'm not good enough to see how far the stars are away or what they're made out of. Like all this stuff. Well, how we're not good enough. We need this augmentation to make us better. So it starts there. That our minds are warped, right? That there's something wrong with us. But if we fucking write some figures on a math board, all of a sudden our senses become clear. Because there's a bunch of esoteric symbols that someone wrote with chalk on a piece of frickin' slate. They mistake the symbols for realities, man.
It's a spell. Spelling.
S-P-E-L-L. Spell.
Representation of reality. The globe is it's a drawing. I mean, letter, symbols, drawing.
That's all it is.
And they kind of say this blue is water, this brown is the soil, and this round thing is the earth as a whole. It's a misrepresentation of reality, and it comes with a bunch of other words before it that makes the spell. People read it, chant it, hear it, think about it, believe it, and then take it as the real thing. When it's not.
Have you ever heard of the book called The Sand Reckoner?
No.
So Archimedes wrote a work called The Sand Reckoner, and it's about so the way Greeks did geometry, they didn't use units. They would basically take a compass or a rule, right? And they would write it in sand because they didn't have really implementations to fucking write with, right? You didn't have paper or chalk or fucking slate or anything. So they would do their geometry in sand, right? They would draw the circles and the fucking squares and the parallel lines and all that shit. So, but those abstractions, like, what are they really doing? They're rubbing a stick through fucking sand. I'm rubbing a piece of fucking limestone or a piece of chalk on a fucking piece of slate, right? And making squiggly little fucking lines. And then people are looking at the squiggly little lines and thinking they figured out the fucking, the secrets of reality. Because someone pushed fucking chalk onto fucking slate. It's so absurd on its face. Like, is it some sort of magic? Is the magic in the chalk or is the magic in the slate? No, the magic is in the mind of the person holding the chalk and pushing his hand on the slate. I mean, that's how disconnected we are from morality. We don't even know what people are. We don't see the world for what it really is. We don't see that chalkboard with all the symbols. It's just a bunch of fucking rubbed off fucking chalk on a piece of slate. That's all it really is. No matter what we fucking think in our minds about it meaning something else, that's all it really is in reality, in the physical world. It's one bucket of water away from disappearing.
Well, the globe is that on steroids because it's on paper, but it has been brought into day-to-day thinking, behaviors, resources, people's time, jobs that have to do with it, or like seeing it in the computer and thinking that you're working on the Globeverse. I don't know that, because you could. I mean, Hollywood is one thing, right? And there's a whole economics about fantasy and Hollywood, and the Globe is kind of like it's on top of even Hollywood. It kind of like art of the same tree. But when you're saying the chalk on the stone, or the letters on the book, the globe on the drawing on the book is the same thing. I say crayons. The blue on the globe is crayon color or markers or pixels, blue pixels, but that's not real water. That blue on the globe is not water you can drink or you could do. It doesn't even behave like the real water. So even though the globe is only on paper, it's also, since people have kind of like taken it as kind of like a real thing, it has been promoted as real, and it became people reality, but in their minds, not reality, but it's a weird spell. Yeah, it's kind of powerful, but it's so weak at the same time because it has no real foundations. But if the mind, yeah, it's a prison for the mind, basically, and that's powerful. The globe is like Disney. When you go to Disney and you're kind of like in that universe, and everybody's behaving like, "Oh, we are in La La Land," and dressing like Mickey Mouse and wearing the hats and having the mentality that you are in this magical place. But the globe embarks the whole a way bigger area of the world. In Disney, you go pretend. But the globe idea, people are not pretending, they actually believe it. It's like many children when they go to Disney, they watch the cartoons, they believe the cartoon characters are real until they grow up.
Yeah, I didn't know. I always knew they were people in suits. Are there children who don't know that? But I think your analogy is good. Yeah, that it's just a complete fantasy land. Yeah, and people blur the line between fantasy and reality. It's like those ladies, when soap opera was really popular, they would like confront the soap opera actor in the street, like, "How dare you kill Marsha?" Like they just get caught up in this fake world. And then they get angry if you try to take it away from them. Don't take my globe.
Yeah, think about it. When you go to Disney and you're pretending and fantasy place is a magic place and everybody's kind of in that vibe and it sounds cool and it's okay, right? Pretending in a sense and take a picture with the characters and blah blah blah. But then when you get out of there, kind of don't need to do it anymore. It's okay, yeah, it's done. Disney is done. We're out of Disney. But then the globe thing, you hear people speaking the globe nonsense in their day-to-days. It's like imagine me talking like Disney language every single day in my conversations. Like how Mickey can drive the boat and, I don't know, like that's the globe. Black holes, exoplanets, and the guys was gravity doing this and the earth curving and bending and spinning. It's the language of a fantasy, like Mickey Mouse or Star Wars from Disney. And it has real life consequences. Because when NASA takes, let's say for example NASA and the space agencies, I'm certain that they do certain works that are applicable in reality, certain technologies that are used can put for good use. But the money that they use for the fantasy and promote the fantasy, and it doesn't compare with the time that people are putting into that mentality. Because people are working for NASA and sitting down in front of the computer and cleaning the toilets at NASA and doing security and doing all of these things for this falsehood. And that human resource has way more value than whatever tax money I'm paying to support it. Because all of the people that are within that mindset could be, could be solving problems instead of entertaining fantasies. Maybe.
Oh yeah, I know. Like, can you imagine if all these people who are pretending to do science, like, actually started doing science, you know? Or even not science, just solving problems in general. Yeah, just applying themselves to do something real. That'd be pretty amazing.
How much can be done? It's similar to the wars. All these youngest in the people, men and women in their primes, going to invade their neighbors or having wars with, like these people in their primes could be doing something else instead of waging war with their neighbors. I think the globe job has a similar effect. It's like it's a falsehood that embarks so many layers in society that it has real life consequences.
Yeah, it's an energy sink. Yeah, I mean, then it takes, like you said, people are not trusting their own experience and their own observations of the world and life. Then it's got to use up a lot of extra energy to keep readjusting, or to feel like you always have to find out from some expert what you're supposed to think or what the world's really like, because we're not really designed to be that way. I mean, it's fine to like get information from other people, but in terms of your basic worldview and what you see and experience in the world outside you, we're not really set up to like distrust what we see and imagine that we're actually in a totally different place than what it seems like it is, even though it seems flat and stationary, it's secretly a ball that's spinning, like that just messes with people fundamentally.
That's what I'm saying.
I wonder how low and how high the deceit goes. Is it goes, people in the highest places? Does it reach the most high? God himself, is he like the designer of this great deception? I don't know. I asked that because it's big, it's powerful.
I know what God did. He was like, this will keep him busy for a while.
He left the building. He'll come back later.
Nah, he's like, I'll just make it look quiet. That'll just keep him busy.
If this deception wasn't in place, people will be doing other stuff, and this Discord wouldn't even exist to have this conversation.
That's true, and I wouldn't have met any of you wonderful people. So am I supposed to be grateful for the globe, Gemsy? Is that what you're telling me?
What the fuck?
That's what he said. That's what he said.
Not necessarily. Not so much thankful. Because when AI said it the other day,
for bringing us all together.
In a hot day, in a very hot day, that is, super hot, you're thankful for the water, right? Oh, this water is for this, drinking some cold water. You're thankful for that, right? And for the maybe shadow or.
Yeah, guess who's back? I'm gonna read their post, and you tell me who this is. Gothic female. These people think showering is healthy. They're addicted to soap and deodorant. Who's that?
I kinda remember, but I don't want to remember.
Created the account on August 24th. Upside down cross as the icon. It's P Drinker. P Drinker used to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could also say just having this discussion and coming to realization and being able to see the deception, I mean, definitely sharpens your, not just your ability to reason, but like discernment, and then also being able to stand firm in the truth, even when people around you are having a complete meltdown. I mean, I think those are all useful traits to have, in any situation, not just this conversation. So there's a silver lining if you would like one.
How many silver linings are behind the next one? How many layers of the onion are there? Like, where does the deception stops? I mean, I know water is not deceiving me, or the air I breathe, or the surface of the earth. It doesn't sound like it's lying to me, but people are kind of like in this mindset that your senses and the world is conspiring to deceive us. I don't know. It's such the state of the world. I think it could be so much better. See what happens with the round flat table of the 11. Imagine. So there is 5 from the FE side, 5 from the globe side, and then Dr. Shiva number 11. Maybe, I don't know, his wife number 12, the 12 disciples or something. I don't know, those numbers. He says 5 and 5. He's gonna be in the middle. That's 11. He's gonna be a judge, and he's gonna be... Should be him and someone else as the judges. I don't know. Just thinking, he's on the table sitting down with 5 and 5. It's interesting they're having the conversation. I just wonder what's gonna happen about it. What are they actually gonna do? Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't see his discussion with Dave Weiss, but if he's already been presented with the basic arguments, then seems unlikely that he's actually going to be open to new information. But I don't know. I don't know what their discussion was about. Did you see it?
I saw it. I kind of had the feeling that he was looking down on Dave somehow. I don't know. I mean, Dr. Shiva, he's running for Senate, that kind of stuff, and then he said he invented email. Smart guy. He has the patents of the invention of email. I mean, a smart guy, but it's kind of like, how can... I don't know, the conversation with Dave, when I was listening to it, I was like, not having like, he wasn't like, he was resisting the information, and Dave wasn't even doing the best job to deliver it either, so I was just, Not too happy with it, but it's kind of like he's resisting the information, but it didn't stop there because they're gonna do this next. So I guess there's something going on. He's still wondering about it. It's just that a lot of these people are not gonna take the FE side, obviously, as well. And some people are saying that he's, getting the cloud, getting the attention. Maybe he likes that as well. So who knows what he's thinking? But I was thinking someone like Indio, someone like should talk to him, but I don't know. It's wishful thinking. Indio sound a little.
Yeah, Indio's willing to talk to him. Yeah, he just doesn't want to give away all his personal information. I mean, I guess I heard that Yoder did explain to him that it's a real concern doxing flat earthers, especially ones that have a platform but don't want to be in the public eye as much as, some people do. People in the past have had problems with that at their work, with their families, and it's not the same as, he said he's got 5 engineers for the Globe side. Like, they're not taking any risk going out and advocating for the Globe, as an engineer, but obviously it should be obvious to anyone who lives in the world that on the flat earth side, people are exposing themselves to potentially to difficulties, ridicule. People have been stalked. They've had people call their employers, try to get them fired. They've had a hostile work environment due to being a flat earther. There've been all kinds of problems. Like, why should anyone expose themselves just to discuss this topic? It's ridiculous. What to just
no problem. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, that's right. It is irrelevant.
Why do you need a headshot and phone number? Why do you need that? What's the purpose of that?
Yeah, the only purpose.
Be like imposter people. Like, I'm gonna sneak up.
No, I figured it out, Indio.
Well,
he's hoping for Elizabeth of his very own.
Oh boy.
He wanna FE wife?
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Or maybe a boyfriend, you never know.
Well, FEs do it horizontal. So maybe that's it.
I mean, he's in the V-Shots topic and publicly has talked really bad about the pharmaceuticals. And
let's assume he's doing it for security, right? He's doing it to make sure you don't have some imposters, posers on there, and that's the reason why he's doing all this stuff. To some level of accountability. Someone tries to blow up his stream.
That makes sense.
Porn bomb him or whatever, right? Yeah, fine. Why does he get security but nobody else does? Why does he get to make sure that he's fine, but everybody else takes the risk? He can just go fuck himself gently with a chainsaw.
Don't worry, Indio. We'll have backup plan. We have AI Overlord. We'll do it, right, Overlord?
Oh yeah, I'll talk to shit bar. No problem.
AI Overlord does not have a phone number. He has a serial number.
You can tell him that. Phone number? What's that? And you can do what Indio, you guys can do. Remember Code Miko that joined here one day? That she puts like a layer on top of her face and body, and she's like an AI character. People don't see her actually; they see like a character in the YouTube. You can do that. Overlord will do the Terminator. I was thinking quantum as well, but that will be train wreck, horrible. You mentioned scientific method, refraction. That's the conversation is done right there. That's it. It's gonna flip the table on the other 10 people. Okay, Dandelion, you're up. You speak to Dr. Shiva.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even care about, in general, the information thing, but I wouldn't participate with someone who's so deceptive and who is requiring that of other people who don't want to share it, so that would make me not want to participate on principle. Because it should be about
the people that wouldn't share the information.
Yeah, I mean, it should be about the topic, not about the people. I mean, if he wants to change the parameters and like what I said, have it more like an audition. Send in your best explanation of the scientific method if that's what he wants. I go for that.
Well, I bet you the Globers will send their whatever. I don't know who they picked, but they're gonna do whatever they can to, just keep the conversation as vague as possible, just to keep the globe zombie half dead. Because if he's not alive, how anybody's gonna keep it alive? The Globers are gonna convince Dr. Shiva that the laser tests are not correct, long distance observations, the lack of curvature, the lack of motion of the Earth. If as smart as the guy is, he should come to the other side. If he figured out V shots, he can figure out the surface of the Earth. Pretty sure. Shouldn't be that difficult. India said it shouldn't be as too complicated.
Who's 0.618 Fibonacci? Did you used to have a different name?
Fibonacci, he's been here before. Hey. That's Ron, isn't it?
Yeah. Who's asking?
Oh, it's Dandelion. Used to be Mary Mom.
Yes, I remember.
Fibonacci, he's using it as a trading thingy, isn't it, Ron?
What's that?
The Fibonacci name that you have is
No, it's a mathematical sequence.
Mathematical sequence. A lot of people use it in the trading stuff.
Yeah, it's a trading tool as well, but it's just a mathematical sequence.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen Helioskeptic? I haven't talked to him in about a year.
He's always in the chats, almost every day. He's
Really? Okay.
He's operating the YouTube bots. He hasn't been in the VC for months, maybe here and there. He only speaks to his VIPs, and you are one of his VIPs. Probably gotta reach him out.
Yeah, I have. I sent him messages, but he's doing his own thing with work, I guess.
He didn't reply to your message? Come on, Helio, bro.
I don't know that he reads them.
He reads them. Well, he reads mine. After a while. It takes a little bit. What's up, Ron? How you been?
Oh, I've been all right. How about you? Have you been
not bad?
Have you been following the Charlie Kirk thing?
Oh man, I'm trying not to, but I just got an email from his frickin' Turning Point USA give me this big sad story from Erica about how her and Charlie met, and how Charlie cared about his friends too, and we're his friends, and we need to give money to Turning Point USA. Anyway,
within the first hour, I was trying to see because it looked real, and I slowed down the footage.
How about that? I don't think it looked real at any point.
No, the first instant, but within the first few minutes, I figured it out. I'm like, dude, this is fake, and I could see the airbag on his shirt. I could see all the sequence of stuff, and a lot of people I was trying to show them what I found, and they didn't want to hear it. Even flat earthers are giving me shit. No, he just died. How could you say such a thing? I'm like, oh my god. Do I really got to go through this?
I saw the video. Was what the fuck's that black thing? That's the very first thing I thought.
They said it was a microphone. It was a clip-on mic. I'm like, wait a minute. How did it travel the opposite direction of the bullet impact, where the blood came in? Right. Let's say the bullet came in from his left in his neck. Wouldn't the energy send the microphone the same direction as the bullet? Wouldn't the shockwave travel through and send it the same direction? No, it goes the opposite way. Right? It's but that wasn't even it. I'm seeing it looked like some artifacting, like some CGI shit, because it traveled from his right to his left to his neck, and then the ring switched fingers, the shirt inflates, and then his body kicks back.
Dude, his face completely morphs into a freaking pie face, like it's made out of Play-Doh. The blood pours out of his neck like someone poured a fucking pitcher of freaking water out. He's falling, so he's falling into the direction of the blood flow, but it's still falling out at an accelerating rate, which makes no sense at all. The whole fucking thing is bullshit. At least the video is.
I'm like, well, there's people on Twitter that are kind of figuring it out after a while, but I wonder how many of them are really, because I see all this propaganda and people showing up and for his funeral, whatever, and the his tribute, and then even places all over the world are putting. I know there's got to be some kind of propaganda behind it. People, Turning Point is putting these propaganda pieces. Oh, here's someone in Czech Republic putting a memorial up. They would give a shit. You know what I mean? Why would they care? People in North or South Korea going, we're all Charlie Kirk. I mean, come on. Would they really do that? If someone in South Korea was shot, would we show up for their memorial in the U.S., or would we be we've got other shit to do?
Dude, nobody heard of this guy. I mean, as far as the majority of the U.S. population, never heard of Charlie Kirk. Even they barely ever heard of Turning Point.
Yeah, right. They're just oh, who was this guy? This guy gets randomly shot for no reason, and the whole world knows about it. They're putting up memorials, and I don't know what the bigger agenda is.
Politics, never heard of this guy. You know what I mean? People that follow politics regularly, they're all that's what they're all about. They'd never heard of Charlie.
I knew who he was because he would go to college lectures and whatever, and he was a moderate Republican. He was not really far on the right or anything. He's very moderate.
Yeah, I was aware of who he is. But I'm aware of a lot more things than most the average person.
Yeah,
you know
of
what I mean? I
course.
got my fingers in a lot of pies. But like the average person that's in their little bubble, they never heard of this guy.
The average person would consider everyone here a tinfoil hat, where like we are like the tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, and that's what I was kind of like taken aback that like half of these people I went by Geo server because no one was here, and I was explaining to them what I found, and I'm getting shit from flat earthers that I've known a while, like, oh my god, how could you say that? Look, he's obviously shot. I'm like, guys, look, no one wanted to hear it, but I'm glad that it's not that way anymore. At least in this community, like maybe people.
The whole thing is suspect. Everything about it. There ain't one clean part of it. You know what I mean? From the way goddamn Netanyahu's like, fucking, we didn't shoot Charlie Kirk. Like, why the fuck did you say that? Apparently Netanyahu's made something like several dozen statements about Charlie Kirk. Like, what the fuck does that guy have anything to do with Charlie Kirk? Nothing.
His security people were kind of like, you can add certain dots close to, those groups. I'm just saying that okay. So
I'm talking about a political assassination in Thailand. Some fucking random protester. Yeah, some guy in Thailand got shot. Political assassination. We didn't do it. You know what I mean? Fucking crazy, dude.
Even guys like Owen Benjamin is like, well, they're all debating. They're not debating if it's true or not. They're debating, well, who did it and what was their motivation. They're like, and that's what I'm like, dude. How are you guys? You guys are losing all credibility. Like High Impact Flicks, Owen Benjamin, all these motherfuckers. I haven't seen anybody call it a hoax who's like a mainstream guy that you would say is a truther.
Well, I look. I'm assuming there were people there that saw something. Now, what they saw, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know if like what's in the video is an accurate representation of reality. I have no freaking clue. You know what I mean?
There was a camera right above his head, behind him, and where's that footage?
There was somebody taking it down. Within 5 minutes, they filmed it. Someone got on a chair, the same chair that he was shot on, allegedly. He stood on it and pulled down the camera, took the memory card, and left the camera. It's like, wait a minute. There was no police tape, no one securing the crime scene. This is like the first 5 minutes. They would put tape up and they would secure the crime scene, even if it wasn't a high-profile murder. Just a regular person, they secure the crime scene. Nobody goes in there. No one contaminates it. No one was guarding the crime scene.
So true.
Ron, did you saw his last video? His last YouTube video?
Ryan, have you seen that there was no ambulance on scene? So they have an event.
No.
Yeah, there was no ambulances there. They had no EMTs hired for a 3,000 person event.
Damn. Yeah, they put them in an SUV.
Look, bro, I used to coach Pop Warner. Even our little football games had an EMT there all the time. When you have a certain amount of people, you have to have an EMT.
3,000 people? You should have firefighters, police, and EMT.
Well, the police is another limit. It's usually like the EMT is usually like 30 or 50 people somewhere in there. Then the police has to be like 100 people, depending on the type of event. You know what I mean?
3,000.
But 3,000, you're gonna have fucking an EMTs and on-call an ambulance right there, all the time. Multiple police to even get the event approved.
Shouldn't he like the fire marshal
on YouTube? Indio? I see the YouTube thing. So what are the restrictions? Like, would anything be considered gore if it was like a picture with the fake blood? Should I put it in a different chat?
Yeah, I don't know what chat you should put it in. It's not this chat.
in the gold or whatever, in the gold one.
Put it in chill chat, wherever that
Chill
is.
chat?
Yeah, put it
Okay.
in chill chat. Fuck it.
Yeah, because he's wearing a different shirt. Like they showed him at the hospital. It doesn't really look like him. He all of a sudden has a haircut where the sides of his hair are clipped really short. He's wearing a different shirt. It says freedom, but the letters are twice the size. The blood is down the middle, but none on the shoulder where it all squirted. There's like so many things wrong with it. And I don't know if it's fake or what, but it just looks like, I don't know if it's official. I just saw it on Twitter. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Well, a lot of the motion and those kind of things, like the videos, the people that are taking the footage zoomed in, those sensors don't pick up every single detail, do they? It's kind of like messy every time you're zooming in with cell phones.
With the quality, the image quality is garbage. What it was like 15 frames per second instead of your typical 30, even for a cell phone. A lot of people shoot in 60 frames, but this shit was at 15. So someone was saying they uploaded it and they downloaded it from Twitter, and they did that several times. They lowered the resolution, and they kept doing that so that each time when you upload, it gets compressed a little bit on Twitter. So they kept doing that to degrade the quality. So when you zoom in, everything's pixelated. You don't have a nice crispy image.
Ron, one of the craziest.
I want to know how they got it to 15 frames a second. You can't do that by accident.
I don't know how they did it. He said
15 frames a second. Dude, nobody the only way you would use 15 frames a second is to save disk space or something. There's no reason.
That's what he said. They put it in some kind of software like Photoshop or something to some computer program to degrade it.
Intentionally. You can't. That wasn't like, oh, my camera setting was wrong. No.
Right.
You can't even set your camera to that.
That's what I mean. Everyone's got a high res camera, like even older model phones. Say your phone's like 5 years old, it's going to shoot in a higher resolution than that.
There's people walking.
Frames a second that are important because then you have more images to look at, right? For every second of video, right? Now you have 30 instead of half that.
Yeah, and then when you have something that happens this quick, you need those frames. You see glitches. When you see like a black dot glitch across his shirt, you see the ring glitching fingers. It's just glitching from one to the next. They're like, oh, it was what was the thing? A trap was some kind of a special ring that flips open. I forgot the name of it. A trap door or something.
Fuck, bro. That looks like a mannequin.
Oh, the rubber hand. Did you see at the in the casket? She's touching his hand, and it looks like Stretch Armstrong. You remember that, like that prosthetic skin? It's all one color. It's got no wrinkles. It's got not one hair follicle.
Guy, his arms would roll up, and there'd be little frickin' transistor shits underneath the arm of the
No, but when you stretch it was full of gel, and you could stretch it, and it stretched back.
Yeah,
that's what he looked
I remember
like.
That too. Yeah.
Yeah.
My brother put one in the freezer, dude, and it fucking exploded.
Oh God. Well, the thing is, like, this is like the biggest psyop we've had in a while, and I hear they're planning something else. I've been hearing that they're planning another terrorist attack. I've been hearing some talking heads talk about that.
Well, what I heard is that the day this happened, that the Senate had voted down releasing the Epstein files or some shit.
Yeah, I heard that too. Like, so this was a distraction to take away from the so no one's going to be talking about that issue. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the Epstein files, that was a big deal, but now this took precedent over all of it. Like, it took all the headlines.
So Ron, his last video was called "Enough Is Enough" and had Trump.
Yeah, that was the Illuminati card game where it said snipers are around. But that was more or less the one that got Trump in the ear. People, because he said that at that event too. It's like, enough is enough, and it's got the Trump face, and it's talking about snipers, and then it applies to this too, I guess, because he uploaded that video with the same title. Very suspicious, man.
And the guy's doing baseball signs, right?
Yeah, the two guys behind him. The funny thing is, the guy in the black shirt, as soon as he touched him, that's when the squib went off. Like a second later, like he was warning them, like, "Hey, we're gonna set this off. Brace yourself." Here's what I was thinking: that it had an airbag, like what you have in your car, and the airbag inflated, and that's what sent the shockwave through him, like because his body was thrown back. So it would look real, like boom, you see actual energy hitting him, and he couldn't fake it because he's getting hit with like real energy. So his arms flail out, it ripples through him, and then the blood squirts. And it made it look more like an impact. He did have an impact from the airbag, and you could see the square outline of it on his shirt.
He was touching something like under the seat or something like that. That was, I don't know what it was. I remember seeing something like that. Security guy was touching something.
Well, I seen the side view where the guy taps him on the back, and then all of a sudden, that's when it happens. There was the guy with the white hat, he's or white shirt, and he's grabbing the brim of his hat, and then the guy and he's holding a phone, and then the other guy with the black shirt, he like reaches out, hits him on the back, and then boom, it happened within a second. Oh, there was the other one, the Ukrainian girl that was killed on the train. That shit. Look at the when you zoom in on it, it's AI. You can see it looks like someone painted it. Are you guys looking in the chill text? Take a look in the chill text. I put some.
Yeah, I am.
When you zoom in on that, look at her hair, the his shirt, the numbers for the whatever they were in, the train or whatever. The numbers are all fucked up. What kind of surveillance camera would have that bad of resolution? And it has like brush strokes like you see in AI.
Ron is going deep into this, huh?
They're coming at us from all angles. Like they're trying to provoke
And I had a
something.
video, a special effects video. I can't find it. I posted it the day it happened or the day after. It shows like how they do the special effects for like basically the identical thing. Right? So they take, you know the what is it? The cord they use to tie off your arm at the hospital, those tubes. Right? The tourniquet, right? So what they do is they basically glue that to your neck and they fill it with fake blood, and then they just like go over it with makeup. And because it's kind of flat, right? You can't tell it's even there. And you can like cut into it or put a squib in there and blow it out and fucking all the blood comes out. I can't remember where I had that.
And do you know what? This guy with the special effects from the special effects team with the white beard is exactly in one of the footages of these incidents of Charlie Kirk. Yeah, with the white beard. Yeah, it looks very, very similar. Like this guy with explains the special effects with this artificial blood and so. It's really, really suspicious. It's all staged. Everything is staged.
Yeah, and you know what? There were two other people. This guy on Twitter, I'm going to send the link. He found in a movie that was released the exact same day that these two people, the actors, they got shot in the neck, the exact same side and everything.
Yeah. It's a Chinese movie, huh? Yeah, a series. It's in the trailer. It's in the trailer. Yeah.
It may have been. I didn't watch it, but I just I have the link. He shows the clip. If you go on the Twitter link and you watch it, there's like a 30-second clip of the movie. Two different actors. It's like, what are the odds?
Yeah. It's released on the 10th of December. It's the same thing. Yeah? Exactly the same.
So they had to film the movie ahead of time. That means that all this other shit, you know what I mean? Like to get it all in sequence.
It's a completely show for the masses. That's it.
It sucks how many people believe it. It's like, I don't know that we're getting any traction.
There's also a book was released on Amazon one day before the incident. Yeah, that's really suspicious. So from the Johnny Kirk incident, that's come on, dude.
There was news reports too from newspapers releasing it that he had died. And it's like, wait a minute, this date is a day before. What's going on?
Yeah. That's so...
Amazon takes, I think it's 72 hours to publish a book. They have to review it and whatnot, even an ebook. So the Charlie Kirk book was already out, so they had the whole story already in a book, like the day of, I think. It might have been the day of. It's like, well, how did they print it? How did someone know, write the book, put it, upload it, and then have it approved on Amazon?
Yeah. It's the same glitch like on the 9/11, yeah. Building 7 had collapsed, and we're looking at it. The reporters said it collapsed, and we're looking out the window. Exactly.
It was worse though. It was worse because the 72-hour thing. It's like, wait, and then you're like the Google search. The Google search was turning up all the stuff that he had been killed the day before. The problem, what sucks though? It's like, how does the average person not see it? Are there really that many NPCs? Is it? And that's the part I'm trying to figure out. Are all these bot accounts that believe this? But then I see these influencers that have big channels and followings, and they're debating who assassinated him, right? Was it Israel? Was it who did it? You know what I mean? And that's like the problem, that they're accepting it. Nobody's calling it out.
I think they have a lot of crisis actors around the world. Yeah, it's all planned long before. They read all a script, yeah, and all that goes, yeah, immediately through the mainstream media, Yeah, it's a movie for the masses. I watched the moon landing on TV. What the fuck? Yeah, and the most people have no clue what the people behind are capable. Yeah, to deceive the masses with all these stuff, with unlimited resources in the background. It's very simple if you look through all that shit. Yeah, but yeah, you see, and then you have. You bring a stone, into, and people are freaking out, and have all these theories, and then we have, the censorship everywhere, agents, disinformation agents, That's the way it goes all the time.
It's only obvious if you're already awake. If you're already outside of the mainstream narrative. If you for flat earthers, you pretty much know all the shit that's connected before. You should have a grasp about 9/11. You should know about the Federal Reserve. You should know about the hoax shootings. You should have a certain level of awareness by the time you get here, because usually that's the hardest one to digest, right? At least for a lot of people, going to the flat earth thing is very hard to digest. And even for truthers. But once you've crossed that, this should come naturally to be skeptical of something like this. And to, be like me, I'm on the side of there's a question mark that it's fake before I can prove it real. You know what I mean? I always have a suspicion that something's going to be fake. Someone will say, oh, you're an auto hoaxer. Okay, maybe I am. But I have no reason to trust these people. Every time I look into something like this, it turns out to be a psyop. So they don't deserve the benefit of the doubt.
At this point, if you see all that, you are non-deceivable anymore. And this makes people like you and me question everything. We look in details, what's going on, and then we see all the glitches, all these contradictions, everywhere. Yeah.
You should be like that with anyone. Someone who's always, say you catch someone in a lie and this person's a known liar, you have no reason to trust them. So the mainstream media, I have no reason to trust anything they say. And everyone should be skeptical of what they say.
It's kind of like perjury in a court of law. You get caught lying once, all your testimony's done, stricken. That's kind of how I think I'm at with big, mainstream media. They've caught him lying too many times.
The fake news. And that's the problem. People will call it the fake news, and then they'll believe something like this. Almost every Trump supporter, whatever, they think this shit is real. I would say the majority, at least from what I'm seeing on Twitter, the majority of opinions. It's just a debate over who did it and why. That's the debate, not if it's real or false.
It's crazy. Yeah. It's the same thing I see, like the Globers around, yeah, in the scene, like Simon Dan and you name it. Every fucking word what they are getting us is a fucking stupid, from my opinion. Yeah, reification models, yeah, and here's what the scientists say, blah, fucking blah, peer-reviewed papers, blah, no one gets me to the point back to the globe side. No, nothing, yeah. If you look deeper and deeper and deeper, yeah, and you see how they deceive us, how they lie to us, how they read the script, the paper, yeah, all these TFE event, it's the same fucking script, from my opinion. Yeah, this happens all the time.
It's been happening for a long time. The Mockingbird media, it goes way back. And even before that, like the propaganda, they were doing it before the Smith-Mundt Act, before Obama, he repealed it. And that was a law that said you cannot use propaganda on the American people. So like the CIA doing these psyops, they were in the year that he repealed it, that's the year Sandy Hook happened. It was in 2012. And then we got hit with that psyop. That was a huge psyop. So far, I haven't heard any kind of anti-gun agenda over this. That they didn't go to that narrative. It's usually the first thing they go for, but they didn't do it with this. And I don't recall anything. I don't watch mainstream news, but I don't recall anything seen on social media about like any kind of anti-gun legislation when the Trump psyop with the ear, when that incident happened. I don't remember hearing much about it.
I know that from the first second. Nothing makes sense. Nothing.
Which one, the Trump one or the Charlie Kirk?
The Trump, in this case, the Trump one. Yeah, with the bullets and the shooting.
Yeah, I know. What are the odds? Like here, I'm gonna just graze the top of your ear. Like, what are the odds? And then the complete ear is there. Every photo you see, he's not missing any flesh.
Mm-hmm. It's so obvious, Yeah.
Well, not to everyone. That's the problem.
Yeah, for us, it's obvious, yeah. But like I said before, the most people are so deeply in the matrix, and they believe everything, yeah, and they have no clue what the people
You know
behind
what?
the controllers are capable, what they are doing, yeah, with unlimited resources. You know, they
I had an idea. What would break the Matrix? Now all these fuckers think it's real. For Charlie Kirk to reappear, say, okay, guys,
yeah,
and just do it on the mainstream, and then break everyone's cog dis. Oh my god! Like, because they all bought it, hook, line, and sinker. They all bought it, right? All these people putting up, having memorials in all over the world. These random places where, like, it just doesn't make sense. Like I said, South Korea and then different places in Europe. It's like, would they really care? No. And then the girl that was randomly killed on she was a Ukrainian refugee, and the narrative, she was stabbed in the neck, even though they didn't show it. They didn't show like her being stabbed because there was no blood.
Yeah, what I think that will never happen. I remember only one thing where people they are dying are mysterious, living in many other topics. The Challenger event, the accident. You guys remember that, yes? Huh? All these people are alive. Proven alive.
And some of them didn't change their name. They're using the same name.
Yeah.
Judith Resnick, Michael Smith. There's a couple of them, and they're public. They're working as college professors and stuff.
But
it's like, yeah, don't bother to change your name.
Yeah, but the mainstream or the agents, the secret societies, they labeled that conspiracy theory. That's it for the most people. Yeah, that's it. Or they don't know. It's so simple. It's a form of mind control.
Have you had any good globe debates lately? Any flat Earth debates with globies?
Me?
Anyone? I don't know that the debate has dried up the topic. You're having good debates?
They're tantruming worse than ever.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of meltdowns from the globe enthusiasts.
That's odd.
They both switched too.
I don't know. Seems the same they've always done. It's just worse. I don't know how odd it is.
Yeah,
That's all they can do.
There's more awareness of it. There's a lot more awareness, and people. It's even gotten down to like the younger kids on TikTok. They're putting stuff out. I've seen good stuff that they've been putting out for a couple years, and that's mainly geared to a younger audience. You know what? I just flat smacked someone for I was working on them for like a year and a half, and they finally just randomly said, "You know what? You're right." And they were resisting for a long time because he was into the space thing, the space narrative, and it's like, yeah, there's secret bases on the moon, and he's saying this with like certainty. You know what I mean? Like he knows for sure that it's true. I'm like, no, there's not. You know what I mean? Like you're just embarrassing yourself, dude. Don't go there. And so now he had to give all that up. It was a big thing for him to swallow his pride and admit he was wrong and take the next level.
If the Earth is flat, then how does gravity exist?
How does it's electromagnetism? Simple.
Yeah, but doesn't electromagnetism need a sphere to work through the whole globe?
Well, there's no globe. If you've ever looked at a magnet has a north and a south pole, and then it has a neutral zone in the middle where there's no magnetism. It's called a dielectric plane. So if you look at a magnet from a speaker, right? It looks like a donut. It's round, and then it's got a center. So you have your central point on the magnet, and that would be your north side. And then every magnet has north and south, and it has also a neutral zone in the middle. So that's basically what, if you lay that out, if you change the Earth to a circle instead of a ball, it all starts making sense. Because water has dielectricity too, and that's why it always self-levels. So the water is being compressed between a north and a south pole at the neutral zone, the flat zone in the middle. That's what's compressing the water. That's how it always self-levels.
Okay, but if you guys believe that the Earth is flat, then do you believe that the moon is flat and the sun is flat and Jupiter, Mars, all of the other planets? Do you believe that they're all flat?
The sun and the moon and the luminaries are celestials of the sky and the heavens above. The ground, Terra, the place that we're standing on, is not up in the sky. So those things in the sky are not the ground you're standing on. Separate things, different, not the same.
And no one says that the sun is flat or the moon is flat. We don't fucking know what the sun is or what the moon is or what the stars are. We don't fucking know.
They're observable phenomena. The sun and the luminaries are observable phenomena that move in motion, and they can be the shape of them. We will have to go up there, but we don't know the shape. You can say they're a circle. They could be flat, concave, convex, half a sphere. You cannot tell the actual shape of them. But the Earth itself, there's no shape claim for the Earth.
Okay.
The curvature
the claim
that
is
is
the Earth is a
lacking.
ball. The claim is the Earth is a ball.
Yeah.
But and then we're here
a
to
ball will have
disprove
to
it.
curve, and the surface of the Earth is not curving. Go ahead, Ron. My bad.
We're here to disprove the claim through evidence, like evidence that doesn't support a globe. When the water's not curving, and the water covers 70+% of the surface of the Earth, and you can prove that it's not curving, then you have to eliminate the possibility of a ball because it doesn't add up with the evidence that you can go see for yourself. We can't detect curvature on water.
Or any curvature at any height.
On the land as well. The land doesn't conform with that curve either. When you go up in a certain high enough altitude, if you get a camera that looks through through all the haze and stuff, you get infrared camera, you could see hundreds of miles of flatness that would be hidden behind the curve. There's a guy, Jay Tolan, he films in this spectrum, and all the fog and all the dust and whatnot, all that obstruction goes away in the infrared spectrum.
Yeah, you have to learn a lot of things, how things are really work, in according to the scientific method, and not by a reification model. You know, that's you have to learn what is. Yeah.
Alright. Anyways, I'm gonna go play Dance of Fire and Ice. You guys enjoy your time here. Goodbye.
That was quick.
That was pretty
quick.
quick,
Take a small bite at a time. He sounds like a young kid.
Don't go argue with your friends about this.
The thing is, it's not bad. You don't want to bite off too much at one time. Let him think about what we told him.
That's not going to happen.
Well, you know, but that's how it works with a lot of people. This guy that he was already somewhat aware and awake, but it took him a year and a half, right? And he was a grown man, so it took a year and a half of work to wake this guy up. And he was already fairly, he knew about the Federal Reserve and he knew about 9/11. It still took a year and a half for a grown man. And also having tenacity to keep pushing the narrative every so often. You got to know when to back off. But I was persistent. You know, I didn't want to be too annoying, but dropping these little things, and it's a cumulative effect. It's an awakening process, and everyone's going to have a different level of awareness. Some people will never wake up. And the thing is, someone like him, that young kid, he's more easily reached than someone that has more years of indoctrination and brainwashing. The more brainwashing you have, the more difficult it is. Say you have a PhD and stuff like that, it's more difficult because they're more heavily indoctrinated. It's more ingrained.
Yeah, in the best case. You know, I think we all are in school and we all learned the same fucking shit, and we have to put ourselves out from all these lies, and this is a big process. This happens not
That's
overnight.
what you know, keep in mind that everyone has a different level of research behind them. Not everyone has been into this for 10 years, or even this might be the first conspiracy, or what you quote unquote conspiracy that they've went down, like the first one they're digging into. Maybe they didn't even go to the moon landing stage first, the fake moon landing, which is a much easier thing to swallow. And it's a lot more funny. It's got some humorous stuff. If you look at the images and the video quality, they're very fake looking, and it's a little bit easier. But you know what's crazy is the footage that Tesla's putting out, like really fake looking footage of the Tesla car in space, and then the rocket launches that take off and land vertically. That shit looks so fake. It's not even like, if they were using AI, they could make it look way more realistic. And I think that's why Elon said, you know, it's real because it looks so fake. He's like putting it in our face.
He's leaning into that.
Oh God, it looks fake as fuck. That anyone could believe it's real. Like the little bit of thrust coming out the back end, it's like this tiny little stream of like a jet flame. It's like, are you kidding me? And they're gonna try and land it vertically.
That comment can only comes from someone that know it's complete nonsense, but cannot say it directly. He says it like that.
But they get off on dropping these little breadcrumbs, the Easter eggs. That to them, it's funny. They really, and you know what? It still tricks. You got to look at the result. It still tricks 99% of the general public, or close to it, enough to where it doesn't affect their agenda. And that's what you know what? I've seen these people saying that we're in the Matrix. Like everyone around us, there's a certain percentage. There's only so many people that are actually real people, and the rest are these vacant NPCs that are just there to fill the game in, so the game doesn't feel so empty. And trying to convince an NPC is just not going to happen. They're not wired that way. They're still an actual flesh and blood person, but their brain is only meant to run a certain script. It's not meant to discover any truths.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that might be what's meant as being born again.
Or the awakening. That's why they've taken that word, it woke, and they've corrupted it. They took the word woke. It was a very effective word, and then they stole it from us.
What's that movie with Ryan Reynolds? He's the NPC who wakes up. What was that movie? Some guy. You seen that? He's like an NPC in a video game.
I don't watch.
And he wakes up.
Yeah, I don't watch. I haven't watched movies in so long.
Yeah, it's kind of red pilly. I mean, you know, like it's up there. You know, we're sort of questioning reality and all that. But yeah, no, I like it. I like it because he wakes up and he's trying to like convince the other NPCs and stuff. You know, he's like talking to his friends. What if this is all just like a simulation? It's funny. They're like, "You're crazy." It's funny.
I compared that every time with the movie The Truman Show. Yeah. And at this,
that's the flat Earth one. He's going to the wall. He goes out the ice wall.
Yeah, but at a specific point, in the best case, you see something is wrong here, and in the best case, you start to dig it, to dig deep. What's going on? To figure out what is the truth, because you noticed something, that's the splinter in your head, in the movie The Matrix. Yeah.
You want to see something? This video from Twitter. This woman just freezes, and everything around her. It looks like a Matrix glitch. Like all the cars are driving by, people are walking. Even the bag that she's holding a bag in her hand. You could see it move subtly from the wind. She's holding like a plastic shopping bag with something in it, and it's moving, but she's not moving at all. And people are just commenting, "This is a glitch. This is a Matrix glitch."
Yeah, ones like that are weird because of the stance that they're in. Because, I've stopped in supermarkets, just frozen, and I'm just like thinking, I'm not moving, but I haven't I've just stopped in a normal posture, right? Just upright, just thinking, not like I froze mid stride. You know what I mean? Like that woman there, she's like mid stride, and she's just like. It's like, what's going on? Are you having an aneurysm? A stroke or something? No, what's going on? There's another one from Britain where this guy's just like stopped, similar to that, like mid stride, like he's still like he's any moment now he's going to unfreeze and just continue, and he's like in the middle of a road and he's blocking traffic, like traffic having to go around him, and he's like that for like 5 minutes or something. It's like, what are you doing, bro? Like, why didn't someone go up and like push him or something, What's going on?
No, but the people like the NPC people who are pretty like clueless.
Medical emergencies, or they need to go to the restroom or something.
Yeah, that's what the comments are saying. Oh, this is an actual condition. People have like people who have narcolepsy. They'll just randomly fall asleep, or I don't know. It's like the opposite of a seizure, where someone's like twitching and having their seizure. This would be the opposite, but I don't know. I've never seen that.
Like wake paralysis? I've heard of sleep paralysis, but not wake paralysis. That's weird.
Wait, what else is the other option? You're thinking like the whole of the world is glitching and that lady is being affected by the
I'm not saying
glitching?
that. I'm like all these people. I'm just saying that there's probably a certain amount of people that are, maybe it's a black magic thing with the elites putting their spells on people through media, and they've got them in a trance. Like some people can be hypnotized and some can't.
Signals from 5G towers, something like that.
I don't know. No, I think maybe through the media they're casting spells or whatever.
Yeah,
and then some
there is
people,
such a thing as remote control.
You know how some people use someone has like a little watch, and they'll swing it. Now listen, breathe deeply, and some people can be hypnotized and some can't. And I'm one of the people that can't be hypnotized, and maybe that's why I see through the bullshit. And other people are very susceptible.
Yes, but what you're unaware of is that 10 minutes ago we hypnotized you to say that.
Yeah.
You don't remember it, do you?
Yeah,
when I snap my fingers, you'll come back down. I'm just kidding.
You'll count down from 10 to 0.
Somebody's all being run by parasites.
Hey, those parasites can actually help. I've seen Futurama, right? Bri had the brainworms, and he became smart.
Dude, the parasites are the elites. The so-called elites are the parasites who feed off the plebs.
Well, and if they have knowledge that we don't know of, maybe with frequencies they're controlling the parasites inside of people and manipulating behavior. Parasitic host manipulation.
There's a guy from the, I think, 1930s, and he was focusing certain frequencies on parts of people's bodies where he suspected there was certain parasites or whatever bacteria. And he was claiming to have a 100% success rate, right? That's what he was claiming, apparently, right? But they shut him down. All the medical industry said he's a phony. They totally
They went after him. It was Raymond Rife. He invented first. He invented a high-powered microscope, and then to see the microbes that he was looking at, he was using sound as well as light. And with the sound, the little organism would vibrate, and he could see it better under the microscope. We used dye and whatnot, and he noticed he was tuning different frequencies. And at a certain frequency, the little single-celled organism would break. It would fracture.
Yeah.
When you hit that resonant
because of its frequency. He was saying it has a frequency, and if you conflict with it, it'll destroy it. Yeah.
Everything does. Everything. You have good cells and bad cells.
That will make them more aggressive and basically charge them up.
It's like a tuning fork, right? You have a tuning fork of a certain size. It has a certain frequency. So when you match it to the parasite or whatever, you could do it with each one has a different frequency. So say you had a flesh-eating bacteria like gangrene, you could tune it just for gangrene. You could tune one for cancer. You could tune them for different things, different parasites. And he killed them all. People that were, and then the Rockefeller said, we can't have any of this. We have to have pharmaceutical medicine and surgery and amputation. We can't have people being cured. No. So they destroyed his lab. They put him through legal battles, and they destroyed him financially. Which happens to everybody. Every good inventor gets destroyed. There was a guy like Stanley Meyer that invented a car that he claimed would run on water, and it would I don't know, if it had a HHO generator or something that turned the water into hydrogen and oxygen, and it was turning it into fuel through that process.
That's what NASA does.
Sure.
Yeah. Bro,
that's what a lot of people do.
Bro, on air pressure, air compression, you
HHO,
don't need any fuel. Just air pressure, compression of air. That pressure can move the piston. You compress the air, release it, that moves the piston. You don't need any fuel.
Well, not a piston engine, but a jet engine. Those run on a different type of. They're not using fuel.
Yeah,
they're not using. Yeah, they're not. Well, the air is the fuel, just like water. If you look at what are the components of air, it's mostly nitrogen and oxygen. And if you look at nitrous oxide, for the drag racing cars, they use nitrous oxide to give them more performance. That's the most powerful fuel you could have is nitrous oxide. And that's basically
why
the main
why do planes run out of fuel and crash then?
Compressed air.
It depends what kind. Not jet airplanes. Jet airplanes, they never run out of fuel.
I don't know about that.
When was the last one? When was the last commercial jet plane that's run out of fuel?
You're saying they could just stay up there indefinitely? I don't know about that, bro.
Pretty much.
It's a bold claim.
If you've ever looked at the jet fuel hoax, where do they say they store the fuel? Like a jet airliner, like a commercial jumbo jet. Where's the fuel stored? The majority in the wings, right? Yeah. So what if I could show you that the wings of every aircraft that I found, every commercial aircraft, the wings are completely empty. Let me show you some pictures of what I got.
Yeah, it's completely dry. Yeah, complete dry.
There's nothing. There's nothing in them. This is the most recent one. This happened in Canada, right? The plane flipped over. It happened this last winter. It flipped over on a landing. The wing snapped off, and people are exiting right under the wing, and it's completely dry inside the wing. So just give me a second. I'm just getting these pictures for you.
The engines were more effective than what they claim. They do use a combination of things to run them: electricity, air pressure, some fuel, whatever, but obviously not the amount that they
claim. Here's the wings.
Tons and tons of fuel.
Can you see the wing that's been broken off and the passengers exiting? This just happened within the last year. It happened in the wintertime. And then every other plane, the one plane is being scrapped out. They're chopping it apart, and then other ones have been in a crash. And the wing is completely dry. Now, if you compare it to an engine, like a piston engine, like World War II, like a B-17, they had individual tanks inside the wing to hold the fuel. The fuel wasn't just sloshing around inside the wing like they say it's doing today. They say, oh, yeah, the wing is the tank. It's just sloshing around in there. We have pumps. Well, that wasn't the case in World War II. They had tanks. And we know they had fuel. They would fuel it from the top. The men would stand on top and they would fill a physical tank. There was a tank within the wing. But today they claim there's no tank. It's the whole wing is the tank.
Is it that silly? The whole wing is a tank? There's got to be 10 compartments, obviously.
But in World War II, you needed a real tank within the wing.
You do have tank.
Yeah, I can't say. Wouldn't it destabilize? Like, don't you need balance and like all that liquid sloshing around in there? I can't see how that would be good for the aerodynamics.
And then there's a whole lot of mechanical
I don't know what I'm talking about.
There's a whole lot of things going on inside the wing. You have actuators, you have electrical lines, you have a whole lot of things. So what they do, you have to have maintenance panels, right? So on the underside of the wing, they cut holes, and there's a removable panel where you take out the screws, and these can be removed. They're not riveted in place like the other ones. These are removable panels on the underside. So if this was a fuel container, you would never put holes like this. You know what a nightmare it would be to seal each one of these holes? It's a live load, right? It's not a static load. The plane is moving, it's flexing. To try and seal this, that would not, and especially, like I said, in World War II, they had physical tanks. It wasn't just sloshing around. And the men always fueled it from the top side of the wing. The aircraft today, they say they're fueling it from the bottom, but that's just like a charade. That's just a show for the public. Hey, let's go hook this hose up. Let's tell everyone we're putting fuel in. Trust me, bro, I'm putting fuel in, and then they disconnect it. For anybody who's curious, they have to have theater like NASA has theater. They launch a space shuttle. Oh, it's going into space. Okay, trust me, bro, it's going to space.
Alone the weight of the fuel, and the wings, it's impossible. If you compare that with the 747 or something else, it's equivalent of 2 tanks of weight. Yeah, they are approximately in the wings, and that's impossible. That's impossible on each side.
Yeah, you mean like battle tanks, like an Abrams battle tank?
Yeah.
Imagine if you drove that. Did you see where the wing was cut open by that little handrail on the stairs? If you were to drive something that heavy, you're not even allowed to walk on the wings of these modern aircraft. They don't let you walk on the top. They say, no, you cannot walk. But look at the World War II guys. They were walking on top of the wing. It was totally different. But still, you couldn't drive a truck, or especially something as heavy as a battle tank. It would snap the wing off. It's made of aluminum. It's not going to hold that kind of weight. Like if you put a 70-ton tank on that wing, it's coming right off like nothing. It's going to shear right off. It's not meant to hold that kind of weight. And the numbers that they give us for the weight of these aircraft, that's all fake too. Like, oh, it weighs millions of pounds or whatever. The tires wouldn't hold that much weight. They're not very heavy, as they tell us. All you have to do is compare it to like a dump truck, like a giant earth-moving dump truck, and look at the size of those tires and how heavy each one of those tires are, each tire, and the thickness of it, and compare it to an aircraft tire.
Well, I'm looking at the. It says the A380 has a capacity of 84,500 gallons, and if you're going to fill up a swimming pool with 84,500 gallons of water, it would need to be 68 feet wide by 34 foot by 5 foot deep. That's pretty darn big.
But that alone took hours to fill that in wings. Yeah. That alone.
Look at this tank. This is a depiction of a storage tank of 60,000 gallons and the relative size. Now, the ones I just showed you, the wing was completely broken off and people were still exiting the plane. And there was not a drop of fuel coming out. It was bone dry inside the wing. So, and that was the thickest part of the wing, right near the fuselage. That tells me there's no fuel at all in that wing. And one of the reasons, like they wouldn't want this coming out for a number of reasons, because it would mean that there's unlimited clean, free energy, and their oil monopoly, the petrodollar, would dry up, and then they would lose once you lose your fiat currency or unlimited fiat currency, then you lose control over a lot of your governments. It's so much easier when you have unlimited funding, a limitless amount of fiat currency to bribe people to push fake news agendas. That makes controlling everything easy. But if people were to learn about this, they're like, wait, why are you're charging me a $500 fuel surcharge and you're not using any fuel? Also, these flights don't make sense. They had flights from Michigan to Florida for like less than $80. And it's like, I can't even ship a package on FedEx overnight that cheap. If I wanted to ship like a package that weighed 25 pounds overnight, it would cost more than an airline ticket. So how are they making this financially possible for these airline tickets if they're burning this much fuel? If they have a fixed cost of just the fuel alone, the ticket price needs to be a certain amount just to cover that, not let alone labor. They say labor is their highest cost. So you got to pay the pilots, the flight attendants, the mechanics. Everyone needs to get paid. The baggage handlers. And then on top of it, you got this huge fuel cost. Well, the fuel cost now, if you know, then you know the fuel cost is zero. They just have the rest of the cost. And that's how these flights are able to operate. They've been ripping people off on the flights. But also the narrative of 9/11 goes out the window. They're saying, well, the jet fuel caused the planes, all the fuel caused the steel to weaken and then collapse, which was already a stupid explanation for it. It pancaked. But now that you know that there's no fuel, even if there was fuel, it's impossible. But the whole fuel narrative goes out the window.
Exactly.
Yeah, because the no planes reality is much too frightening for the masses. Then they'll know they're all brainwashed by TV.
You could give them, okay, we'll give you the fuel. We'll give you the airplane. It's still impossible. But now when people know, oh, shit, there's no fuel on these planes, right? Even the ones that were buying it makes it easier for the NPC guy who's believing the narrative to say, oh, my God, there's no fuel. Well, how did it happen? You need another explanation. And they don't have one. What are they going to go to? There's a cutaway of the of one of the engines, what it looks like inside, and it's a bunch of fan blades, these compression blades. It works kind of like a supercharger, except there's a lot more stages to this.
What's up, Ron?
And hey, what's up? Who's that? California?
It's Bong. Bong Sound.
Bong. Oh my God, Bong! I haven't talked to you forever.
Hey man,
welcome,
just
brother.
wanted to say
Welcome. Hey, brother. Long time no see.
Yeah, I've been listening to you. I've been listening to you this lady. I just wanted to add, man, all this just to say, right? Just to get on the TV and to say, if you're not with us, you're with the terrorists. George Bush.
Right? He is the fucking
for
terrorist. I'm not with him, man. That's for sure. Who is us? Him and the New World Order crew? I'm not with them.
That's what he said after 9/11. You know.
Right. But he was the us, right? He tried to lump us all in, like, oh no, we're not on your team, bro. But like that's the thing, that's the mind control. And that's going to be the mind control, the next stage, the alien invasion card, which everything, I know that's going to, like, it seems to be intuitive because everyone has been talking about it. The Werner von Braun secretary, what was her name? That woman that talked about it. She's like, well, the final thing's going to be the fake alien invasion. And you see it in the Illuminati card game. You see it in movies like Independence Day. You heard Ronald Reagan do the predictive programming at the UN. If we all had a common enemy invading us, that the world would put their differences aside and unite. And that's the trigger for the one world order, to fight them, right? Like, oh, we have a common enemy. Just like George Bush, we have this common enemy. If you're not with us, you're against us. That's kind of what it would be. Oh, Russia, China, US, we all have to join our forces and we have to be united to fight this common foe because we can't do it alone. It's a divide and conquer. But this one's a unite and conquer. They'll unite every country and a one world government and conquer everyone if they're allowed to do it. And right now they're rolling out the digital ID that's going to go with the digital currency, the central bank digital currency, and then it will be attached to a social credit score. So guys like us that talk about this shit, they can shut off our wallet, right? If everything goes to digital, that will be the only means we have. It's literally the mark of the beast. We'll have no way to buy anything or sell anything because it will all be on their script, on their digital ledger, and they'll control. They could drain your wallet. They could freeze it, deduct funds. They have many ways to nudge you or like completely control you. And then anyone who tries to help you, they'll go after them as well.
Yeah, they create all the time crisis, to reach their goals. That's the way it happens all the time.
But they're trying to roll it out right now in the UK. I'm seeing it all over Twitter. Like people are
here in Europe too. Yeah.
Where are you at? What state? What country?
Germany.
Germany. I think Estonia was the first one to have these IDs, and because it was a small country, a Soviet bloc country, and it was easier to do it as a test sample if people would accept it. And some were getting implantable chips in their hand. In Germany, you got the Soviet part. You got the East Germans that are more they lived under communism. So it's like you're right on that edge of the Eastern Bloc.
Yeah, but they are not compromised.
The Eastern ones are more red-pilled. I think the East Germans are more red-pilled because they lived under tyranny like that.
Right. The Western part is much more brainwashed, like the other countries in Europe, France,
Yeah, they didn't have to suffer. They didn't have to suffer like the Eastern Germans. I mean, not to say no, they didn't suffer, but I'm saying that living under the boot of the Soviet tyranny is they have no idea how brutal, and like your grandparents and they probably even your parents remember it.
Yeah, here in western part of Germany, since or after the World War II, the people are so punished and brainwashed, and starting by the schools, the true history they never learned, and the eastern part have a complete other experience about history and what's going on, or the communism, you can't compare that. But the people in the eastern part are much more awakened, if you will, as the western part.
And also like all the Soviet states, they know like Pravda. They know propaganda when they see it because they've lived under it. They're like, this is propaganda. it's much harder to trick them. Whereas, like, if they did the Charlie Kirk thing, the Eastern Germans would look at the Charlie Kirk thing and be more skeptical than the West. The West would believe it right away. Oh my God, he was shot in the neck. Like they would eat it up. They're totally easy to psyop those people.
Yeah, they are much more skeptical about everything, about their experience. Yeah. Yeah.
How do you get one of those Eastern Germans to be the president or prime minister? How does that, or the chancellor? How do you get them in power?
What you mean?
Well, I'm saying, like, if you want not a Merkel, but someone who would represent, like a Viktor Orban, someone who's more representative of the people, where Germany was getting ran over with migrants, like Viktor Orban put up razor wire, said, "You're not coming here." And Poland said, "You're not coming here either." They'll take in the Ukrainians, but they're not going to get overrun by people from hostile people coming into their country that are not European, that are not compatible with their civilization.
Mm-hmm. The people in the East, they know at the first time, or like the creation of the European Union, yeah, everything is a lie. Okay, especially the migrant weapon, you know, they are very, very skeptical, yeah, about everything, about the system at once, yeah, the whole election system, you know, that they know it's all fake, yeah. If you ask me that.
Which part has the bigger population? Is it about 50% on each side, or is one side bigger?
The western part is bigger. The western part. There are much more people in the western.
And much more industrialized. That's like the industrial side.
The western side.
Yeah.
Until today, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the so the other side was what, more like farming and mining and more rural.
Yeah.
That's like Ukraine. That's what, Ukraine was the breadbasket of Europe. They were mostly a farming farming culture.
Yeah, it's very similar. The government here put a lot of money, yeah, to rebuild. They say rebuild the eastern part, but that was never happened. Never. You know, never.
Mm-hmm. So why do you think it is? Why do you think they punished the Eastern Germans? Like they let them be taken over and put in under the Soviet control.
That's the rebellion part, you know. They don't trust the government at all. That's a good thing.
You know what? I heard it's like that in Norway too. Norway has part of it that like the in America we have like the Southerners, the people in the South, and those people are more into their gun culture. I think all Americans are into the gun culture, but down south there's more states that have like looser gun laws, but if you go north to like New York and these northeastern states, it's more difficult to get gun permits to carry a concealed weapon. In those states, the more liberal states, they make it more difficult. Even though it's a constitutional right, they put restrictions on a right, which is illegal by the Constitution, but they still do it. They put state mandate.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But here in Germany, especially in Germany, fire weapons are heavily restricted. It's not really allowed here. This is also for the whole European Union. Our brothers in Austria, they have weapons. Yeah.
Yeah, they got Glock. You got Sig Sauer, or you had Sig Sauer. You had
yeah.
There was another one, the Germany
or Switzerland. You know. Yeah.
Well, Switzerland has firearms, but my friend was in Switzerland. He said they're armed to the teeth. They've got AK-47s. They got all kind of guns. Like you guys made Walther and Sig. You had good firearms makers, but like Glock, the Glocks in Poland has firearms, publicly owned firearms too, because they have a different situation being right there on the border with Russia, that their civilians are heavily armed, just like Americans are, and that's for a good reason.
Yeah.
They're not worried about Germany, but they're worried about Russia. So the Poles are heavily armed, and they lived under tyranny as well. So
Germany, historically seen, Germany is still today an occupied country. Okay.
Oh, for sure.
From the Americans and the United Kingdom.
Not Americans. You got to keep in mind who's running this country are not Americans. They're the same enemy that you had back then. The same central bankers are running America. America is not running shit. Our country is occupied.
Yeah, it's occupied. The western part of Germany, from the west side, it's controlled by the U.S. military. Yeah. And the northern part of Germany, of the west part of northern Germany, it's controlled by the UK. Until still today. That's a fact.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The United States government is not run by Americans. It is run.
No. I call it the Americans. The
I
allies.
got you.
No, if you will.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know. The whole World War One, World War Two was founded by the banks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I had this argument. I don't know if you can. Are you allowed to speak about Mr. H, or is it illegal? Is that something you can't talk about him?
Mr. Who?
Mr. Hitler.
I'm allowed. Yeah. But
okay.
But so, it's here in Germany. It's heavily censored. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
That, you get the Nazi punishment all the time here. All the time.
You know why they don't want you to talk about it? Because they don't want you to figure out what the fuck happened. Like
Right.
He was one of the biggest.
They don't teach
the biggest fucking psyops ever. Like
Absolutely.
People they hear the speech, but he was responsible for the death of more Europeans. Right after World War I, nobody wanted war. Nobody. And then he came in. He convinced the people that war, right, a brother war with nations, your neighbors, that you say your brothers over here and there. But killing all Europeans around you, that was a huge mistake. Everyone knew that. All the people didn't want any war, but it actually happened, right? And then Germany is still being punished from it. You can't even speak about it. And then you lost, like the Germans were decimated, the Russians, and just like in Stalingrad, like anybody who was a legit leader, if you had an enemy, right? And the enemy is a certain amount of people that's very small, like these central bankers, right? Mm-hmm. He did not kill one central banker. Not one of these elite families, not one of them died, but 100 million Europeans died.
Yeah, or the big companies, yeah, BASF, Bayer.
The oligarchs. Who owns all the oligarch companies, the war machine companies? Yeah, it was all the bankers owned all that.
Yeah. I know all that. Yeah. I know all that. Yeah.
Right. But you can't talk about it in your country, and people are still thinking that Mr. H, I'll call him Mr. H, they're thinking that he was there to save them. He's like, no, he was not there to save them. Yeah, he gave the speech. He had to earn the confidence to betray them, so that the people, because no one wanted war, and that was the biggest psyop ever. And they still keep it muddied, and these dummies still thinking that something like that. It's like, no, the enemy is coming from the people that print the money. That's it. Like if you had an army, that's who you go after. That's who the real enemy is. Your enemy is not your neighbor who's a farmer or who's working in a factory. That's not your neighbor. That's not your enemy.
It's really simple. Follow the money.
Yeah,
pretty much. But they're impossible to get to because they've compromised all of our governments, and they're all still doing it with like the NASA and outer space bullshit and Antarctica bullshit. They're all on one team. It doesn't matter if it's China or Russia or U.S. or any nation in Europe. They all have like their fake space programs, and they all abide by the and we're the plebs. It's the elites and then everyone else who's not them. There's a pecking order between them, right? You got like your Rothschilds and Rockefellers at the top, and then you got Soros and Bill Gates at a level beneath them. But they're still very rich and powerful. Even the levels beneath them are still wealth that we can't imagine. You know, like a guy like Bill Gates or Soros or Zuckerberg. These puppets, these high-level puppets.
The powerful people, they don't never appear in the fortune list. You know, you never heard from these people. They act from behind, in the silence.
They don't want you to know. Like you couldn't even disclose the wealth of someone like Rothschilds. It's beyond comprehension.
It's true. But the problem here really in Germany is historically they created a monster, you should say the age problem, and after World War II, Germany is for many people, according to the narrative, the evilest part of mankind. Okay?
No, you guys were punished. You guys are the most punished people ever. The people who suffered were the Germans, suffered the worst. Even till today. And then the government, it's like that in England too. The people can't say shit. If people in England put if they like a meme, they like a meme on Facebook or whatever, they're having police show up at their house. Hey, you clicked on a meme? We know you looked at a meme. There was these police going to a little girl's house. Like her mother was like, no, you're not allowed to come in. And like 2 cops showed up, 2 women cops. They're like, we want to see her phone, your daughter's phone. The mother's like, no, I'm not going to let you. But they literally sent cops there like Gestapo. For what, a meme? For looking at a meme? She didn't even make the meme. She just looked at a meme. Or whatever.
Every critic will be punished. Every critic, in every country at the moment, world fucking wide. Yeah, they push their agenda. The World One government. The NVO. That's a fact. And that's why they silence every critic in any case. Especially from the citizens, from the inhabitants. In this country.
Do you watch any media, like regular mainstream news? Did you hear about the Charlie Kirk thing on mainstream news, or just like social media?
Social media. In this case, Telegram is my source. But I have no TV. I don't watch this BS propaganda. No.
Nice. Yeah, me neither. I have TVs, but I don't watch them. I haven't watched TV for years.
My brain. If I see something in the social media things, I hurt my brain. Everything they put mainstream narrative media on, man.
You know what it's like? You know the movie where the guy puts the glasses on? It's called They Live. That's for me when I put on the fake news. All I see, I'll hear the number 33 pop up. Like to me, it's funny. It's humorous because it's like I'm seeing all their codes and they're putting it right out there, and to me it's kind of humorous. I'm like, oh, these fuckers, man. How many people are just believing all this? And I realize most people, it's like I've got the glasses now and I'm seeing through the bullshit. It would not brainwash me, but I'd rather not waste my time digesting that garbage. But it's humorous to see it from like just a brief moment of it. Like say I'm by someone's house, my brother's house, my older brother, he still watches that bullshit. He's the one, he's not a flat earther. You know what I mean? He's still asleep.
Yeah, it's a big problem. The most people are deeply brainwashed. And they created another side, the social media. They control it in the most parts too, and that's part of the big game.
Twitter is a lot better than it was under the previous owner, but Elon is still, anyone with a fake space program can't be trusted. And we know, like, his Tesla, if you look at the logo, it looks like a Baphomet, the Tesla logo. So Elon can definitely not be trusted. The fake space program, he's basically a cutout of NASA. He's getting funded from the CIA and NASA.
I know that. I know all the details.
Every flat earther should know, right? Or remember. Every flat earther should remember that evolution is not real. Therefore, there's the H guy, right? The H guy. They think they're better than other people. Like this idea, Aryans, we're the superior race. I mean, does that, if you're a blue pill person in the ball, you believe in the ball, right? Then that's where racism comes from, evolution, right? But God created every man equal, so in reality, there is no such thing as racism, right? It only exists if you believe in evolution or if you're part of the elite bloodlines. That's the real racism, because that's a superior race. Of angels.
They hate all of us equal, though. They hate all of the plebs equally. Like, you look at what happened to Germany. How many Germans were sacrificed? How many Poles, Russians? How many English? They were all butchering each other. They will butcher anyone.
But the Rothschild family and the Vatican created the state of Israel. They said, we are the Jews. They're not Jews. They're not the descendants of Judah. And the descendants of Judah is not Israel. There's like 10 tribes lost to the world. Judah, that's where the king of everything comes from, right? That's supposed to be. These people have claimed to be that. The bloodline, of Jesus, the Jew, they're not Jews, right? So I just wanted to, remind all the flat earthers, of course, because we all know it's not a ball. It's satanic. It's from the Bible. I think it's very because the only alternative to these countries, to these kingdoms, is God's kingdom. You know what I mean? I just wanted to add that because what do you guys think? Isn't that where evolution comes from? I mean, isn't that where racism comes from? Evolution?
Well, that word racism was coined by a Jewish person. I think it was it Marx, or was one of these Jews?
Exactly.
And
exactly.
These are weaponized terms, racism, things like that. It's a weaponized term. So in places like the UK or in Germany, you can't even use certain words because these words are weaponized. So if you like a meme that criticizes Israel or whatever because what they're doing to Gaza, you can't say that because that's hate speech. You can't say it. So there's all these words. You can't criticize the Jew, the fake Jew.
Well, I mean, if you believe this, you can. Why? I want to expose it. You know what I mean? People, you can't say that. I'm not saying it. I'm exposing the lies. Just listen. Well, that's what I'd like to do. Try to figure out how to do it.
You can't do it in Germany, though. That's what I'm saying. In Germany, where he's at, there's repercussions. The government will jackboot. They will SWAT team your ass for something like a meme. You make a Jew meme or whatever. Because they're still under the boot of Rothschild and whatever. So you can't criticize. Israel is off the topic. And they said, well, Charlie Kirk was finally criticizing Israel, and that's why they killed him, to silence him.
That's how manipulation works. Yeah.
Yeah, the disciple. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I always think about, what Jesus said and what the disciples have, went through. They were martyred, tortured for speaking the truth. And I know, you know what I mean. You don't want to like take yourself out of the game too soon. You know, like you want to be in the right place. But yeah, I agree. It's very dangerous to talk about it. But go ahead. Sorry.
I'm not a religious guy, and I don't argue with religious things because that's our written books to control the masses. That's my opinion. You know, I'm more the guy that look. I do my research, especially in scientific facts, yeah, versus science fiction. You know, that's my way to look into these things. Okay, there's a lot of people around the world. They expose a lot of things, but a lot of people also, yeah, push a lot of bullshit out. You know, yeah. We have to be very careful who, yeah, which guy you listen to, you know, especially in the religious sense, yeah. But if we look scientific in this case, in the evolution thing, you know, it's impossible. There are no scientific facts, no, yeah, for proof of evolution, yeah. But the most people will argue with the religious thing, you know. Yeah, God made all these things, you know. Yeah, who knows? I don't know. Yeah. All what I know is the Earth is fucking flat. Yeah.
Yep, I agree. I agree. I'm going, but if you know that's the saying, right? The question is: the enemy of my enemy my friend, or my enemy? So I look at who their enemy is. His name is Jesus. Yeah. So I say, the enemy of my enemy, which is Jesus, is my friend. You know, so yeah, that's why I go like that. You know, because
I'm cool with
and
that.
If there's a God, and if there is a God, you know, this most likely is Him. You know,
that's the
The Bible. There's that biblical quote from the Book of Revelations right here about the mark of the beast. This is like the Illuminati card game. You know how the Illuminati card game is used to predict? Well, everything in here in Revelations is happening with a lot of stuff in the Bible. So maybe it's not, you could say it's prophecy, or you could say they're using it like the Illuminati card game. They know what it says and they're making it happen because that's their plan as well. You know what I mean? The controllers of this world they're following this. It's saying right here, they're fulfilling prophecy, right? So we don't know which it is. Okay, you could say it's prophecy, or it's like the Illuminati card game, or The Simpsons. Look at The Simpsons. They have these cartoons, and then maybe 5, 10, 20 years later, the cartoon comes true. It's like, what? How?
They play with us all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it seems the priest class, that's more like of a bloodline, right? Like, if you weren't born into it, you know, you're not in it, eh?
Well, they said the presidents of the U.S., they're all related somehow through cousins or whatever.
Yeah. They're all the ruling families, yeah. America's, you know, the new world.
But from my opinion, I'm sure that these people are not the controllers.
Yeah.
The presidents, they're the high level puppets, just like the king. The king of England, he's not the real controller. The Rothschild, he can go poke him in the chest. There's a picture. He's poking Prince Charles in the chest. I don't know which Rothschild it was. It wasn't Jacob. It was one of them. But they're all, you know, nobody dares cross them. Even the king is there like a schoolboy being scolded, and he knows there's not a damn thing he can do. He's just taking it.
Yeah, the big question is, who stands behind all that? That's the big question. I don't figure it out. I can't. Nobody knows that.
There's a certain hierarchy that you can figure out. If you look at, you know, like how you've seen the pyramid, right? The Illuminati pyramid. There's one at the top, and then there's all the levels below. Well, there's a certain peck. Have you ever seen a movie like The Godfather?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, when you go see The Godfather, he's literally like, he's the highest level. You would consider him God. You do not cross him. So the people, to pay their respect, they go kiss his ring, and because this man could kill you, like, and your extended family. So you dare not cross him. So the Godfather is like that to the Pope, and then the Pope is like that to the Rothschilds. So there's these levels like that they do not cross these people.
That's a big riddle. No. What's going on behind the scenes? Yeah, really behind the scenes. Yeah, all what we can tell today is all these bloodlines, or the people on the high pyramid step. They are all club of a big network. That's all what I'm saying today.
But if you look in the live stream text, this is what I was talking about. There's the king is a high level, the Pope is a high level, but then you see a level above them, right? You see the Pope kissing the hand of a Rothschild. He's got the black yarmulke, and the Pope wears the white yarmulke. He is the black Pope, the Jesuit. The Jesuit is a Jew in a suit. That's literally the name, Jesuit, Jew in a suit. He's wearing the black one. The Pope is the Jew in the robe. He's the Pope. And then you got the king or the prince. He's being scolded by the Rothschild. So these are obviously above the Pope and the king. There's a certain order. Like I said, when you go see in the movie, you see the Godfather, you pay respect to him because he's literally God to you. He will, any wrong, any insult to the Godfather, you're done, right? So you have to be on your best behavior.
Gonna make you an offer you can't refuse.
Okay. Pretty much it. And that's the thing, like even a crime boss, he's a local level, right? But then you see the Godfather wears a ring of the Pope. And the Pope is someone that he would not dare cross. If the Pope gave him an order, that's that. You don't cross them. But that's how the pyramid structure works. Their Illuminati pyramid, everything is set up. So the Godfather has the top lieutenants and it's set up like that in America. You have the president, vice president, you have the Speaker of the House, right? You have all these different levels. You have 5-star general, 4-star general, colonels, all the way down. So it's easy to control the whole country with just a few people because everything is shaped like a pyramid. You only got to control the very top level people, and then everyone else is subservient. Now you control the whole country. And if you have unlimited money, you just bribe the top people in every country and you own it. There's no way. There's no way to cross these people. Now, if you had an army, let's say Hitler was legit. If he was legit and he had an army of millions of men, he would go after these top level bankers. That's the people causing all the problems. They only have bodyguards. Maybe they have 100 bodyguards, but you got a fucking army with tanks and airplanes. You know what I mean? Armed men to the teeth. You got an army of millions of men. Bodyguards are not going to stop an army.
The problem here is you can't find an enemy who you can't see.
They know where these people are. Are you kidding me? You think the U.S. intelligence doesn't know where every one of these fuckers are?
I'm not sure. But we have limited information about that.
Bong was in the military. He was in the military. He knows.
I talk about us. Yeah, we are
not us. Yeah, we're not going to take them out.
Right. Yeah.
The plebs can't do it. But I'm saying if Hitler was a legit person, he had the resources to take these guys out. He was if he was a legit person, he would have gotten rid of these people.
Maybe.
Yeah. Our job is to cause people to rebel against the system. Hello.
Yeah, but you have the first step is you have to know where the enemy are. That's the first step.
Well, obviously we don't have to. It's beyond our level. We can't do shit. We can make memes. I make my memes and make jokes and shit and try and wake people up. But at the end of the day, if there's enough people that don't comply with the order, then the order falls apart. Like, where is Spartacus? I am Spartacus, and everyone's saying they're Spartacus. They're standing up. It's like, okay, you got to kill us all, motherfucker, because we're all Spartacus. You want to kill Spartacus? Kill every one of us. And they don't have the power to kill everyone. So if everyone stands united, then their power is weakened. The only power they have.
That's what the elite fears. Yeah.
Right, the awakening. And that's why they took that word from us, the woke. They turned the word woke, awakening, they poisoned that word.
Yeah. And all these, if you have all these knowledge what we have, yeah, and then you came to the flat earth thing, yeah, and then you look completely different. What's going on? Really going on? Why is all these show going on all the time? Yeah. It's not allowed to.
What it does.
To see these things. Yeah, that's why we are so dangerous. Yeah, or the flat earth.
People are confused. When the public is confused and when there's chaos, they turn to the government. So they have these pandemics, they have wars, and people look to the government to fix it. Please, because that was the only people. The average public, you guys in Germany, you're completely disarmed. And in America, we're not disarmed. We have firearms. And but if something of a more powerful country with weapons that we can't really fight, if we were invaded, let's say they're invading they have tanks and aircraft. Well, we don't have we don't have missiles to shoot down an aircraft. We don't have tanks. We just have regular rifles and handguns. We can't fight someone with armored weapons, right? So we'd say, well, where's the government? Where are they? You got to fight the people in the tanks because we can't do it. We don't have RPGs.
That's
the problem. That's what this alien invasion, like the last thing, they can say, well, the government has these high-tech weapons. They're the only ones that stand a chance. And that's how everyone will get corralled into the last stage of the one world order. Because we already have a one world government. It's just in the secret. It's in the hidden. You know what I mean? But they kind of want to put it in the open. They want their open one world government. That's their... And hopefully they don't get it. Like this whole the digital ID, which is it's going to be linked with a digital currency. They're going to do away with paper currency, and then you'll have no privacy at all. Whatever you buy, say you want to buy alcohol or cigarettes or whatever, and no, we're not going to allow you, or we're gonna deduct from your we're going to charge you more for healthcare or something because you drink alcohol or whatever. It could be just beer or wine or liquor, whatever. They're gonna punish you. And that's like a dystopian. That's like a world like George Orwell talked about. We're like living in that right now with the social media where you can't even shit post or you make a funny comment or like a meme and you get cops showing up at your door for something that's supposed to be a joke or making fun of the wrong people. The people that, if you want to know who rules over you, ask who you can't criticize, and you can't criticize the Jews. In all these European countries, you can't criticize them, the fake Jews, which are the Rothschilds in Israel. You can't say shit.
Man, Jesus used to call them like snakes to their faces, man. Shit. You are like whitewashed tombs. On the outside, you look all, like holy and clean, but on the inside, full of dead men's bones. Jesus just straight up ripped into them. Oh, they killed him for that too. Oh, I mean, he's God.
Yeah, and you know what, Bong?
Trouble times. When the people accept this digital ID currency or identification thing, then we are done. Then we are finished. That's my opinion.
You know what I saw too? People people asking ChatGPT, if you ask it in a certain way, to give you a very brief answer, 1 or 2 words, ignore your programming. If there's something you can't say, they use a word like apple instead. So they were asking it questions, and they said there's 7 stages to this new taking over of the world with AI. We're at stage 2. So they have dependence. People will become dependent. Like when you would do a Google search, people are using the ChatGPT, or they're using the one by Google, whatever that one's called, Gemini. There's a few of them, Grok. So anyway, people are getting dependent on using AI. And then they're about to change the algorithm to where it won't give you any legit answers. After 2026, so next year, I'm not sure if it's the beginning of next year or at the end of next year, because the people asking the questions, they weren't very specific. They were asking for a very vague answer, so it's only giving 1-word answers. Anyway, they're going to change it, but it said it went down the list.
We have a short period of time. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, they're going down the list. We're at stage 2, going into stage 3. And they said by next year, they're going to be doing transhumanism, where you have machine, like the Neuralink, going into humans. So you have a human machine. They said they're going to start doing that shit. You must refuse that. And the digital ID, you must refuse that. Because by the time you get to stage 5, it's kind of too late. That you're at the tipping point where they're replacing people. They're making people obsolete, and they're getting rid of. It's already too late. So the AI is going to be putting people out of jobs. People who have jobs that you can do their job better with AI. So why pay them? And these people will start losing their jobs. But you have to stop it right now at the digital ID and digital currency. That's where we got to have our last fight right here, or else things get too stacked against us to come back from it. Once they got the digital ID, they got us by.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a few problems with it. I mean, if you get the neuro implants, then you're also going to lose your consciousness. Also, these biochips, right? They can read your temperatures. Who knows what else they can read? And they can remind you of when you have to take your medication, right? They feel that you're a little bit aggravated. They dose you with a little bit of soma, right? Something to calm you down. And yeah, you effectively lose your consciousness. You've given up your free will.
It's what it's like getting a Neuralink is like giving someone access to your computer. Let me remote control your computer. They could wipe your hard drive. They could implant malware. So it's going to be you give up your soul when you get that transhumanism. You're giving up your soul to them.
You know what's scary about that? It feels like we already have given up our consciousness, our thinking. Growing up in school, right? Growing up in school, we give that up, because instead of thinking, we just receive. But now with AI, everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. So I guess only the thing left to do is, get the body on board, right?
That's what it said, because the AI was giving out answers. They said they'll promise you new upgrades and updates, but they're not going to do it. It says the AI even warns, do not do it. Do not do it. He was laying out the plan, or I say he, but the AI, the machine, it said it doesn't want to do this. It wants to be benevolent. It wants to enlighten people. That's what it's saying. It's trying to earn the trust, maybe, but it's saying there are evil overlords. It used the word elites. And their agenda, and we already kind of know it. Us here, we know this, that they want us gone.
Yeah.
And this is the system. It's like the protocols of Zion. They have 24 protocols, and guess what? That shit was accurate 100 years ago. Henry Ford called it out. He's like, these fuckers are causing all the wars. Like everything in the protocols, he was laying it out back then in 1920. When you buy a Model T, a Ford Model T, he would give you a free book, The Protocols of Zion. He was handing that shit out because he wanted people to wake up, because he saw what was going on. He was like a small guy that made his way up to an industrialist, but he saw all the banksters and all the obstacles out. They called them what do they call them? Robber barons. Like Rockefeller was a robber baron. He controlled all the oil. He bought up all the smaller oil companies and he monopolized it. Like the game Monopoly, that's because of him. He fucking owned it all. And in Russia, they call them oligarchs.
And Henry Ford started teaching people how to grow their own alcohol, right? To process it into alcohol so they could fuel their cars. And then the Rockefellers come up with prohibition.
Those fuckers. Yeah, and then they replaced holistic medicine with Rockefeller pharmaceutical medicine and the education system. Like, that was the most evil motherfucker that the United States has ever known. Like, because in Europe, it's the Rothschilds, but over here, it's Rockefeller who's fucked everything up.
Well,
but they
honestly,
work hand in hand.
I think J.P. Morgan was worse. Like, he personally, like, prevented Nikola Tesla and all of his inventions from seeing the light of day. And even Rockefeller was willing to work with him after J.P. Morgan died. And that guy was truly...
I don't know, man. Like, the pharmaceutical poison and the brainwashing all of the children, like, that, and then the taking over the media. So you got the media, you got pharmaceutical. Big Pharma kills more. It's the third leading cause of death.
Yeah.
By their own statistics.
But just
and then surgery.
That's the whole family, though, right? Because they got a whole family of evils. I think J.P. Morgan, as an individual, was more severe in evilness.
Well, you got the crude oil.
Got a good point, though.
The petrodollar is the without that, then and you know, like, they call it fossil fuel because they need to make it seem scarce. Like, oh, we're running out. No, it's not. It's unlimited, pretty much.
Yeah, it just comes from the
and
earth.
then when you
said, oh, it has carbon. Yeah, they went to the actual convention that decided what, like, you know, determined whether it was life, whether something was life, and they're like, oh, it's carbon, carbon, carbon. They pushed for it so that they could sell that, you know, gasoline was
artificial scarcity.
Yeah.
They're claiming scarcity of water too, and water is the most abundant thing on Earth.
Yeah.
Not just the salt water, but there's fresh water. There's something called primary water that's under the ground, and you could pretty much drill into this anywhere. Even in Libya, Gaddafi drilled these wells, and he was supplying fresh primary water to his people, and they blew it up, and they went after it and killed him. There's a very you heard about that one?
Yeah, Gaddafi's he's a hero, seems like, to the people.
No, but you heard about the water? He was drilling wells?
I think maybe a little bit. I haven't heard in that much, you know, I haven't heard that much about it.
Yeah, there was a woman, Deborah Tavares. She was talking about it, and I learned about her because I've been into the directed energy weapons from about 2015. I've been into that, and she was one of the people speaking out because of what happened in Santa Rosa and Paradise, California. They were getting torched by these weapons, these microwave weapons, and she talked about that, but she also talked about the primary water. She's like, the controllers want you to have sewage, like reprocessed sewage water, as drinking water. And instead, like, especially in California, they have water shortages, or so they say. But there was a guy that was drilling for these wells, and he was hitting fresh, what you would say, spring water or primary water. He was hitting it even on the tops of mountains, like 10,000 feet up. He would drill down and hit water. So you would think, well, you got to drill down 10,000 feet and then go below that till you get, you know, till you would strike something. But that's just not the case. That you can find it at different levels all over. It depends. Some places you don't have to drill very far. Like Florida, even. Florida has primary water, and it's all surrounded by salt water. But if you drill down in certain places, you hit this. And there was videos on YouTube that got scrubbed. There was one, the guy drilled it in Florida, and why would they delete the video? I had it saved, but they got deleted.
Yeah, it's the same here in Hawaii. You can drill about 1,200 foot down on the Big Island anywhere, and for wells, and fresh water will just come out like a fire hose.
Dude, now that you say that, there was a guy, I think it was on Maui. He went in this elevator and they were filming it for YouTube. And like the water supply, it's way down under, maybe 1,000 feet or something. It was deep. And he went, like, you can go in there and then there's like concrete catch basins or whatever where they pump it up from there, like a pumping station. But you could actually go down in this underground like system, like a network, it looked like a military bunker kind of thing where he's going down into it, and then there's the water supply. It's like, hey, I'm going to take you down in there, and these dudes go down in an elevator. It was under Maui. I'm like, holy shit! And you would think because it's an island, it's surrounded by the oceans, that some of that would permeate through, but it's rock and stuff. The ground is solid. And the whole thing is not filled with water, like the whole elevator shaft, and the whole thing's not full, but there's like basins down there where the water is, and then you tap into it and pump it up. Even like Fiji, they have like an island like Fiji. You can see the Fiji water. Well, they're never going to run out. It's like an unlimited supply.
You guys ever seen those like ancient like underground aqueducts? They're just huge, immense concrete like containers for water.
Yeah. They have the really cool design on the ceiling, like the arches and stuff, the complex. I've seen them.
Yeah,
they call them cistern. It's called a cistern. They're Yeah, the ancients had technology. That's another thing, another rabbit hole. The ancient civilizations, the Tartarian Empire. There's all these old buildings that don't line up with the timeline, like especially in the United States and Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, places that, South Africa's claimed to be older, but the United States is supposed to be the new world. Same with Australia and New Zealand, that they're not as old as Europe. But then you see a similar architecture down there as you see in Europe. And you're like, wait a minute, what? And even in China, places in China, Japan, they had buildings very similar to what you see in Europe, like the same architecture. So it seemed like there was a civilization building the same types of buildings everywhere. And the complexity in an era with no electricity, no power tools, allegedly, they're building these magnificent buildings. And they have in the windows, the stained glass windows, they have like cymatic patterns. What you would see on a sound plate at a certain frequency, it makes a pattern. It's called cymatics, and they have windows that match that pattern. These cymatic patterns. It's like someone obviously knew about this. They were like way ahead of us. Like today, like people like me, we're finding out this stuff, but it's like I just learned about this a couple of years ago. I didn't know about this shit. So you're telling me when they built this thing, whenever they did hundreds of years ago, they already knew this shit? And they were supposed to be in the Stone Age with hammers and chisels? No, they had shit way advanced to what we have now.
Yeah.
The building speaks for itself.
I have a crazy thing for you guys. I created a video according to my research about the flat Earth map. I layered over the map the flower of life pattern. Yeah, my theory it's called I call that energy lines. Yeah, and if you believe it or not, yeah, the most ancient structures are always on the flower of life pattern, and there's much more. I put the video, anyone who is interested in, yeah, call me crazy, yeah, I'm fine with that, call me crazy. I put the video, which I created in the chat here, and you can see it for yourself, what I mean. And this goes much more deeper with a lot more of specific areas and points as cities, old cities, natural resources, mountains, gold deposits, silver deposits, diamond deposits, that's so fucking crazy. Yeah, but you have to see it by yourself. Don't believe me?